It all started with the Great Demon World War, a massive conflict that ended when the human hero, Artorius, sliced the great demon king Valier in half. With the demon threat neutralized, the human empire built the temple to train the next generation of heroes, including Ludwig, the hot-tempered future protagonist. It was a great story, except for the comment section on Kakao page. Our MC was a third-rate web novelist who spent his nights reading hate comments about his work, and unfortunately, his heart couldn't handle the sheer toxicity. He literally died of high blood pressure because some kid named Best called his novel lame. He wakes up as a ghost, staring down at his own corpse while a pink-haired girl in a suit hands him a clipboard. He asks if this is a joke, but Grim Reaper Kim is not in the mood. She tells him that yes, he is dead, and yes, it is incredibly pathetic. She tells him to make a decision quickly because she has a busy schedule. To get into heaven, he has to atone for his major sins. And in the eyes of the afterlife, his sins are absolutely unforgivable. Quitting multiple serializations and writing stories with terrible continuity. Basically, he is being punished for being a lazy author. Whenever his novels started underperforming, he would just abandon them and make a new alt account. He tries to argue that dropping a book isn't a crime, but the Reaper explains that his lazy writing affected thousands of readers, which scale-wise makes him a menace to society. His sentence is simple: transmigrate into one of his completed works as a random character. The Reaper smiles, saying it's basically a reward since he knows the plot, but our guy is sweating buckets. Because as an author, he knows exactly how dangerous his worlds are. He scrolls through his list of finished works, desperate for a safe option. He finds option number 5, The Demon King is Dead. It's a cozy post-war school slice-of-life academy story. Sure, he died while writing it, but the setting is peaceful. Since it's a sweet, fluffy story about teenagers going to school, the final boss is already dead, meaning there's a 0% chance of dying. He happily locks in his choice, praying he spawns as some rich background noble. But then he remembers a tiny detail about the later half of the book. Before he can process it, the Reaper tells him time's up, claps her hands together, and sends his soul straight into the light. He wakes up sitting in a luxurious, dark wood office. He stands up, looking around at the gold-embossed furniture. He looks down at his hands, which are incredibly pale. He touches his head and feels something hard, 2 literal horns protruding from his skull. He checks his reflection in the window and freezes. He is wearing a flashy red military uniform, and his eyes are glowing a sinister crimson. He instantly realizes he is inside his novel, but something is wrong. A sleek, orange holographic screen pops up in front of him. He stares at the status window, his heart dropping into his stomach. Valier Jr. Archdemon. Combat level, F-tier garbage. Comprehensive evaluation, lowest grade Demon King. His brain short-circuits. The title of his novel is The Demon King is Dead, and he just spawned as the dead Demon King's only son. This has to be a mistake. This character wasn't even in the book. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the room, shattering the stained glass. The ceiling starts collapsing, sending stone debris flying everywhere. He gets thrown to the floor, coughing through the dust. He realizes with horror what is happening. The system screen updates with a flashing red warning. The human army has breached the castle. The Demon King's forces are getting slaughtered. Escape the castle. Reward: 100 achievement points. He runs out of the room, passing the mutilated corpses of giant orcs and goblins. His safe, cozy slice-of-life novel has officially started in the middle of a literal war zone. He's a level 1 demon prince with 0 combat abilities, running for his life down a burning hallway, screaming every curse. The outer towers of the castle detonate, showering the courtyard in fire. Our guy is panting, his lungs burning from the smoke. He ducks as another shockwave tears through the corridor. He runs barefoot down the stone steps, screaming that the pink-haired Grim Reaper is a certified scammer. She promised him a peaceful reward, but this is a survival horror game. He cannot believe he is the Demon King's son. If the human heroes find him, they won't ask questions. They will put his head on a spike to celebrate their victory. He stops, trying to force his racing mind to think. He is a squishy target with F-rank stats. He opens his status window again, desperate for any cheat code. The screen hovers silently in front of him. His agility is 4.3. His strength is 3.4. A toddler with a butter knife could probably take him out right now. The only useful trait he has is language interpretation, which does absolutely nothing for fire resistance. He spots a wooden sign hanging over a door. It reads, Warehouse. He kicks the door open, hoping to find an overpowered legendary sword. Instead, he finds dusty chests filled with rusty daggers and empty glass bottles. He throws the junk aside, cursing the demon army's terrible inventory management. But then, his hand brushes against a leather-bound book. It's a high-level magic scroll book. He flips through the glowing pages, his eyes lighting up. He finds a single, pristine teleportation scroll. The castle walls are cracking, dust raining down on his hair. He tears the scroll out and channels his mana, screaming teleport! A bright blue light flashes, but when he opens his eyes, he is standing in the exact same spot. The system screen dings. He drops to his knees, utterly defeated. The humans set up a magical jammer. He is completely locked in. He looks back at the book, his hands shaking as he flips the pages again. He stops on a low-level utility spell. He hears heavy, armored footsteps echoing down the stairs outside. He rips the scroll. A dark purple light envelops his body, hiding his horns, changing his red hair to brown, and turning his royal uniform into ragged prisoner clothes. This is his ultimate galaxy brain escape plan. Disguise himself as a human prisoner, sneak into the dungeons, and wait for the human army to rescue him, along with the others. He steps out of the warehouse, looking like a helpless peasant boy. He sneaks down into the dark, damp dungeon corridor. It's incredibly quiet, which immediately raises his red flags. A thick, metallic smell fills the air. It doesn't smell like dirt or rot. It smells like fresh copper. He steps forward, and his foot lands on something soft with a wet squish. He looks down. It is a severed human hand lying in a pool of dark blood. He screams, stumbling backward and falling onto his butt. His heart is pounding like a bass drum. He wipes his hand on his pants, his face pale with terror. He looks into the cells lining the hallway. They are filled with the bodies of human prisoners, brutally slaughtered before the demons fled. This is a nightmare. He wrote this book as a light-hearted comedy. He never detailed the actual violence of the war. Suddenly, a soft, trembling sob echoes from the back of the hallway. He slowly gets up and approaches the cell, asking if anyone is there. He peers through the iron bars. A little girl with long, tangled blonde hair is huddled in the corner, covered in dried blood. She is shaking violently, staring blankly at the stone floor. She flinches as she sees him, pulling her knees tight to her chest. He drops to his knees, raising his hands to show he's unarmed, explaining he's also a prisoner. She slowly stops shaking, looking at his plain human face. Beside her is another corpse, likely her maid or guardian. He tells her not to worry, promising that the human army is on their way to save them. She doesn't speak. She just stares at him with empty, golden eyes. He scratches his neck, realizing he might have sounded too suspicious. He gently suggests that staying together is much safer than waiting alone in the dark. She looks up, her face clean of grime, but stained with tears. She looks at the empty space beside her, then back at him. He starts to apologize, thinking he overstepped, but she slowly shakes her head, wiping her eyes. In a tiny, raspy voice, she asks him to sit next to her. He slides into the cell and sits down, leaving a respectful distance. The silence is incredibly awkward, the air thick with tension. She looks at him, whispering that he seems remarkably calm for someone in a death trap. He chuckles nervously, scratching his cheek. He tells her he is actually terrified, because if his plan fails, he is 100% dead. He stretches his arms, trying to loosen up his stiff muscles. As he moves, his hand hits something solid in the pocket of his cloak. He pulls out a small, plastic-wrapped package of crackers. He must have left them in his royal uniform before caste-switching to his prisoner outfit. He isn't very hungry, but he looks at the pale, shivering girl beside him. She is staring at the shiny plastic wrapping like she's never seen food before. He rips the package open, smiling warmly. He breaks a piece off and holds it out to her. "Want to share?" he asks. She stares at the cracker, then at his face, completely frozen. She slowly reaches out with a trembling hand, whispering a quiet thank you. She takes a tiny, delicate bite, chewing slowly like a high-class noble. He smiles, thinking she's just a picky eater, and leans back against the wall. Suddenly, the iron doors at the end of the hall are blasted off their hinges. Heavy, metallic boots echo down the stone corridor. A group of heavily armored knights flood the hallway, weapons drawn. Leading them is a tall, bearded nobleman in a lavish green and gold coat. The commander looks into their cell, his face turning pale with pure shock. Our guy slowly stands up, keeping his hands visible, waiting for them to clear the cell. But instead of pointing their swords at him, the commander throws his weapon aside, drops to his knees in the filth, and cries out, "Please punish me for my incompetence, Your Imperial Highness." Our guy's jaw literally hits the floor. The golden quest screen explodes in front of him. He didn't just survive the raid, he just accidentally rescued the crown princess of the entire human empire. He is officially the luckiest, most terrified demon in history. So, our guy survived the dungeon. He made it to the Imperial field camp, which is great, but surviving the front lines of a fantasy war is only step one. Right now, Reinhardt is sitting across from the princess while she eats steak, and he is having a massive crisis. She takes a tiny, delicate bite, while he sits there sweating bullets. On paper, he cleared the dungeon quest and got rescued. In reality, his entire physical form is held together by a cheap camouflage scroll. Worse, Charlotte is treating him like her absolute savior, meaning all eyes are on him. If he tries to sneak away, he gets captured. If he stays, his magic might wear off. And here is the kicker. Harriet de Gardias is a character he never even wrote. The camp guards are acting polite, but the tension in the room is heavy. The lead knight, Lance, bows and says they are waiting for Duke Saint-Owan to take them to the palace. Charlotte just smiles, playing the perfect, innocent royal. The moment Lance turns away, she looks at Reinhardt. She thanks him for his help in the dungeon. Reinhardt acts humble, pretending he did not just trade a pack of crackers for his life. The knight stands silently in the corner, watching. Charlotte asks for the name of his hometown so she can send him back safely, and our guy completely freezes. He has no idea. As a lazy author, he never actually mapped out the local geography. Then he feels it, a cold, murderous glare from the shadows. He quickly scratches his neck and fakes amnesia, claiming he cannot remember a thing. Charlotte looks like her heart just broke. Reinhardt cannot believe she is actually buying this. She assumes he has been through horrific trauma. She tears up and promises, in her name, to help him recover his lost memories. He bows deeply, faking gratitude. Lance tries to warn her about making empty promises, but Charlotte shuts him down with pure royal authority. Reinhardt watches her smile and feels a sudden, heavy chill. He knows this promise is impossible to keep because, according to his own plot, the princess is supposed to die. His mind flashes back to his desk, writing the draft. The system must have generated her backstory automatically to make the world functional. And if she is here, then the prince he did write, Bertus, is also here. Bertus is a ruthless schemer who will not let a rival heir live. Reinhardt wonders if he should just let her die to save his own skin. He immediately hates himself for the thought. He looks at her innocent smile. He cannot do it. He decides he has to warn her. He has to tell her she is in danger. Maybe if he gets her on his side, she will be a shield for him later. But before he can speak, Charlotte holds her stomach and claims she has indigestion. She tells Lance to go fetch a doctor immediately. Lance hesitates, claiming he needs to guard her. Charlotte's eyes go cold. The air in the tent suddenly drops 10 degrees. Lance realizes he cannot argue. He bows and leaves. The moment the tent flap closes, the cute, naive princess completely disappears. She turns to Reinhardt, her face deadpan. Our guy is instantly terrified. The vibe has shifted entirely. She sets her teacup down. She looks him dead in the eye and tells him that because of her, he is going to die. Reinhardt's brain short-circuits. She takes a calm sip of tea and explains the reality of the situation. She tells him she is going to be assassinated by her stepbrother, Bertus. She knows everyone in this camp is likely an enemy loyal to the prince. The fact that they are keeping her isolated means they are hiding her survival from the public. They put a heavy coat on her during the rescue so no one else would see her face. She realizes they are waiting for orders on how to quietly eliminate her, and if they poison her, they will have to kill Reinhardt too to erase the only witness. He is going to be collateral damage in an imperial power struggle. Reinhardt panics, asking if any of the knights can be trusted. She says no, not even Lance. Reinhardt holds his head, realization hitting him like a truck. But Charlotte smiles, telling him not to worry. She made a promise to protect him, and she intends to keep it. She points a finger and tells him they are going to escape tonight. Her plan is to act as the distraction while Reinhardt runs. They do not have much time. Reinhardt realizes the stakes just doubled. He runs out into the camp, Charlotte's words ringing in his head. Their lives depend entirely on whether he can pull this off. Reinhardt slips through the shadows of the military tents, his heart hammering against his ribs. The mission Charlotte gave him is insane. He remembers their conversation back at the table. She told him there is only one man in this entire area they can actually trust, Sir Francis. Reinhardt remembers writing that name. Sir Francis is a scary-looking knight, but he belongs to the neutral faction. He is fiercely loyal only to the emperor, not the scheming prince. Reinhardt had asked if they could really trust him. Charlotte pointed out that if Francis was dirty, they would already be dead. He is an honorable knight who will protect her no matter what. Reinhardt realized that if they can get Francis on their side, his own chances of survival shoot through the roof. So, he agreed to the plan. Charlotte had smiled, thanking him for believing in her. Then, she had tapped the table, her eyes turning sharp as she picked up a dinner knife. She suggested they force their way out. Her plan was simple. She would play the bait, drawing the guards' attention, while Reinhardt slipped past the perimeter to find Francis. She knew they would not kill her immediately until Bertus's final orders arrived, which gave them a tiny window of opportunity. She had grabbed his hands, urging him to hurry. Her smile was beautiful, but her eyes were desperate. Reinhardt could feel her hands trembling. She was terrified, but she was still moving forward. Back in the present, Charlotte steps out of the tent, drawing the guards' focus. The knights startle, calling out to her. She demands to see the barracks, acting like a spoiled, curious princess. The guards try to block her, looking incredibly stressed. She uses her royal authority to demand their names, keeping them completely locked in place. With the guards distracted, Reinhardt creeps along the back of the tent and slips away. He gets past the perimeter, but he has no idea where Francis is located. Suddenly, armor clanks. A knight spots him and demands to know who he is. Reinhardt stammers, scratching his head, and says he is looking for Sir Francis. The knight, a red-haired man named Dyrus, frowns. He says Francis just left for the ruins of the Demon King's castle. Reinhardt's stomach drops. The plan is ruined. Dyrus explains that Sir Lance requested Francis to clear out the remaining demon remnants. Reinhardt realizes the truth instantly. Lance deliberately sent Francis away to clear the field for the assassination. They are completely isolated now. Dyrus demands to know what business Reinhardt has with Francis, threatening to report him. Reinhardt knows he has to gamble. He grabs Dyrus's arm and yells that it is an emergency. He screams that Sir Francis is in danger. Dyrus is startled, his expression shifting from anger to deep suspicion. Reinhardt looks down, trying to make his lie convincing. He says something bad is happening involving both Francis and the princess, and they need to bring him back right now. He scratches his neck, expecting Dyrus to laugh in his face. Instead, Dyrus tells him he believes him. He smiles, crossing his arms. Reinhardt is stunned. He asks why a knight would trust a random kid. Dyrus chuckles. He says it is because Reinhardt looks so stupidly desperate that it has to be real. But Dyrus's face goes serious. He admits his gut is telling him something is wrong too. Before Francis left, he told Dyrus to stand by and warned him that someone might come looking for help. Reinhardt's mind races. Did Francis already suspect the assassination plot? Did he know Charlotte was in danger? If he knew, why did he leave her side to go to the castle? Dyrus tells Reinhardt to get on his horse. He boasts about his steed, trying to lighten the mood. He walks toward the stables, Reinhardt following closely behind. As they leave, Lance watches them from the shadows, his expression icy. They gallop out of the camp, Reinhardt clinging to Dyrus's back. The wind whips past them as they head toward the ruins. On the roadside, Reinhardt sees cages filled with captured demons. The sight makes his throat go dry. He asks Dyrus why there are demons caged on the road. Dyrus explains they are prisoners of war, soldiers and non-combatants captured near the castle. Once they get back to headquarters, they will all be executed. Reinhardt looks back at the cages, his blood running cold. If his cover blows, that cage is his future. They arrive at the investigation site. Dyrus spots 2 investigators and halts his horse. The investigators turn, surprised to see Dyrus. Dyrus salutes, identifying his squadron and rank. He tells them he brought a boy who has urgent information for Sir Francis. The lead investigator's face goes pale. He stammers Francis's name. He looks down and drops the bomb. They just received a report. Sir Francis is dead, killed in battle by the demon remnants. So, the one guy who was supposed to protect us is dead. Not just dead, but confirmed killed in battle by the demons. Which is the most convenient lie our traitorous camp guards could have ever told. The officer tells Dyrus and Reinhardt to move along, claiming this is no place for peasants. But Reinhardt's brain is currently in a state of absolute hyperspeed panic. He knows for a fact the demons did not kill Sir Francis. This is Bertus's handwriting. The prince wanted the princess dead, and he wanted to erase every single piece of evidence that she ever survived that dungeon. Which means, Francis was marked the second he showed her mercy. He was lured out here under the guise of an investigation, and quietly put down. And if they did that to a legendary knight, Reinhardt and Charlotte are basically already on a timer. He bites his lip, forcing his panic down, because throwing up is not going to save his life. Suddenly, Dyrus stops walking. His shadow looms over our guy. He demands the real story. He knows a random prison kid has no business screaming about Sir Francis being in danger. Reinhardt stares at him, weighing the risk. Can he actually trust this red-haired lieutenant? For all he knows, Bertus has already bought off every low-ranking officer in this sector. But right now, his options are tell the truth or die alone. He takes a deep breath and spills the entire, ugly political reality. He explains the dungeon, the princess, and the fact that they are currently sitting in a spider's web. Dyrus processes the information. If this is true, then Francis was murdered by his own comrades. He looks at Reinhardt, asking if his ultimate goal is to save Charlotte. The weight of the treason he is about to commit hangs in the air for a second. Then, Dyrus places a hand over his heart. He resolves to help save the princess. Reinhardt is relieved, though he still plans to keep one eye open. An ally under pressure is still an ally. Dyrus turns back, saying they have nothing left to do at the castle. Reinhardt looks up at the massive, dark spires of his own creation, and a very specific, slightly greedy idea pops into his head. He tells Dyrus he has a plan to level the playing field. They sneak into the ruined castle corridors, stepping over fresh bloodstains. Reinhardt suggests they search the demon supply vaults for anything useful. They walk into the massive vault. Dyrus looks around, noting someone has already picked the place clean. Dyrus unloads on these selfish, disgusting demon thieves, who cleaned out the vault before fleeing. Reinhardt smiles nervously, silently apologizing for being the exact demon thief who did it. But since he knows his own layout, he leads Dyrus straight to the hidden high-tier stash. He pulls out a glowing, blue mass teleportation scroll. Dyrus is impressed, but slightly confused. He asks how a common prisoner knows the exact location of high-level demon magic. Reinhardt quickly covers by pulling out a scroll-holding spellbook, laughing it off as dumb luck. Dyrus stares at him. The kid's story has more holes than a net, but they do not have time to dissect it. They pack up the entire stash of magical scrolls. Looting is officially complete. They start making their way out of the castle ruins, Reinhardt leading the way. But Dyrus stops. His hand grips Reinhardt's shoulder. He tells the boy to be completely silent. In the courtyard below, heavy armor clanks against the stone. Someone is hunting. Reinhardt peeks around the corner. It is the Salarian Duchy Knights, the personal noble vanguard of Prince Bertus. And this is a massive, terrible development. The Salarian Duchy is the strongest noble house in the empire. They are the political muscle backing Bertus's claim to the throne. These are not standard grunts. They are high-ranking noble knights trained specifically to kill. Reinhardt curses his own world-building settings. He made these guys way too strong in his drafts. The knights scan the ruins, confident their targets cannot hide for long. Reinhardt wonders how they expect to find them in a castle this massive. Then, the lead knight's eye glows with a bright, mana-infused blue light. He points his sword straight at their stone gargoyle hiding spot. He can hear their breathing. The sound of steel sliding from scabbards echoes through the courtyard. The commander orders them to step out before things get messy. Dyrus and Reinhardt have no choice. They step into the open. They're cornered, with their backs to a massive stone statue. The commander looks at them with cold, aristocratic pity. Dyrus sneers, calling him a disgrace for trying to execute an innocent princess. The commander does not care about the moral speech of a low-ranking officer. He raises his sword, saying it is a shame to kill a kid, but it is necessary for the crown. Dyrus tells Reinhardt to stay back, drawing his own blade. Reinhardt's heart rate spikes. He did not survive a demon army just to get spawn-camped by his own OCs. He glances up at the massive stone gargoyle behind them, his brain searching for any mechanic he can exploit. The red eyes of the stone gargoyle seem to catch the dim light of the courtyard. In every game and comic he has ever read, stone statues in demon castles always do one thing. He closes his eyes and focuses. He reaches deep into the weird, dormant power system inside his chest. Suddenly, the stone gargoyle's skin cracks with a heavy grinding sound. The knights look up, their eyes widening in pure shock. The massive stone beast slams its fist down, crushing the Salarian commander into the dirt. The courtyard erupts into absolute chaos. The remaining knights panic, screaming that the statue has come alive. Reinhardt is just as shocked that his mental command actually worked. Dyrus does not waste a single second of the confusion. He grabs Reinhardt's arm and screams for him to run. They bolt into the darkness, leaving the elite noble knights to fight a very angry, ancient stone gargoyle. Horse hooves thunder against the muddy road as they flee the castle perimeter. Dyrus is yelling over the wind, asking how the hell Reinhardt made that statue move. Reinhardt screams back that he has absolutely no idea, which is a complete lie. Internally, he pulls up his glowing orange status window and looks at the talent section. Under abilities, his passive is active. He subconsciously triggered the frequency to override the gargoyle's stone shell. He is just glad it worked, but he knows if Dyrus starts connecting the dots, his demon prince identity is cooked. Suddenly, Dyrus looks back, his face turning pale. The remaining Salarian knights have already organized and are hot on their tail. Dyrus curses. Reinhardt tells him to hold on to his waist and prepare for a sudden shift in speed. Reinhardt opens the looted spellbook, praying he grabs something useful. He cannot die here. Not after surviving high blood pressure back in the real world. He channels his mana into a glowing green scroll and triggers the spell. Haste! The horse's legs glow with a vibrant green light as the acceleration magic kicks in. The horse supercharges forward, instantly pulling them away from the pursuing knights. Dyrus is impressed by the utility magic, but the relief is short-lived. Behind them, a knight raises a heavy iron crossbow, aiming directly at their backs. Reinhardt ducks as bolts whiz past. The knights are shooting to kill now. He needs a more creative way to deal with the cavalry. He opens his book again, preparing a mind-altering purple spell. Dyrus yells that mental magic is useless against high-ranking, well-trained Imperial knights. Reinhardt smirks. He knows the exact world settings he wrote. The elite knights are indeed trained to resist mind magic. But the horses? The horses are just standard animals. He casts directly at the lead horse. The horse's eyes glow a terrifying red as it starts hallucinating demons in the road, bucking wildly. The knight is thrown headfirst into the mud, wiping out completely. One down. Reinhardt immediately transitions to the next spell. Charm! The second horse gets hit by a wave of pink, affectionate mana and starts trying to nuzzle its own rider mid-gallop. The knight loses control and crashes into a tree. 2 down, 2 more to go. Reinhardt flips through his book to finish them off, but his heart stops. He is out of mind magic scrolls. Worse, their own horse is starting to flag, the haste magic wearing off. The remaining noble knights are gaining on them with terrifying speed. Reinhardt looks ahead into the dark woods, trying to find anything he can use. And then, he sees them. It is the group of captured demon prisoners he saw caged on the road earlier. As they ride past, a weird, heavy pressure builds in Reinhardt's chest again. It is the exact same frequency that woke up the stone gargoyle back at the ruins. He locks eyes with a massive, blue-skinned orc slave. The orc's eyes flash crimson. He roars, snapping his thick iron shackles with raw, brute strength. Dyrus panics, pulling the horse to a halt as the massive demon steps into the middle of the road. He thinks they are about to be crushed between the orc and the knights, but the orc charges straight past them, his massive form kicking up a wave of dirt as he heads for the pursuers. The Solarian knights try to draw their swords, but they are moving too fast to adjust. The orc slams into the lead rider, throwing the horse and the knight into the air like toys. He stands in the middle of the road, roaring at the remaining cavalry as they scatter in panic. Reinhardt tells Dyrus to ride. They have their opening. As they ride away, Dyrus is quiet. He notes how incredibly strange it is that every single time they are in mortal danger, a demon conveniently acts as their shield. He grips the reins, his knuckles turning white. He has suspicions, but the lives of the royal family take priority. He forces the doubt down. First, they need to save the princess. They arrive at the outer perimeter of Charlotte's barracks, their horse foaming at the mouth. Dyrus demands access, claiming he has an urgent report for Her Highness. The guard at the tent flap stands firm, mocking Dyrus's low rank and telling him to leave before he is court-martialed. Dyrus looks down, his eyes shadowed. He realizes diplomacy is officially over. Dyrus moves. He draws his blade and slices the guard's throat in one clean, lightning-fast motion. The second guard yells in panic, drawing his spear as the camp alarms begin to sound. Dyrus holds the line, telling Reinhardt to run inside and save Her Highness. Reinhardt bursts into the tent, his chest heaving. Inside, Charlotte is sitting in her chair, flanked by two sinister-looking priests holding a golden vial of poison. She gasps when she sees him. Reinhardt screams at her to close her eyes immediately. He tears a flash scroll. A massive, blinding wave of white light fills the tent, causing the priests to scream in pain. Reinhardt lunges through the light, reaching out and grabbing Charlotte's hand. He pulls out the glowing blue mass teleportation scroll and channels the last of his mana. He screams their destination, the Imperial capital, Gardium. A massive pillar of blue light erupts from the tent, piercing the sky as they vanish from the camp forever. The orange system windows appear, filling his vision with alerts. By saving Charlotte, he has achieved a historic turning point, changing the future and earning a massive 1,000 achievement points. The prologue is officially over. But as the blue light fades, Reinhardt realizes that entering the capital with a highly target-marked princess is where the real game of survival begins, the absolute peak of human civilization and the main stage of the novel. You would think our guy would be touched to finally arrive here, but he is actually having a massive creator crisis. He looks at the towering architecture and realizes he never actually wrote this place in detail. He basically copy-pasted Soul, but he has no time to play critic right now. Charlotte is sitting on the cobblestones, completely disoriented from the sudden spatial warp. Our guy quickly kneels down to explain the situation, delivering the grim news that Sir Francis is dead. Charlotte looks at him with wide, shocked eyes, wondering if he pulled off this high-level magic all by himself. He quickly shakes his head and points to the magic circle. Lieutenant Dyrus teleports in right on cue, looking extremely stressed but completely intact. Dyrus confirms they barely made it out alive, but the backup plan worked. Here is the breakdown of Plan B. Dyrus pulls the aggro. Reinhardt grabs the princess. They warp first, and Dyrus uses the spare scroll to follow. It was a massive gamble, and if Reinhardt had fumbled the scroll search, Dyrus would be a corpse right now. Dyrus turns to the princess, his armor clanking. He drops to one knee, introducing himself with full military formality. They blend into the crowded streets of the capital, while Dyrus gives Charlotte a detailed report of everything that went down. The death of Francis, the infiltration, and the desperate chase by the Solarian cavalry. But as Dyrus keeps talking, Reinhardt starts sweating, because when you list the events out loud, it sounds completely insane. A gargoyle suddenly woke up, a demon slave randomly went feral to block the road, and they just happened to find high-level warp scrolls. It is a literal parade of plot armor. Charlotte is a product of the Imperial Palace. She has a PhD in political betrayals. She glances back at Reinhardt, her eyes narrowing with sharp, calculating suspicion. He knows she is trying to solve the puzzle, and a demon prince is the only piece that fits. He realizes that if he stays with her any longer, his survival speedrun is going to end in an execution. So, while she is distracted by the crowded market, our guy decides to pull a classic ninja vanish and dips into the alleyways. Fast forward to sunset, and Reinhardt is officially homeless. He is sitting in a tattered alleyway, his stomach growling loudly. He saved the princess of the empire, and his reward is starving on the streets because he cannot claim a bounty without revealing his horns. He deeply regrets not writing a cheat setting like demons do not need food. Suddenly, a digital chime echoes in his head. The system pops up, telling him he can add that exact setting for a casual 100,000 achievement points. And then, the system decides to drop some absolute personal violations, calling his life's work a failed abomination of word soup. But it also confirms he has unlocked the main story interference mode. He opens the active challenge list, expecting some standard tutorial quests. Instead, he sees quests like Super Slap the Emperor for 10,000 points, or Buy a House solely using money from begging. The system is basically a giant internet troll. He checks his total points, sitting at a modest 1100. He looks at the revision mechanic, which lets him alter reality, and the preview mechanic, which lets him simulate how his changes will mess up the timeline. The system warns him that forcing a setting collapse by creating contradictions will result in a heavy penalty. Our guy is too hungry for a terms and services reading session. He asks for a 3-sentence summary. The system actually obliges, breaking down the rules of engagement clearly, but it finishes the summary by calling him an idiot who does not like to read. The AI in this world has zero chill. He closes the total points tab, realizing he needs to spend what he has wisely. He taps on the help menu, searching for a quick solution to his immediate starvation. A prompt pops up. Writer's advice is available for 150 points, split into vague and clear options. He gambles on vague first, and the system hits him with a riddle about how the captives were kidnapped. That is a massive waste of points. He immediately buys the clear advice, which tells him to go to the magic item store. Reinhardt looks at the glowing blue book in his hands. He figures the system wants him to pawn his high-tier loot. He heads to the Aligar district, the capital's central commerce hub, but his pawnshop run goes terribly. The first bald merchant calls him a scammer and tells him to scram. The second old merchant laughs in his face, warning him he will get beat up if he keeps trying to sell fake scrolls. The third red-haired lady tells him he has great drawing skills but should go to art school instead of committing forgery. Reinhardt is losing his mind. Standard humans cannot recognize high-tier demon magic. They think it is just pretty scribbles. He enters another shop, looking completely exhausted. The merchant looks at the scroll, his face turning serious. He identifies it as a fireball scroll based on the structure, but then he offers a 50-50 split to copy more counterfeits, thinking Reinhardt is a master artist. He promises 5 silver coins if Reinhardt can deliver a batch tomorrow. Reinhardt politely agrees, but the second he steps outside, he decides to completely abandon that plan. If someone buys a fake scroll and it fails during a monster attack, they die. He is a lazy author, but he is not a murderer. He realizes these scrolls are probably too rare and ancient for standard street merchants to comprehend. He spots a quiet, run-down magic shop on the corner. This is his final attempt. He pushes the heavy wooden door open, calling out into the quiet room. The shop is a complete mess, covered in dust, books, and random potions. It looks totally abandoned. Suddenly, a cold presence builds behind him. A beautiful red-haired woman with glowing red eyes appears right next to his ear, asking if he is a customer. Reinhardt jumps back, his heart skipping a beat. He stammers that he is here to sell a scroll. The woman smiles, warning him that pulling pranks on adults is a very bad habit. She gently takes the scroll from his hand, offering 2 gold coins just to get him to leave. But the moment her eyes lock onto the parchment, her smile completely vanishes. She looks up at Reinhardt, her expression turning incredibly cold. The temperature in the shop drops instantly. She asks him, in a low voice, where he got the scroll. Her eyes flash a brilliant, predatory crimson. She tells him this magic formula is highly classified and only used by high-ranking demons. Before Reinhardt can run, her hand slams down onto his shoulder, locking him in place like an iron vise. She looms over him, demanding the truth. Our guy is officially in the worst-case scenario. Magic is real, but the fine details of how it works were never written down by our lazy author, which means he has no idea how this shopkeeper saw through his scroll so easily. She slams her hands on the counter, demanding a proper answer. The entire room vibrates with her heavy mana. Reinhardt's mind is racing, trying to find an exit. She is emitting a terrifying dark aura that screams boss battle. He desperately whispers to his system, asking if he can spend points to make her forget the scroll. The system chimes back, demanding 3,000 points. He only has 1,100. He slaps the screen in pure frustration. With no other options, he decides to play the ultimate high-risk card. He admits he took the scroll directly from the Demon King's castle. The woman steps forward, her face twisted in anger, calling him a terrible liar. Reinhardt quickly raises his hands, faking absolute terror, and promises to tell the entire story. He spins a dramatic tale about being a prisoner who managed to escape during the chaos. She points out that if he saved the princess, he should be living in a mansion, not begging on the streets. He explains the political reality. The Solarian Knights are trying to assassinate them, and Prince Bertus will execute him if he shows his face. The woman quietens down, analyzing his story. Reinhardt silently celebrates his own professional lying skills. But then, her eyes soften with a deep, tragic sadness. She looks at the floor, whispering about how tough it must have been for the young folk after the Demon King died. Suddenly, she wraps her arms around Reinhardt, pulling him into a tight, emotional hug. Reinhardt is completely stunned, his face turning bright red as she comforts him. She lets go, suggesting that there might be a residual demon curse lingering on his body from the castle. She tells him to wait while she prepares a spell. Reinhardt's eyes go wide. Wait, what spell? A magic circle manifests in her hands. She is chanting a purification spell. Dispel! A bright flash of purple magic erupts, engulfing Reinhardt in a wave of light. The magic fades, and the woman looks at him, her jaw dropping. Her red eyes stare at his head in absolute disbelief. Reinhardt looks down at his hands, realizing the mana flow has completely shifted. He reaches up, his fingers brushing against two sharp, curved horns. His red hair is fully exposed. The dispel magic just completely neutralized his camouflage scroll. His demon prince identity is out in the open. He stammers, trying to laugh it off, but his brain is in full system crash. But before he can scream, the woman drops straight to her knees, bowing her head to the floor. "Your Highness," she cries. Reinhardt is completely speechless. She looks up, her eyes filled with tears, asking if he truly does not remember her. She summons a dark flame in her hand, her fangs fully extending. Reinhardt looks at her glowing fangs, and his writer brain finally connects the dots. She is a vampire. And not just any vampire, but a high-ranking member of the demon army. He scratches his head, admitting he has no idea who she is due to his amnesia. She quickly stands up, telling him they need to move immediately before anyone else detects his demonic mana. She pulls back a heavy curtain, leading him toward the private rooms upstairs. Reinhardt follows, cursing his own luck. He escaped a palace plot, just to walk straight into a demon hideout. They enter her cozy second-floor living quarters. She immediately serves him 2 massive hamburgers, which our starving prince happily accepts. Between bites, Reinhardt explains that he only knows his own name and title, nothing else. The vampire looks out the window, closing the blinds. She says it is a miracle he survived. She kneels formally in front of his couch. She introduces herself, Eleris, codename Tuesday, a member of the Demon King Army's Gardium infiltration squad. Reinhardt thinks her codename sounds like a middle school Chunabu phase, but he keeps that to himself. He asks why a vampire is running a retail shop in a sunny human city. Eleris blushes, giggling nervously as she admits she had to find a building with a shop attached to save money on the rent. Reinhardt is disappointed. The terrifying demon vanguard is basically struggling with inflation. She leans forward, explaining that there are 2 other squad members active in the capital. The first is Sarkagar, a dreadfind operating under the false identity of Count Argon Pontius. He is a master of face change magic, and was the one who originally kidnapped Princess Charlotte. Reinhardt makes a mental note to stay far away from him. He asks about the second member. Eleris explains that the second is a lycanthrope known as Irene's Wild Dog, who runs the capital's undercity. She used her physical combat skills to unite the local gangs under her banner. Reinhardt is stunned. The infiltration squad is basically a bunch of street gangsters. Eleris notes that this gang is currently the primary source of funding for their entire espionage operation. Reinhardt is actually impressed, wondering what highly sophisticated corporate business they run. He takes a calm sip of water as Eleris prepares to explain. She says they make their money by selling gum to bypassers. Reinhardt immediately spits his water across the room. They are literally just muggers. Eleris sighs, looking at him with gentle, sympathetic eyes. She is relieved he is safe, despite his lost memories. She smiles, declaring that now that the prince is here, they can finally begin rebuilding the demon world. Reinhardt locks eyes with her. No. He says it with absolute, cold finality. He has no interest in starting another war, rallying armies, or getting hunted by legendary heroes again. Eleris gasps, pleading with him to reconsider for the future of demon kind. But Reinhardt stands firm. He tells her the truth. The demon world is finished. He has no intention of being the king of a dead nation, and tells her she should stop acting like its servant. Eleris looks at him, the silence in the room turning incredibly heavy. She lowers her head, quietly accepting his decision. She apologizes for her outburst and tells him he must be exhausted from his journey. She walks toward the door, leaving him alone to rest. Reinhardt sinks into the couch, wondering if he was too harsh on her, but then he remembers her expression. Right before she turned away, she vaguely looked happy about his refusal. Later that night, the capital is quiet under the moonlight. Reinhardt is lying in bed, while Eleris sits quietly in the chair across from him, watching over him. He looks at her pale, beautiful features, realizing that despite being a vampire, she is remarkably gentle. He calls out her name, breaking the silence. He asks her to stop using formal royal language with him. She quietly apologizes. Reinhardt asks what kind of person his past self actually was. Eleris instantly panics, her hands waving, as she tells him he was the great pride of all demons. Reinhardt realizes his past self was definitely a massive tyrant. He tells her he is going to sleep, reminding her they have to meet the other squad members tomorrow. He turns over, but then realizes a massive logistical error. If he is sleeping in the only bed, where is she going to sleep? Before he can ask, the blanket lifts. Eleris climbs straight into the bed and cuddles right up against his back. Reinhardt's heart rate instantly goes into hyperdrive, his face burning like a furnace. He looks at her peaceful, sleeping face. He has been complaining about this brutal transmigration for days, but right now, our guy is silently screaming, "Hooray for the Demon King," as the screen fades to black. And the humans are still screaming their heads off, celebrating the war being over. But Reinhardt and Eleris are walking in the opposite direction, heading straight for the sewers. Fortunately, Reinhardt actually wrote a modern mana train system into this world, so they do not have to walk across the entire city. They arrive at the Bronze Gate near the Irene Riverside. Eleris admits it is basically a bum's nest, but they have no other choice. She leads him toward a massive sewer grate. The water pours out, filling the damp air with a heavy stench, and somewhere inside, a silver-haired girl sits by a campfire, sniffing the air. Our guy steps into the puddle, his boots splashing. Eleris holds up a lantern, warning him to watch his step because it is pitch black. Suddenly, a shadowy figure looms in the darkness. Reinhardt screams in terror. Eleris calls out her name, Loyar. The figure drops to one knee, bowing deeply. She introduces herself formally as the infiltration squad's vanguard. Reinhardt is stunned. He had no idea the terrifying Undercity gang leader was actually a tomboyish wolf girl. Eleris explains that Sarkagar is currently busy with noble duties, and drops the news that the prince has amnesia. Loyar locks her sharp yellow eyes on him, asking if it is true. When Reinhardt nods, she lets out a massive sigh of relief. Her mind immediately flashes back to the previous prince, who was an absolute trash-tier tyrant who treated her like an actual pet. Eleris scolds her for talking back, while Reinhardt realizes his past self was a complete human rights disaster. He scratches his neck and offers a sincere apology. Loyar is completely thrown off by his humble attitude. He smiles, suggesting they put the past behind them and start on good terms. He reaches out his hand for a friendly handshake. They stand there in the dark sewer, their hands locked. Then Loyar's wolf instincts kick in. She gets incredibly flustered and screams, asking if he is trying to shake her paw. She barks and growls in pure embarrassment, while Eleris giggles behind her hand. Reinhardt apologizes again, realizing wolf girls are highly sensitive about hand gestures. Suddenly, a dramatic theatrical voice booms from the sewer tunnel. An older human noble in a sleek tailcoat comes running out, his arms raised high. He is crying at the top of his lungs, screaming for his beloved highness. He runs so fast, he literally runs out of breath and collapses onto the stone floor. This is Sarkagar. He crawls over and clutches Reinhardt's legs, weeping hysterically about the filthy humans. Reinhardt is suffocating under his weight, remembering Eleris's warning that Sarkagar is a fanatical drama queen. Loyar steps in and grabs Sarkagar by his collar, dragging him off like a misbehaving puppy. They gather around the sewer campfire, the atmosphere turning slightly more serious. Sarkagar immediately insists they must rebuild the demon realm and exact bloody revenge on the human empire. Reinhardt crosses his arms, pointing out that he is currently a weak, useless kid. Sarkagar objects, claiming his highness is a legendary archdemon. Reinhardt asks what exactly makes an archdemon such a big deal. The entire squad stares at him in absolute silence. They cannot believe the prince forgot his own biology. Sarkagar begins to explain. Centuries ago, the demon realm was a chaotic war zone. Until one day, a single species united them all by directly interfering with their minds, earning the title of archdemon. Reinhardt nods, understanding the history. Sarkagar urges him to return to the ruins and reunite the clans. He wants him to build an army immediately. Reinhardt shuts him down. He explains that starting a war right now is the absolute worst tactical decision. He points out they are in the heart of enemy territory. He proposes staying in the capital to study human culture and plan a strategy. Sarkagar is deeply moved by his brilliant tactical foresight, completely unaware that Reinhardt just wants to eat hamburgers and ride the train. Sarkagar then raises a finger, claiming he has a perfect, clever idea. He suggests Reinhardt enroll in Temple, the Empire's elite academy. Reinhardt's face goes pale. Loyar actually agrees, pointing out it is the perfect cover to grow stronger. Reinhardt panics, trying to find an excuse. He asks what happens if his identity is exposed. He begs Eleris to help him out, but Eleris smiles and claps her hands, calling it an amazing idea. Reinhardt realizes his own team is backing him into a corner. Then, Sarkagar pulls a beautiful golden ruby ring from his finger. It is the Dreadfiend's ring. With this, Reinhardt can alter his physical appearance however he wishes. Sarkagar grins, telling him the Empire will be completely blind. Reinhardt's internal monologue is just pure screaming. And so, the decision is made. Our guy is going to school. The next day, Loyar leads him deeper into their undercity hideout. She introduces her most trusted enforcer, Daibun, a massive, intimidating bald man. Daibun looks at Reinhardt's new disguise and nods in approval. He shakes his hand, welcoming him to the family. Under the ring's illusion magic, Reinhardt now has messy blonde hair and sharp blue eyes. His new name is officially Reinhardt. Eleris notes they need a fake name because using Valier is basically asking for an execution. Loyar suggests Hellscream, and Sarkagar suggests Rich King. Reinhardt realizes his subordinates are absolute edgelords. He scratches his neck, telling them to shut up and stick to Reinhardt. With his new look and a fake commoner ID, the path to Temple is clear. Daibun hands him his paper documents, telling Loyar they have everything ready. Loyar bites into an apple, saying they just need to raise the kid and settle down. Daibun looks at her, his face turning slightly nervous. And then, he drops the ultimate reality check. How are we going to pay for the tuition? Loyar's jaw drops. Tuition? Daibun nods, confirming that with their current beggar income, they cannot afford a single semester of Temple. Reinhardt holds his head. He completely forgot how expensive he made this place. Temple is the most prestigious school on the continent. 1 year of tuition is equivalent to a massive $100,000. Loyar rests her chin on her hand, asking if they can squeeze the gang's budget. Reinhardt takes a sip of his drink, realizing that selling candy is definitely a front for something shady. Loyar claims that if they cut any more funds, the gang will have to close up shop. Suddenly, Reinhardt raises his fist. He tells them to just cover the tuition for the first semester. Loyar looks at him, asking if he is planning on going for a scholarship. Reinhardt explains his plan. Now that the legendary hero is dead, the Empire is desperate for talent. If a student demonstrates outstanding ability during the entrance exam, Temple waives their tuition completely. He is confident that his archdemon bloodline will unlock some crazy talent, and if all else fails, he can just use his achievement points. Daibun rubs his face, admitting they do not even have the initial admission fee. The Bronze Gate Bridge has been completely empty lately, and their revenue is tanking. Reinhardt smirks, resting his hand on his chin. He suggests they change their business model. Daibun looks up, curious. Reinhardt explains, if the customers are not coming to the sewer, they go to them. They need a place with high foot traffic and easy escape routes. The Mana Train. He suggests they start selling cheap toys and snacks on the express cars. Parents will have absolutely no choice but to buy them when their kids start screaming. It is a brilliant, slightly evil monetization strategy. Daibun's eyes light up, calling him a genius. Loyar is completely stunned by his business mind. Reinhardt offers his hand to shake on the deal. Loyar reaches out, her hand locking with his. But the second their hands touch, she realizes she is acting like an obedient dog again. She panics and punches him in the shoulder, screaming that she is not a pet. Reinhardt rubs his arm, laughing. That night, the gang throws a massive celebration for their new business model. Reinhardt is downing drinks with the bums, completely forgetting his royal status. Daibun raises a wooden mug, declaring a toast to their newest family member, Reinhardt. The entire sewer erupts into cheers as they clink their cups together. Deep into the night, the bums are completely passed out on the tables. Reinhardt is heavily buzzed, his cheeks flushed red. He pours another drink for Daibun, who is slurring his words. He casually asks Daibun about the gang's real operations. Daibun giggles drunkenly, confessing they are actually the Rotary Gang, and they run the entire Undercity. Reinhardt's eyes go sharp. He realizes Eleris was right. Loyar is running a massive mafia through sheer physical violence. He realizes she is definitely hiding something major from him. Suddenly, a terrifying shadow blocks the doorway. Loyar is standing there, her eyes glowing with absolute, murderous fury. She screams, asking Daibun why the hell they gave alcohol to a minor, and grabs Reinhardt by his shirt collar. She drags him away like a sack of potatoes, while Daibun can only whisper an apology. She tosses him into her private office, slamming the door. Reinhardt lands on his butt, his buzz instantly fading. He looks up at her, his face turning serious. He asks her directly, "Loyar, let me ask you one thing. Where is the gang's real money coming from?" Loyar freezes, her ears twitching. She admits she did not want to hide it from him. Reinhardt looks her dead in the eye, asking if they are doing anything that harms innocent people. Loyar sits down, rubbing her face. She confesses that selling candy is just a front. Her gang actually works with the Gardias Thieves Guild, collecting high-tier intelligence under the guise of beggars. She tells him that if he commands it, she will disclose everything. But she suggests he forget about the Undercity once he enters the prestigious halls of Temple. Reinhardt nods, agreeing that once he gets his scholarship, they can sever ties with the gang. The next day, Reinhardt and Daibun head to the capital's administration bureau to finalize his fake ID. With his paperwork complete, they arrive at the towering gates of Temple Academy. They enter the Grand Counseling Office, which is packed with wealthy nobles and their kids. Daibun notes that everyone is here to get their talents evaluated to bypass the massive tuition. He pulls Reinhardt toward the front desk, his massive frame parting the crowd. The overhead intercom calls out their number. A neat, tired-looking receptionist greets them from behind a glass window. Reinhardt and Daibun step up, looking like a pair of absolute commoners. She looks at their tattered clothes, reminding them that this is the elite admissions window. Reinhardt hands over their coins, saying he is here to pay for one semester. The receptionist sighs, telling him they do not allow students to register with only one semester's worth of tuition. Reinhardt is stunned. "What? Why not?" she explains, with a smug smile, that poor kids always try to borrow money from wealthy students once they get inside. Reinhardt curses internally. The bureaucracy of this school is disgustingly cunning. He turns to leave, but Daibun grabs his shoulder. Daibun yells at the receptionist, claiming the boy is a secret supernatural genius. He whispers to her, asking if the talent evaluation test is free. The receptionist reluctantly agrees, standing up to fetch the testing equipment. Reinhardt tells Daibun this is a waste of time, but Daibun urges him to just do everything they can. She places a glowing blue crystal orb on the counter, telling Reinhardt to place his hand on it. Reinhardt is terrified. If this thing detects his archdemon mana, he will have to use his ring to make a run for it. He touches the orb. It glitters slightly, but then completely freezes. The receptionist looks at her console, apologizing because the machine seems to be broken. Daibun asks if he actually has some hidden power, but Reinhardt tells him to stop leaning on him. Reinhardt looks at his system screen, knowing his base stats are F-tier garbage. The receptionist places a brand new double-checked crystal orb on the table. Reinhardt places his hand on it again. The receptionist gasps. The orb glitters with a chaotic, blinding blue light. It starts vibrating violently on the pedestal. Reinhardt wonders if his talent is just breaking expensive school equipment. The receptionist stares at her console, her face turning pale. She covers her mouth, whispering in absolute shock. Daibun yells, asking what the results are. She stammers out the word aptitudes. She explains that an aptitude is a lower dormant version of a talent that requires work to unlock. Usually, students are rejected if they only have aptitudes. But she looks at Reinhardt like she is looking at an alien and drops the bomb. Reinhardt does not have one talent, so the results are back, and the evaluator is currently having a total brain melt because holy and dark magic should not exist in the same person. Before our guy can even process this, Daibun delivers a high-tier vertebrae-displacing slap to his back. Nothing says congratulations like a physical assault from your own enforcer. Reinhardt is currently kissing the desk, regretting every single life choice that led to this moment. Out in the city streets, the news travels fast. Loyar is so stunned she almost drops her street boss persona right there in public. Daibun is gloating like he personally coded Reinhardt's DNA, prompting Loyar to immediately shut him up with a physical neck chop. She sits down next to our guy, giving him a silent, proud thumbs up. Reinhardt, however, is not celebrating. He knows exactly why his stats are like this. It is the ultimate lazy author cheat code, infinite aptitude. It means he can unlock literally any class or skill tree if he has enough achievement points. Daibun notices his quiet existential crisis and asks what is wrong. Reinhardt lies through his teeth, saying he is just glad he won't be a financial burden to the gang anymore. Daibun takes absolute 100% credit for this entire development. Classic side character behavior, taking credit for the literal magic system of the universe. But here is the catch. Class A is the absolute peak of the royal class, which means he is being thrown directly into a den of high-ego snobs instead of farming points in a safe corner. Back at the magic shop, he faceplants onto Eleris's table, completely exhausted. He tells her he got assigned to Class 1A. Eleris looks at him, sensing the deep panic radiating from his skull. He has a very good reason to be worried. According to the plot he wrote, Class A is basically designed to be a giant punching bag for the main character, Ludwig, who is in Class B. He is basically spawning in the faction destined to get publicly embarrassed for 3 consecutive story arcs. Eleris, being the sweetest vampire to ever exist, tells him she has complete faith in him. But faith does not stop arrogant high-tier nobles from challenging you to magical duels on day 1. She pours him some tea, promising that the squad will support him from the shadows. Reinhardt looks up, his eyes narrowing. He decides to ask her the one question that has been bothering him. Why do you want me to go to this human school so badly? What if I get strong and start another world war? Eleris stirs her cup, her expression turning incredibly soft. Because, she says, I believe that if you spend enough time with them, you will learn to love them too. Before he can process the emotional weight of that, she drops a massive suitcase of clothes on him. And then, her hands ignite with a bright, warm, magical fire. She leans in and places a delicate gemstone necklace around his neck. It is a bright, deep red ruby pendant. She asks him if he remembers her codename, Tuesday. He nods. She explains that long ago, there were 7 great vampire clans named after the 7 days of the week. This necklace is the Flame of Tuesday, the absolute treasure of her clan. Reinhardt is stunned. This is a top-tier heirloom. She tells him that just like the ring hides his identity, this necklace will let him bypass his current limits and use fire magic. He holds the gem, feeling the faint hum of power inside it. He stands up, ready to try it out. He channels his mana, expecting a massive shonen protagonist explosion of flames. And a pathetic little spark pops out of his palm with a weak hiss. He stares at his hand, deeply offended by his own output. Why is it so weak? I feel like a human lighter. Eleris smiles, a slightly mischievous glint in her eyes. She explains that this particular relic runs on a very specific fuel source, negative emotions. The more hatred and malice he feels toward his target, the stronger the fire gets. He looks at the gem again, understanding her true intent. She gave him a weapon that is useless unless he is in genuine danger. He looks Eleris in the eye and promises he will try his best to never ignite this flame until he graduates. She smiles, her heart visibly melting at his maturity. Later that night, the door creaks open. Loyar walks in and drops a massive, heavy sack of gold directly onto the table. Since he got a full scholarship, she tells him to use this massive pile of coins as his personal allowance. Reinhardt is touched. His demon underlings are genuinely taking care of him. But then, Loyar opens her mouth and delivers a historic. Reinhardt physically pushes her out of his room, yelling at her to go to bed herself. Once the door clicks shut, the silence returns, and our guy's face completely drops. Because he just remembered the single biggest flaw in his cozy slice-of-life novel. As a writer, he had a major issue. He absolutely sucked at writing happy, peaceful endings. Whenever a story got too cozy, he got bored. So, in the exact middle of the story, he opened a massive interdimensional gate that let out a literal army of world-ending monsters. His eyes go wide as the realization hits him. Yes, the world is scheduled to collapse into ash in a few semesters, and it is entirely his fault because his 30-year-old self couldn't handle writing a wholesome romance novel. He clutches his hair, aggressively contemplating running away to a different continent. But if he runs, the story still happens. He thinks of Eleris, Loyar, and the rest of the squad. If the gate opens, they will be the first ones to get wiped out. He slaps his cheeks. He is the author. He caused this mess. He pulls out his black and gold student ID card. He needs to enter Temple, grind as many achievement points as possible, and use the system's revision power to physically delete the gate from existence before it can open. No more slacking. It is time to save his own skin. The next morning, the grand gates of Temple Academy are flooded with carriage traffic and elite students. Reinhardt walks through the main courtyard, wearing his clean white and gold uniform. He looks up at the massive, castle-like buildings. He modeled this place after an elite university, but seeing his lazy descriptions manifest in real-life marble is wild. He is currently calculating the construction budget of this place in his head when a voice calls out to him. He is wandering the polished marble halls, carrying his suitcase like a lost tourist. A beautiful blonde girl, with her hair tied in a blue bow stops and looks at him. She walks up, asking if he is a new student who needs help finding his room. She introduces herself with a polite smile as Ceres van Owen, the class president of the royal class. She asks to see his student ID. She reads it, Reinhardt, no last name, class A11. She points down a lavish hallway, telling him his room is in the class A wing. She reminds him that the freshman welcome party starts at 1 p.m. sharp and attendance is mandatory. He thanks her and walks off, leaving the helpful upperclassmen behind. He searches the corridor, checking the high-end wooden doors. He finds room A11. He taps his student ID against the glowing circular magic lock on the handle. The door clicks open, with a bright flash of golden runes. He steps inside, and his jaw immediately drops. He does not remember writing these dorms to be this ridiculously huge. This is not a student dorm. This is a high-end royal suite with marble floors, a massive fireplace, and expensive chandeliers. He drops his suitcase, looking around the massive bedroom. Sitting on a table in the center of the room is a large, beautifully wrapped gift box. He picks it up, wondering if the school is actually this considerate. He opens it to find a map of temple, a list of rules, some high-end cookies, a notepad, and a pen. With some time left before the party, he flops onto the giant bed. He opens the notebook and starts writing down every key character he can remember. He writes down Bertus and Ellen, trying to map out his future classmates. Before he can finish his list, the magic speaker in the ceiling chimes with a loud announcement. All first-year royal class students are ordered to gather in the central lobby immediately. He closes the notebook, realizing he is going to have to wing it with most of these people. He enters the central lobby, which is already packed with teenagers wearing the same elite uniform. He spots a golden-haired boy laughing loudly with his peers, classic popular guy energy. Beside him, a proud-looking girl with wavy brown hair stands with her arms crossed, looking highly unimpressed. Reinhardt sweats, realizing he can only visually recognize about 3 people in this entire crowd. Suddenly, his gaze shifts upward. Standing on the circular balconies overlooking the lobby are the upperclassmen. They are staring down at the freshmen with absolute, cold-blooded intensity. Reinhardt feels a chill. This is the classic elite school hierarchy in action. Before he can take another step, someone physically steps on his foot. He loses his balance and hits the floor, clutching his foot in absolute, unholy agony. "Check if someone is behind you before you step backward," he screams, tears forming in his eyes. The person who stepped on him kneels down, looking incredibly apologetic. The boy reaches out a hand to help him up. Reinhardt freezes as he looks at the kid's face. "I'm so sorry. My name is Ludwig. What about you?" the boy says with a bright, earnest grin. Reinhardt stares. It is him, Ludwig, the literal main character of his own novel. He takes his hand, introducing himself as Reinhardt, realizing the protagonist is exactly as dense and clumsy as he wrote him. Ludwig points toward the stage as the announcement blares again. The welcome party is starting. Ceres van Owen stands at the microphone, calling the room to order. The students are directed to 2 long rows of luxurious red velvet chairs in the center of the lobby. Reinhardt counts the chairs. Class B has 11 people instead of the standard 10. His special admission has officially disrupted the perfect balance of the student roster. He takes his seat at the very end as A11, realizing he is basically a giant target for any noble looking to bully a talentless commoner. Ceres announces that they will start with self-introductions, starting with student number A1. The handsome blonde boy from earlier stands up with a brilliant, royal smile. "I am number A1, Bertus de Gardias." Reinhardt's eyes go wide. Bertus was supposed to enroll under a fake identity to hide his status. Why is he using his real name? Next is A4, the haughty girl with the red ribbons, Harriet de Saint-Owan. The introductions continue down the line to A10, Cayer Voiden. Then, it is Reinhardt's turn. He stands up, scratching his head, introducing himself simply as Reinhardt. Instantly, the entire room erupts into loud, judgmental whispers about the commoner boy with infinite aptitude, but zero physical presence. He quickly sits back down, his face burning from the sheer embarrassment. Across the aisle, Prince Bertus watches him with a cold, highly calculating smile. The microphone chimes again, directing the attention to Class B1. Reinhardt is still recovering from his stage fright when the next voice begins to speak. His pupils physically shrink into tiny pinpricks as he looks toward the speaker. The girl stands up, her long, beautiful golden hair catching the light. "Nice to meet you all," she says with a serene, perfect smile. "I'm number B1, Charlotte de Gardias." Here is the first thing you need to know about Temple Academy. Outside power does not mean anything once you cross these gates. Even the royal family has to play by the rules and prove their talent just to stay registered. Which brings us to the golden boy on the throne, Bertus de Gardias. He is the secret villain of this story, and entering this class is his first step to absolute control. But there is a major problem with the current seating chart. Both the prince and the princess are in the exact same year. Reinhardt is sitting in the back, sweating, because this is definitely not how his novel was supposed to go. Saving the princess from that prison camp basically shattered the original timeline. Originally, Bertus was supposed to hide his identity and lay low. Instead, he is playing the public relations game on maximum volume from day one, and our guy is getting actual chills watching his own character manipulate the room. To give you an idea of how much of a pay-to-win character Bertus actually is, his backers literally poured resources into him until he awakened 3 separate high-tier talents: combat, magic sensitivity, and perfect mana control. He is basically a custom-built swordmaster with a crown, so that part of the novel is still intact. The real wildcard is Princess Charlotte. She has been assigned to Class B1. directly across from the prince. Reinhardt knows she is not weaker than Bertus, so placing her in Class B is a highly tactical decision. The faculty probably realized that putting two heavily armed royal rivals in the same classroom was a speedrun to a double homicide. Ceres van Owen taps the microphone, redirecting the room to the official student handbook. The rule is simple. Inside Temple, nobles and commoners are treated exactly the same. And if you try to start a class war, the student council will immediately expedite your expulsion. Then, she pulls out a special scroll, an official decree from the royal palace itself, and the terms are incredibly specific. If Charlotte or Bertus is physically harmed in any way, even by accident, the other party is permanently disqualified from inheriting the throne. Emperor Neliod really just looked at his chaotic kids and signed a legally binding sibling treaty. Reinhardt looks at the scroll, realizing the genius of this move. It is not just a rule for the prince and princess. It is a warning to all their followers that if you try to take out the rival principal, you actually ruin your own boss's career. As soon as the ceremony wraps up, Bertus immediately gets to work. He approaches Eric, A9, who is practically bowing on the marble floor. Bertus tells him to relax, smiling like a savior. Reinhardt watches from the sidelines, deeply grossed out by how smoothly this guy operates. He is already dropping custom compliments about Eric's family vineyard like a seasoned politician. He has the poor guy completely tamed in under 30 seconds. But then, Bertus excuses himself and walks toward a quiet girl sitting in the corner. Reinhardt's eyes narrow as he watches him go. Bertus approaches her with a warm smile, offering an apology. Reinhardt realizes who she is. Black hair, calm eyes. It is Ellen, officially registered as A2. She is a quiet, incredibly broken combat genius with the rare revenge talent, but her real secret is her last name, Artorius. She is the little sister of the legendary hero who sacrificed his life to defeat the Demon King. Before Reinhardt can process her entry, a hyperactive voice breaks the tension. Ludwig arrives with a giant wave, smiling like a standard shonen protagonist. The room goes incredibly quiet as the Class A nobles glare at the commoner boy. In the original novel, this is where Ludwig gets a giant target painted on his back. For talking to Class A, Ludwig spots Reinhardt and immediately approaches him, offering a friendly handshake. Reinhardt shakes it, while Harriet watches them from her plush chair with absolute, pure disgust. Bertus is watching them too, his golden eyes gleaming with interest. Ludwig, being completely oblivious to the room's murderous aura, walks up to Harriet to introduce himself. He reaches out his hand, asking for her name. Harriet reacts instantly, snapping her hand forward to slap his arm away. "Fuck off," she says, her voice dripping with rage. "This is Class A territory." Ludwig stammers, completely confused by her sudden aggression. She stands up, poking him hard in the chest to push him back. She tells him it feels like trash when Class B commoners start meddling where they do not belong. Ludwig stumbles backward, but a firm hand catches him by the shoulder. Bertus steps in, his voice calm but incredibly sharp. "Harriet," he says, "aren't you going a bit too far?" Harriet's face completely drains of color. She is the daughter of a duke, but even she cannot ignore the crown prince. She stammers out an apology, her pride completely shattered in front of the entire lobby. She turns away, clenching her fists in silent, furious humiliation. Bertus immediately pivots back to Ludwig, introducing himself with a warm, friendly smile. He tells him to not worry about her, playing the part of the perfect, caring royal. He even offers to show Ludwig how to use the Academy's communication devices. Reinhardt watches them walk away, arm in arm. Beside him, Eric is practically crying tears of joy over how angelic the prince is. Reinhardt is just standing there, internally facepalming at the sheer political theater of it all. Suddenly, his system interface bleeps. Our guy looks at the screen, deeply offended. 100 points is basically pocket change compared to the cost of actual talents. The system screen literally tells him, "Don't be greedy." He sighs, collapsing back onto his bed to review his options. If he wants to survive the upcoming gate crisis, he needs to buy a talent. He opens the supernatural abilities submenu. The options are insane: flame, lightning, teleportation, mind reading. But there is a catch. These abilities start at a flat 10,000 points, and they manifest in an incredibly weak state. He decides to hoard his points for now. Unlocking a weak fire spark right now is not going to save him from anything. The next morning, the official registration begins. The students are led through the campus to their respective classrooms. Reinhardt looks out the window, realizing the school routine is moving forward exactly as scheduled. He sits at his wooden desk, trying to look focused. The classroom door slides open, and a tall man steps up to the podium. This is Mr. Eppenhauser, the homeroom teacher of Class 1-day. He explains the schedule. Mondays and Thursdays are common lectures, and the other days are for specialized training. He immediately appoints Bertus as the temporary class leader. Bertus accepts with a polite nod, playing his role perfectly. Eppenhauser tells the class that all minor issues should go through Bertus, but then, his expression turns incredibly cold. However, he says, "Call me immediately if a real fight breaks out. We try to keep you from killing each other, but only if we see it." The room goes silent as the weight of his words lands. A student with freckles hesitantly raises his hand. He asks what happens if the teacher actually has to interfere. Eppenhauser adjusts his glasses, his tone turning dangerously calm. He tells them that because they are royal class, they are subject to special management, which means he is legally permitted to immediately punish any student who steps out of line. A wave of pure, concentrated murderous intent fills the room, making the noble students physically shiver. Cayer, A10, tries to scoff, asking if the teacher is actually capable of that. "I have been doing this for 10 years, Eppenhauser says simply. The sheer pressure in the air is enough to shut up every noble in the room. Reinhardt is thoroughly impressed by how terrifying he is. Then, Eppenhauser looks down at his attendance sheet. A11, Reinhardt. "Follow me." Reinhardt sweats, wondering if his demon identity got leaked on day 1. He follows the teacher to a quiet, sunlit private office. Eppenhauser sits down, looking over Reinhardt's official file. He hands him a document detailing the specialized paths of his classmates. A3 is taking meditation and supernatural control, while A5 is focusing on close combat. He points out that every student has a clear, defined talent and class schedule. Reinhardt swallows hard, waiting for the lecture. "But you," Eppenhauser says, "have infinite potential but absolutely no active talent to show for it." Our guy is surprised. The teacher is not scolding him, he is genuinely trying to help him find a starting point. He tells Reinhardt that having no set talent means he has the rare freedom to choose whatever path he wants. Reinhardt thinks fast, his mind flashing back to his system menu. "I want to learn a supernatural ability," he says. Eppenhauser pauses, looking at him through his glasses. He asks if supernatural abilities are actually included in his infinite aptitude. Reinhardt sweats, giving a nervous laugh. He only chose it because he thought the classes were cheap in his own lore. Eppenhauser taps his desk. "Normally, you cannot attend those classes without an active ability. If you fail to show results in the royal class, you will get kicked out." Reinhardt nods silently, understanding the risk. The teacher pulls out a heavy leather folder, opening it. "I will let you attend one trial lesson. This is your schedule, and I will not accept any changes." He advises Reinhardt to look for other practical interests if the supernatural path does not work out. Reinhardt looks at the paper, feeling a strange sense of gratitude. He thanks the teacher and stands up to leave. Walking back to the classroom, he realizes Eppenhauser is actually an incredibly good educator. He slides the wooden door open, stepping back into the classroom. The room instantly goes quiet, as all the noble students turn to stare at him. He walks back to his seat, feeling the heavy, judgmental gazes of the entire front row. As soon as he sits down, a smug voice whispers from the desk behind him. "Hey, 11? So you really don't have any talents, do you?" "So." We left off with Cayer deciding that today was a great day to pick a fight. Our guy looks at him, his internal battery already sitting at 0%. Cayer stands up, yelling at the entire classroom about how Reinhardt has no talent. He is complaining that a commoner with 0 skills is taking up a seat in the prestigious Class A. And Reinhardt is currently sitting there, dragging his chair back like he is preparing to lecture a toddler. Cayer keeps gloating, completely oblivious to the fact that he is talking to the guy who wrote his entire character sheet. He even mocks Reinhardt for greeting the Class B students yesterday. Reinhardt stands up, and Cayer's smug smile immediately falters. He slams his hand on the desk, asking Cayer why the hell he is complaining about a decision the admissions office made. He takes a step forward, asking if Cayer thinks he personally bribed the school to get in. Cayer stammers, completely taken aback by the sudden shift in energy. Reinhardt gets right in his face, asking if Cayer is secretly the head of the admissions board. And then, his eyes go completely cold. He leans in, whispering a highly customized threat based on Cayer's private stats. He pats Cayer on the head like an aggressive older brother, telling him to shut his mouth. Our guy sits back down, leaving Cayer completely stunned and humiliated at his desk. The rest of the class starts whispering, calling Reinhardt a complete maniac. And that is when the post-argument panic finally hits him. He realized he just speedran his way to becoming the class villain on his very first morning. He looks around, wondering if he should just double down on the bad boy persona. But then, Prince Bertus looks back at him and grins. And that is a highly terrifying sight because Bertus is the exact kind of villain who loves chaotic people. Reinhardt grinds his teeth, hoping he didn't just accidentally become the prince's favorite toy. At lunchtime, the students head to the grand dining hall. The cafeteria is crowded with the most elite students in the empire. Reinhardt is sitting alone, picking at his plate while Bertus continues to watch him. He is trying to eat, but the prince's constant golden gaze is highly distracting. He decides to focus on the other tables instead, and that is when he spots the main character of his novel doing some absolute main character nonsense. Ludwig is currently sitting with Princess Charlotte, and he has decided that the best way to help her recover from her illness is to force-feed her. The dining hall of Class B is filled with warm, wholesome laughter, while Class A is a silent pit of despair. He watches Bertus make small talk with Harriet, buttering her up about her magic sensitivity. Harriet is blushing like a classic anime schoolgirl, completely falling for the prince's charms. Meanwhile, Ludwig is still trying to get Charlotte to eat a massive steak. Charlotte looks pale, politely telling him she cannot handle greasy food. Ludwig ignores her, physically placing a giant piece of meat onto her plate. Reinhardt watches her take a bite, looking like she is actively chewing on a piece of leather. He realizes that as a professional introvert, he has absolutely no business worrying about how extroverts run their lives. Next up is physical education class, and our guy's nightmare officially begins. The PE instructor is a military-grade drill sergeant who does not care about your magic talents. He immediately orders 20 laps around the massive Colosseum arena right after lunch. He is screaming at them to run, telling them that physical training is mandatory for everyone. Harriet is running in the back, gasping for air and complaining that wizards should not be doing cardio. The instructor runs up behind her, his shadow towering over her like a dark cloud. He screams directly into her ear, telling her she would already be dead in a real battle. Reinhardt is currently running for his literal life, hearing her screams in the distance. Ludwig runs up next to him, looking like he is going for a casual morning stroll. Our guy is seriously considering spending his precious points on a stamina buff just to survive this semester. Suddenly, a dark blur passes them at high speed. It is Ellen, running like a sports car on a drag strip. The only thing Ludwig can actually match Ellen in is pure, unadulterated stamina. Reinhardt is currently wearing a face of pure, concentrated suffering as he finishes his laps, but the torment does not stop there. Next up is sit-ups, and Harriet is currently holding his feet while counting. He looks over at the sidelines and spots Princess Charlotte sitting comfortably on a wooden bench. She is excused from PE because of her poor health, looking like a delicate flower surrounded by spring blossoms. Our guy is incredibly jealous of her medical exemption as the instructor screams at another crying student. He pushes through his 40-second sit-up, knowing that slacking means 10 extra laps. Meanwhile, Ludwig is doing sit-ups at warp speed, looking like a human ceiling fan. After the class from hell, the boys head to the communal locker rooms to change. Reinhardt is standing by his locker, his muscles feeling like overcooked noodles. He is staring blankly into space, trying to ignore the absolute physical wreckage of his body. A classmate next to him is crying, pointing out they have to do this exact same training on Thursday. Reinhardt wraps a towel around his waist, wishing he could transmigrate back to his office desk. And that is when Cayer walks up behind him, a smug, punchable grin back on his face. "You didn't look very fit out there, 11, Cayer sneers. "You don't seem good at fighting." He asks Reinhardt why he was acting so tough in the classroom when his physical stats are this pathetic. Reinhardt looks at him, his blue eyes narrowing to thin slits. Cayer steps in, physically pushing Reinhardt's shoulder to show off in front of the other boys. The locker room goes completely silent as the other students watch the confrontation. Bertus and Ludwig step into the room, their eyes immediately locking onto the scene. Reinhardt takes a deep breath, telling Cayer to back off, but Cayer just laughs, completely misinterpreting his calm tone as weakness. It makes no sense for someone without any talent. Before he can finish the word, Reinhardt's hand snaps forward, wrapping around Cayer's throat like a steel vise. His fangs are visible as he asks Cayer if he has a hearing problem. And then, he throws a massive full-force punch directly into Cayer's face. Yes, our guy's fist is currently moving at high velocity, and it connects cleanly with Cayer's jaw, making a highly satisfying impact sound. Cayer goes flying into the lockers, and the entire locker room immediately descends into absolute chaos. Ludwig and Bertus rush forward, physically grabbing Reinhardt's arms to hold him back. Cayer is clutching his bleeding mouth, screaming that he is going to murder Reinhardt today. The other students are yelling, and someone immediately runs out the door to get the teacher. Cut to Mr. Eppenhauser's private office. Reinhardt and Cayer are sitting on separate leather chairs, the silence in the room heavy enough to suffocate a horse. Cayer is crying, pointing his finger at Reinhardt and claiming he was physically assaulted on his very first day. Reinhardt is sitting calmly, realizing that Louis Angton was definitely the snitch who reported them. Eppenhauser tells Cayer to shut up, his cold gaze shifting to Reinhardt. He asks him directly if he threw the first punch. "Yes," Reinhardt says. "I did." Cayer grins, thinking he just won the disciplinary lottery. "But," Reinhardt continues, "Cayer made remarks that directly undermine the authority of Temple Academy." Cayer's smile completely vanishes as he stands up, shouting in confusion. Eppenhauser leans forward, his silver hair catching the light as he demands a proper explanation. Reinhardt explains that Cayer repeatedly claimed Reinhardt's admission to Class A was unjust and corrupt. The teacher listens, his face completely unexpressive. Reinhardt tells him he tried to defend the school, explaining that a student has no right to question the academy's decisions. He clenches his fist, acting like he is physically overwhelmed by his love for the institution. He claims Cayer tried to physically suppress him, so he reacted out of pure, righteous anger to defend Temple's honor. Enough, Eppenhauser says, silencing the room. He looks at Reinhardt, asking him if Cayer was truly undermining the school's decisions. Reinhardt internally grins. He has him completely hooked. As the author, he knows every single hidden character trait of his creations. He plays the part of the emotional student, crying about how Cayer claimed he used a dirty trick to get into Class A. He tells the teacher he is fine with personal insults, but he could not stand by and let Cayer insult the integrity of the great Gardias Empire. He drops his head into his hands, acting like a true patriot who just lost control of his rage. And here is the absolute genius of this move. He is currently exploiting Eppenhauser's single biggest weakness. Mr. Eppenhauser's hidden character trait is extreme, hardcore patriotism for the Empire. The teacher's face goes completely dark, his veins bulging on his forehead. He glares at Cayer, asking him if it is true that he blasphemed against the integrity of the school. Cayer is currently shaking, tears forming in his eyes as he realizes he is being accused of high treason by his homeroom teacher. Eppenhauser is a fair man, but insulting the Empire is a one-way ticket to his bad side. He demands a simple yes or no. Cayer cannot answer, his face pale as he looks at the floor. Reinhardt watches, realizing Cayer has officially lost the argument. Eppenhauser tells Cayer to remain in the office for further disciplinary action, and then he dismisses Reinhardt back to the classroom. Our guy walks out the door, completely victorious and entirely unpunished. He walks back down the hallway, adjusting his tie. He knows the rumors are going to spread like wildfire now. He is officially the class maniac, with a zero-tolerance policy for backtalk. But then, his system interface bleeps again. He has 1,000 points now, meaning he can finally buy his first real talent. He reviews his challenge list, noting that first place in the physical exam is worth 4,000 points. That is completely impossible, unless he physically breaks Ludwig's ankles during the next PE class. Cayer walks back into the classroom, his head lowered, and his shoulders slumped. Reinhardt looks at him, realizing Cayer is never going to look him in the eye again. The class starts, and Eppenhauser stands at the podium. He orders Bertus to collect the pre-registration forms. Bertus walks down the aisles, collecting the papers from the students. Eppenhauser tells the class they are dismissed back to the dorms once they submit their forms. The students leave the classroom, talking about where to go for dinner. Reinhardt remains at his desk, finishing his registration. The classroom is mostly empty now, with only a few students left. He is about to stand up when a loud, aggressive voice echoes from the hallway. It is Eric, and he is currently screaming at someone. Reinhardt walks to the door, his expression turning annoyed. He looks around the corner and spots Eric standing over a red-haired girl who has fallen to the floor. It is the quiet girl with the vibrant red hair and eyes. Eric is yelling at her, telling her to stay out of his sight. Ludwig immediately runs up to help her, while Reinhardt watches from the shadows. Our guy feels a sudden, heavy wave of guilt, because he is the one who wrote her backstory, making her get bullied purely because her red hair is viewed as a demonic omen. He clenches his fist, realizing his past writing was incredibly lazy and cruel. He watches Ludwig help her up, knowing she eventually becomes a main character. He opens his system interface, determined to get stronger so he can actually protect the people in this chaotic world. He scrolls down the talent menu, looking at the options, and that is when his eyes stop on a locked, hidden talent in his list. His eyes go wide as he recognizes the name. So, we left off with our guy staring at a secret talent in his system list. He is lying in bed, reviewing the skill description on his orange holographic screen. The skill is called Self-Suggestion, and it is a completely broken cheat ability that lets you make the impossible possible by literally hypnotizing yourself into believing you can do it. It is basically the ultimate placebo effect, and the system recycled it from his scrapped author files because it loves cheating. He spends his 1,000 points and buys it, opening his status screen to check his new build. But then, he spots a giant lock symbol next to it. It is currently sitting at level 0. He throws a pillow directly at the holographic screen, screaming that he just got scammed by his own afterlife system. The system screen explains that because it is a dormant supernatural ability, he has to forcefully awaken it. And the only way to forcefully awaken it is to put his F-tier body through a near-death, highly traumatic scenario. Reinhardt looks at the screen, flatly refusing to put himself through a medieval torture session just to activate a placebo buff. so his only other option is to farm another 1,000 points to buy a normal active talent. He opens his active challenge list, looking for some easy, low-risk points. The first option is get rejected after writing a love letter to a classmate. That is worth 200 points. But then, his eyes lock onto another option at the very bottom of the screen. His lips curve into a highly mischievous, slightly evil smile. Get a confession from a classmate. That is worth a whopping 1,000 points, and he already has a galaxy brain plan to cheese it. The scene shifts to the bustling civilian main street of Temple Academy. The district is packed with cafes, shops, and arcades where elite students commonly hang out. At a high-end dessert cafe, Kono, Cayer, and Eric are sitting at a booth, eating cake. Eric is complaining about his schedule, while Cayer sits quietly, still traumatized from his office meeting. Eric tells them there is no need to worry about a talentless, crazy commoner like Reinhardt. Kono Lint is busy trying to feed a donut to Cayer, acting like the class clown of the group. These three weren't supposed to become friends so quickly in the novel, but they successfully bonded over their shared hatred for Reinhardt. Eric asks Cayer why he was the one who got scolded in the office. Cayer clenches his fists, muttering that Reinhardt rambled about some national honor nonsense that he couldn't even understand. He grinds his teeth, swearing that he is going to destroy Reinhardt the first chance he gets. Kono Lint ignores the dark aura, looking out the window at the passing girls. He suddenly comments that all the girls in Class A are incredibly pretty. Eric sips his tea, telling him to not say that to their faces, because they are high nobility. But Kono wants to gossip, asking who they think is the absolute prettiest. They start ranking them. Princess Charlotte is a fruit they shouldn't even dream of, and Ellen is pretty, but terrifying. Kono Lint sighs, declaring that Liana de Grant is his absolute type. Suddenly, a shadow falls over their table. A gorgeous girl with waist-length silver hair, golden eyes, and a sleek tracksuit taps Kono on the shoulder. Kono's eyes turn into massive red hearts, steam literally pouring from his ears. She blushes, asking him if they can step outside for a quick, private chat. Kono stands up, leaving his friends completely frozen at the table as he walks out. Outside, under the warm orange sunset, she hesitantly hands him a pink envelope. Kono opens it to read a love letter. I fell in love at first sight. Please go out with me. The silver-haired girl looks down shyly, asking him what he thinks about her. Kono's brain completely short-circuits as he screams that he fell in love with her at first sight too. The girl smirks, her golden eyes flashing with a highly manipulative glint. In that case, I will come see you again next time, she says, immediately running off down the street. Kono Lint waves his arms wildly, screaming his love to the empty street. Inside the cafe, Eric and Cayer are currently pressed against the glass, their faces twisted in absolute, pure jealousy. They are muttering about how Kono Lint must have cheated, because there is no way he got a confession first. Meanwhile, back in his dorm room, the silver-haired girl slams the door shut, and then she pulls off the tracksuit, her body morphing back into Reinhardt's blonde-haired form. I sold my soul for points, he mutters, collapsing onto the floor in sheer emotional exhaustion. He is gasping for air, but his status screen chimes with a bright notification. He sits up, laughing at how easily he cheesed the system's rules. The challenge never specified that the confession had to be directed at Reinhardt. It just said a classmate had to confess to him. But then, the system immediately updates, adding a new rule. Our guy is currently screaming at his own system window for patching his favorite glitch in real time. He slaps his cheeks, trying to focus on the next step. He still needs one more talent to complete his build, which means he needs more points. He decides to tackle the rejection challenge next, write a love letter, and get rejected by a classmate. It is embarrassing, but it is a safe way to farm points without getting expelled. He walks up to the grand training hall, holding a small pink envelope. He is standing outside the massive wooden doors, feeling deeply pathetic about his life choices. But his target selection was highly tactical. He needs someone who does not care about school gossip and will not spread rumors after rejecting him. He peeks through the door crack, watching his target swing a wooden practice sword. It is A2, Ellen Artorius, moving like a quiet storm in the empty gym. Ellen is currently swinging her practice sword with absolute, terrifying power. Her strikes are creating actual shockwaves that split the air and shatter the wooden dummies in the gym. Reinhardt steps inside the hall, his F-tier body physically shivering from the sheer pressure. Ellen stops her training, her unexpressive black eyes locking onto him. She wipes her sweat with a towel, her breathing completely calm. Reinhardt walks up to her, holding out the pink love letter with a completely deadpan expression. This is how I feel. Please read it, he says, his voice flat. He is looking toward the ceiling, praying for the sweet release of death. Ellen takes the envelope, looking at it with a quiet, confused expression. In a highly stylized chibi sequence, Ellen opens the letter, says no, and Reinhardt immediately says okay and takes it back. He walks out the door, the entire interaction lasting roughly 4 seconds. He drops his head against the hallway wall, clutching his chest in sheer secondary embarrassment. The next day, the class gathers in the Colosseum for swordsmanship practice. The scarred female instructor is screaming at them to swing faster, pacing behind the students. Reinhardt is holding his wooden sword, sweat dripping down his face. He is struggling to maintain his form, his muscles burning from the exertion. But his main problem is Ellen, who is currently standing right next to him. Swordsmanship theory and practice is a combined lecture, meaning he has to stand near his recent rejecter for the next 2 hours. The instructor screams at him to stretch his arms more, her voice echoing through the Colosseum. Meanwhile, the giant bearded instructor is watching Ellen, praising her perfect, unyielding stance. Ellen keeps swinging effortlessly, her movements clean and precise. The bearded instructor rubs his chin, suddenly remembering something. "Isn't there another student from Class A in this lecture?" he asks, looking at his clipboard. He reads the sheet, A11, Reinhardt. He grins, suggesting that the 2 elite royal class students have a live practice fight today. Ellen immediately says yes, while Reinhardt's soul physically leaves his body. The other students form a massive circle around the arena, whispering about the upcoming elite battle. Reinhardt is standing in the center, holding his practice sword and internally crying because he knows he is about to get publicly dismantled. The scarred instructor raises her hand, telling them she will stop the fight if it gets too dangerous. "Ready?" she calls out, her hand dropping. Ellen's eyes go sharp, her focus completely locked onto his neck. "Fight!" Reinhardt takes a stance, but Ellen reacts with blinding, high-speed movement. She vanishes from his field of vision in under a second. Reinhardt tries to turn, but Ellen is already in his blind spot, her sword swinging low. A massive wood-cracking blow connects directly with the center of Reinhardt's forehead. Our guy goes flying backward, hitting the stone floor completely unconscious. Ellen stands over him, her expression turning slightly worried as his vision fades to black. The scene shifts as his eyes snap open. He is lying in a soft white bed in the school infirmary, and Ellen is sitting right next to him, looking at him with a quiet, guilty expression. She tells him she brought him to the infirmary because he didn't wake up until the class was over. Reinhardt sits up, his head still pounding from the impact. He mutters that he should go get some lunch, but as soon as his feet hit the floor, his F-tier body completely gives out and he stumbles forward. Ellen catches him, physically supporting him under his shoulder. She quietly explains that if he had blocked her first strike, she would have let her sword slide off before pointing it at his neck to end it. She is actually feeling incredibly guilty because she didn't realize a royal class student could be this completely terrible at swordsmanship. Reinhardt stands up, telling her he can walk on his own, but then a highly malicious, petty thought enters his mind. She physically smashed his skull in during class, meaning he is legally entitled to a little revenge. He asks her if she wants to eat lunch with him, a dark smirk forming on his face. He takes her to a traditional Eastern restaurant on the main street. He orders cheonggukjang, a traditional fermented soybean paste stew with a legendary notoriously pungent smell. Reinhardt's mouth is watering, glad he took note of this place during his previous walks. Ellen is looking at the bubbling orange soup with absolute pure disgust. "This smells like biohazardous waste," she says, her face turning pale. Reinhardt grins, feeding her a giant spoonful like a train entering a tunnel. Ellen takes the bite, and her face immediately twists in sheer, unadulterated agony. She collapses onto the table, clutching her throat and gasping for air. Reinhardt cackles internally, celebrating his perfect, delicious culinary revenge. "Where is your cold, aloof high school girl persona now?" he thinks, sipping his water. But then, Ellen sits up, her face completely dark. She grabs a giant cup of water, drains it, and then picks up her chopsticks again. She looks at the soup with a terrifyingly determined expression, and then she starts shoveling the pungent stew into her mouth at high speed. Reinhardt is currently holding his hand over his mouth, his face pale as he watches her eat. She is physically crying from the taste, but her absolute black hole stomach refuses to admit defeat. She eats the entire bowl, wiping her mouth and declaring she will never eat it again. Our guy is currently attending magic theory, and the professor is dropping advanced formulas on the board. Naturally, Reinhardt doesn't understand a single word of the magic system he literally invented himself. So, like any respectable student facing a minor academic challenge, he just stands up and leaves. Next up is Magic Sensitivity class, which is basically a fancy term for taking a massive, state-sponsored nap on a rug. He gets woken up at the end of the lesson, realizing this is the only class in this entire godforsaken academy that actually makes sense. But now it is time for the real objective, the Supernatural Ability Control class. Reinhardt is sitting there looking like he has been run over by a carriage, barely holding on while attendance is called. And then, he spots someone he really did not expect to see in this class. While the other students are showing off lightning sparks, which is apparently the gold standard for freshman talent, Reinhardt's focus is entirely on Charlotte. The The princess of the empire has supposedly awakened her own supernatural power, but she leaves immediately for an exclusive, private session with her instructor. Reinhardt is highly suspicious. As the author, he knows she might just be bluffing to keep her political enemies from targeting her. Meanwhile, the kids in this class are still struggling with basic controls. The instructor tells Kono Lint to try teleporting across the room. He does. But spatial magic is hard, and his clothes do not make the trip with him. Our guy is treated to a full-screen image of a naked, screaming teenager. Welcome to the elite royal class. Reinhardt decides to use this chaotic distraction to talk to the instructor. He asks her for a very specific favor. He wants her to drive him to his absolute mental and physical limits. Essentially, he is asking her to beat him to within an inch of his life to force his dormant talent to awaken. The teacher looks at him with pure exhaustion. She politely reminds him that this is a school, not a Dark Souls boss fight, and if he keeps trying to cheat the system, he is going to fail. Reinhardt leaves the gym, completely out of options. But as he is walking down the hall, he gets stopped by Heinrich von Schwartz. Heinrich is a noble with a massive ego and a very weak fire ability. He demands to know why a talentless commoner is wasting space in the supernatural class. Reinhardt's response is a dry, deadpan stare. He tells Heinrich he is just waiting for something to come his way. Heinrich tells him to stay out of his class, or he will cook him alive. Our guy's inner demon prince finally snaps. He looks at this kid and tells him he looks like he can't even bake a potato. Heinrich's face goes completely pale with rage. He starts yelling about his noble dynasty, demands an apology, and Reinhardt just starts counting down. 1, 2, 3. Heinrich actually tries to throw a fireball. Reinhardt does not even flinch. He just steps forward and delivers a massive slap directly to Heinrich's forehead. He tells him it is self-defense because the kid was literally trying to set him on fire. Heinrich is screaming, charging up another spell, and Reinhardt just hits him again. He tells the onlookers that he is going to keep hitting him for every second he wastes trying to cast. Heinrich is sobbing on the floor, trying to get back up, but Reinhardt sweeps his legs and sends him crashing down. Our guy places his shoe directly onto Heinrich's face, pinning him to the wooden floor. He looks down at him with cold, terrifying eyes. He lists Heinrich's stats out loud: a 5-meter range, a 10-second cast time, and flames weaker than a campfire. "Try to use your abilities on me one more time," he whispers, leaning in, "and I'll dig your damn eyes out." He leaves Heinrich crying in the dirt and walks away with a pleasant smile. Later that evening at dinner, the vibe in the cafeteria is completely ruined. The other students are actively whispering, warning each other not to make eye contact because Reinhardt might bite them. Heinrich is sitting across the room, completely traumatized. Reinhardt watches him, suddenly realizing that he might actually be the villain of his own novel. But before he can dwell on his karmic punishment, Prince Bertus sits down next to him. "Can we talk?" They move to a high balcony overlooking the school gardens, where a servant has set up a private tea table. Bertus offers him a cup, and Reinhardt accepts. He is trying to read Bertus's face, but the prince is a master of political masks. He looks completely harmless, but Reinhardt knows this is the guy who tried to poison his sister. Bertus gets straight to the point. He says the other students came to him, begging him to do something about Reinhardt. Reinhardt takes a sip of his tea and acts completely oblivious. Bertus says they are terrified of him, and honestly, he can see why. He brings up the locker room fight with Cayer. He notes that Reinhardt didn't just fight because he was insulted, but because the school's honor was threatened. Reinhardt realizes this is getting dangerous. Then Bertus leans in, smiles, and says, "Reinhardt, I really like you." Our guy is frozen. This is taking a very weird turn. He wonders if his patriotic speech to Mr. Eppenhauser was a little too convincing. Bertus continues, saying that Reinhardt went a bit too far with Heinrich, but some of their classmates with active imaginations are starting to think Reinhardt has a massive backer. They think he is hiding his family name or is secretly a member of a royal bloodline. Reinhardt gulps. He realizes they are literally inventing a backstory for him to make sense of his absolute lack of fear. Bertus asks him, point blank, "Is there something backing you up?" Reinhardt crosses his arms. Of course not. He says he doesn't want to be the kind of coward who only throws punches when he has a powerful family behind him. Bertus is stunned. "So, you were just angry?" he asks. Reinhardt nods. Reinhardt knows he has to play the empty-headed lunatic, because if anyone finds out he is a demon, his head is going on a spike. Bertus stares at him in silence, and then he bursts into absolute, hysterical laughter. He says answering honestly was smart, because if Reinhardt had lied about a backer, Bertus would have disposed of him. But then Bertus drops a detail that makes Reinhardt's blood run cold. He tells Reinhardt that there is no way he is a noble, because he doesn't even know how to hold his teacup properly. He tells Reinhardt he should have lied anyway, because once he leaves the grounds of Temple, Heinrich's family could make him disappear without a trace. Reinhardt doesn't flinch. He points out that killing a royal-class student in the capital would be too obvious, even for a high noble family. He knows Heinrich's family has actually abandoned him, but he keeps that to himself and simply says the Empire would never let a vassal state disgrace Temple's honor. Bertus is highly impressed. He says this is the first time he has taken a liking to someone so pompous. He walks over to the balcony edge and asks, "Do you love the Empire?" Reinhardt's answer is immediate: money. He explains that they let a street kid live in a palace like this just because he might have potential. Bertus is surprised. "You're from the streets?" Reinhardt shrugs, and Bertus smiles even wider. He says he likes him even more now. "Your loyalty has clear grounds," he says. Then Bertus starts talking about ants. He explains how ant society has a strict hierarchy, and Reinhardt is just standing there wondering where this is going. Bertus turns around, his eyes glowing with a cold, terrifying light. He says that to him, commoners, nobles, and kings are all just measly ants. Reinhardt looks at this kid and realizes he is looking at a true, clinical sociopath. Bertus says that power gives people the freedom to be bastards, but Reinhardt is a bastard without any power, which makes him highly unique. He tells Reinhardt that he wants to keep him around. He says he will find out what Reinhardt is hiding over time. Reinhardt tells him he is truly talentless, so Bertus won't get anything out of this friendship. But Bertus disagrees. He says raw talent is easy to find, but someone with brains is worth 100 times more. Reinhardt is sweating internally, realizing he has accidentally signed up for an internship with the devil. Bertus places a hand on his shoulder and tells him to control his temper a little. He bids him a pleasant night and walks away. Reinhardt is left alone on the balcony, staring into the dark. He has survived the first prince, but the game has just become infinitely more dangerous. The immediate threat is handled, but a much larger storm is brewing. Cut to the next day. Our guy is in the training hall, holding a steel sword, and he is getting absolutely demolished. The instructor and the students are watching in silence as Reinhardt is beaten to a bloody pulp. He is spitting blood, his body is broken, but his eyes are completely focused. It is Saturday, Reinhardt's first weekend at Temple, and the rumors about him are already completely out of hand. Since Prince Bertus was seen acting friendly toward him, the school thinks Reinhardt is either a hidden royal or a complete lunatic. Everyone is avoiding him like the plague, except for Ludwig, who is still too pure for this world's political drama. With no homework and no obvious way to awaken his locked self-suggestion talent, Reinhardt decides to leave the dorms. He plans to head down to the Undercity and check on his favorite wolf girl. He slips out of the academy gates and heads down to the Rotary Gang's sewer base. He meets Loyar, who is already up to date on the school gossip. He tells her everything is going fine, but mentions that Prince Bertus is taking a weird liking to him. Loyar immediately goes into protective mode, realizing that being liked by a sociopathic prince is basically a death sentence. Reinhardt tells her he can always use the shapeshifting ring to escape if things go sideways, but he has a mission for her and Sarkagar first. He wants them to look into Princess Charlotte's hidden supernatural ability. Knowing what she is capable of is the only way to sleep peacefully at night. Loyar nods, but then she drops a bomb on him. She tells him he was followed all the way to the Undercity. It was his own classmates, Eric and Cayer, who trailed him to see where his unearned confidence was coming from. Reinhardt is furious with himself for being so careless. He heads back to the academy under the moonlight, vowing to stay away from the Rotary Gang for a while. And sure enough, the second he steps into the lobby, the welcoming committee is waiting. Eric and Cayer are standing there with smug grins, mocking him for hanging out with beggars. Reinhardt just sighs and tells them, yeah, he is a beggar from the streets. But instead of looking ashamed, he steps forward with that signature feral look in his eyes. He tells them they are spouting annoying garbage and should stop pushing their luck. Eric tells him to stay away, calling him a filthy bastard, but Reinhardt keeps walking right up into his personal space. He leans in close and asks Eric if he is afraid of being stabbed in the back. Don't touch people who have nothing to lose, he whispers, grabbing Eric's shoulder. He raises his voice, asking if these noble bastards want him to give them a real reason to apologize. Cayer tries to step in, yelling about what a commoner can even do to them, and Reinhardt immediately points a finger directly at Cayer's face. He tells him he will show his left eye what his right eye looks like. The absolute menace smiles and promises to turn their eyes into juggling props if they ever follow him again. He pats Cayer on the head with mock affection, leaving him trembling. He tells them if they have so much energy on the weekend, they should go outside and play with a ball like good little kids. He waves goodbye, telling them to enjoy their weekend while they still have both eyes. The lobby goes completely silent as Reinhardt slams his door shut. Harriet is standing in the back, calling him a crazy psycho, which, honestly, is a very fair assessment. Back in his room, Reinhardt relaxes on his bed, realizing that having them think he is a lunatic is actually a solid defense mechanism. But just as he is trying to brainstorm ways to unlock self-suggestion, someone starts banging on his door. He rips the door open, ready to take some eyes out, only to find Ellen standing there, looking completely blank. She tells him the seniors want them to go to the gym. Reinhardt is confused, but he follows her down. And when they arrive at the training hall, they find the rest of the freshman class already on the ground, doing push-ups. A small blonde senior girl named Redina is standing over them like a drill sergeant. She spots Reinhardt and asks Ellen if he is the last one. She tells him to get on the ground and start push-ups. Reinhardt just stands there, giving her a deadpan stare. Ellen immediately drops to the floor to comply, but our guy does not budge. Redina gets in his face, demanding to know if he is refusing. Reinhardt stands tall, his hands in his pockets, completely ignoring her. Redina smirks, telling the others that their friend seems hard of hearing. Harriet is struggling on the floor, calling him a psycho beggar and telling him to just get down. Redina points a finger at him, yelling at him to listen to his senior. And Reinhardt looks at this tiny, screaming girl and unloads. What's so great about being a senior? Redina is so shocked her brain literally turns to stone. The entire room is dead silent. He tells her he feels like her head would spin off if he slapped her, so she should probably watch her mouth. Redina tries to salvage her dignity, asking if he even knows who she is. Reinhardt: I have no clue, girl. He raises his hand, threatening to flick her forehead if she doesn't leave. Redina's tough senior persona completely crumbles, and she starts crying. Reinhardt waves her off, telling her good little kids should go to sleep early. She runs out of the room crying for help. The door slams shut, leaving Reinhardt alone with his classmates. He looks down at them and asks why they aren't standing up. He demands an explanation for this ridiculous scene. Eric hesitantly explains that this is a school tradition. Apparently, each generation of Class A seniors disciplines the freshmen to prevent them from using their noble status outside of school and to warn them against losing to Class B. Reinhardt finds this hilarious. Class B is probably eating snacks with their seniors while Class A is doing push-ups in the dark. He turns to leave, but Harriet stops him, demanding if he is going to take responsibility if the seniors get mad. Reinhardt asks her what could possibly go wrong. She is horrified, saying the seniors will think badly of them. He tells her to grow some backbone and complains that a beggar has more pride than these high nobles. Harriet screams at him, claiming it is all his fault and threatening to kill him. Reinhardt's face goes completely dark. He steps up to her, his voice dropping to a low growl. He raises his hand and tells her that if she wants to act like a big shot, he will make sure the imprint of his hand on her cheek lasts for weeks. Harriet is instantly terrified, and Reinhardt laughs, calling her a wuss. She is trembling with rage, trying to stutter out another insult, but the gym doors are suddenly kicked open. A massive, angry third-year senior steps into the room, demanding to know who hurt Redina. Redina is hiding behind him, pointing her finger at Reinhardt. The senior demands his name, and Reinhardt calmly tells him. The senior starts a speech about noble class rules, and Reinhardt just cuts him off, stating he is not a noble. The senior asks if he is a royal, and Reinhardt says no. He proudly announces he is a beggar from the streets and asks if the senior has a problem with that. The senior is insulted that a mere commoner is refusing to follow traditions. His fist clenches, his eyes glowing with mana, and he delivers a massive punch directly into Reinhardt's gut. Our guy is sent flying, coughing up blood. The physical stats difference is massive. The senior stands over him, telling him he needs a beating to learn his place. He lands another brutal strike, and then a massive punch directly to Reinhardt's face, drawing blood. Reinhardt is knocked to the floor, his vision blurry. He spits out blood, realizing he is completely outmatched in a physical fight. The senior lunges in for another blow, grabbing Reinhardt by the hair and slamming him into the floor again, calling him a junior. Reinhardt's classmates are watching in horror, but Reinhardt's survival instincts are fully active. The senior tells him they are done, but Reinhardt reaches out and grabs the senior's junk with a death grip. Absolute, unmitigated feral chaos. He squeezes with every ounce of physical strength he has left. The senior's eyes bulge, and he lets out a high-pitched scream of pure agony. The other seniors try to rush in to help, but Reinhardt tells them to stay back, his fingers tightening. He threatens to twist it completely off if they take another step. The bully is crying on the floor, begging his friends to get out. Reinhardt, bleeding from his mouth, tells the senior he has to say, "Please spare me first." The guy is weeping, screaming for mercy, and Reinhardt just smiles and says, "I don't wanna." He squeezes one last time before letting go. He stands over the twitching senior, delivering a cold, terrifying warning. He tells him that next time they fight, he is going to lose his junk permanently. He kicks him in the ribs for good measure, telling him to get out. He points to the other seniors, telling them to carry their trash away. Redina is screaming at him, calling him a psycho pervert, and Reinhardt just waves, thanking her for the praise. The blue-haired second-year representative, Adriana, stays behind. She asks why he didn't act more honorable, and Reinhardt points out that the guy was beating him, so he had to grab something. She sighs, introducing herself, and asks for some respect since they are alone. Reinhardt wiped the blood from his mouth, telling her to speak. She explains that Redina is soft-hearted and was forced into this by the third-year seniors. Reinhardt asks why they don't just refuse, instead of hurting everyone. Adriana explains that if they didn't do it, the third years would have stepped in with much less control. Reinhardt tells her to tell the third-year seniors to come here. She is shocked, but Reinhardt has a plan. He tells her to have them meet him in the gym on Monday night. Monday night to be exact. Why? Because Monday night is when Prince Bertus visits the training hall. And Reinhardt wants to see if those third-year thugs have the guts to tell the Prince of the Empire to do push-ups. So, we pick up right back on the balcony, and Prince Bertus is not thrilled that Reinhardt used his name to ward off the hazing seniors. Bertus is sipping his tea, explaining that Class A's hazing was a long-standing tradition, and that those seniors were likely too terrified of his authority to actually show up on Monday. He admits it would have been pretty hilarious if they did try to make the Crown Prince do push-ups though. But Bertus is a politician. Nothing in this world is free, and Reinhardt is panicking, wondering if he needs to use his ring and run away. But Bertus just smiles and says it is time for Reinhardt to pay his debt. He knows Reinhardt is taking joint classes with his half-sister Charlotte, and he wants our guy to observe her and report back any unusual behavior. Reinhardt reluctantly agrees, walking back to his dorm while grumbling about his life choices. Worse, he realizes Harriet went crying to Bertus about being called an idiot. And speaking of the resident crybaby, Reinhardt finds Harriet sitting in the common lounge reading a book. The second she sees him, she drops a massive, haughty huff. Our guy cannot resist a free teasing opportunity. He walks up behind her and whispers, "Idiot." Harriet jumps out of her seat, screaming at him to stop calling her that. Reinhardt playacts being completely innocent, asking her if her name is actually Idiot, since she reacts to it so quickly. She slams her teacup down with pure, unadulterated magical rage. She accuses him of trying to provoke her into using her status, so she gets punished. He just waves his hand, telling her she is way too loud, and that this is just fun. He says her reactions are highly entertaining. Then, he drops a deadpan. "You're cute." Harriet's brain completely short-circuits as he turns and walks out the door. He tells her to go to sleep before her growth gets stunted. She is left standing there, red-faced, wondering what the hell just happened. Fast forward to Monday morning assembly, and the copper-haired senior, Art de Gardias, slams a white glove onto Reinhardt's desk. He officially challenges Reinhardt to a duel to restore his honor. Reinhardt just looks at the glove with absolute boredom. He brings up the junk squeeze incident, asking if this is just Art crying about getting his lower parts caught in a fight. Art claims Reinhardt is a coward who can only win using filthy tricks, and the tension in the room is palpable. Reinhardt sighs and accepts the duel. Art is thrilled, plotting absolute bloody revenge, while Reinhardt's classmates watch in horror. Harriet is looking at him like he is a walking dead man. But Reinhardt has a very specific reason for accepting this suicidal challenge. After class, Redina corners him on the stairs. She is panicking, calling him a lunatic, and reminding him that Art is an elite second-year combatant. She begs him to just apologize, but Reinhardt remains completely relaxed. She is literally begging him to save his own life, but Reinhardt just waves her off, saying if he gets hit, he gets hit. But internally, his thoughts are purely tactical. He knows his self-suggestion talent is locked at level 0. He needs to put his F-rank body through an extreme, brutal beatdown to force it to awaken. The system chimes in, confirming his plan. The event rewards him with 600 points for a victory and 200 points for a defeat. So as long as he shows up and survives the beating, he gets paid. S-tier strategy. The duel is set for 2 weeks from now, and Mr. Eppenhauser is designated as the official observer. During joint PE class, Ludwig is running alongside him, asking if he is going to be okay. Reinhardt is too out of breath to explain his masochistic game plan. But as he is walking back, he notices Charlotte staring at him with a cold, terrifying expression. His legs are literally shaking from exhaustion, but Charlotte steps into his path. She stops him, confirming his identity. She slides a folded piece of paper into his hand and walks away without saying another word. Reinhardt is stunned. Bertus told him to keep an eye on her, but it looks like she is already keeping an eye on him. He opens the letter and reads the coded text. "I'll come to your classroom, so stay behind after class." He waits in the classroom until the sun starts to set, realizing this will be their first real conversation since their dungeon escape. He sits alone at his desk, preparing his mental defense. The door slides open, and Princess Charlotte steps into the room. Reinhardt tries to act casual, asking what this is about. Charlotte walks up to him, her eyes burning, and drops a bombshell. Reinhardt's heart stops. He tries to laugh it off, asking what kind of bullshit she is talking about. Charlotte sits down across from him, explaining she did some digging. She reveals she knows about his connection to the Undercity's Rotary Gang. Reinhardt lets out a massive internal sigh of relief. She didn't find out he is a demon, but she did trace his connections to the Thieves Guild with terrifying precision. Charlotte warns him not to give her any excuses for that gang of vermin, threatening to order a sewer cleaning project to wipe them out if he lies to her. He asks what she wants, and she reaches into her uniform, pulling out a drawing. She slams it onto his desk. It is a portrait of his own disguised beggar form from the dungeon escape. She tells him finding this boy is his new top priority, bypassing all school classes. She warns him that if he hands this boy over to Prince Bertus, she will personally destroy him and his entire gang. She walks out, leaving her demands echoing in the room. Reinhardt collapses onto his back, completely exhausted. The absolute, hilarious irony is that she is threatening him to find himself. He remembers her eyes from earlier, burning with raw, desperate emotion. She is completely obsessed with finding her dungeon savior, relying on the loyal knight Dyrus to help search for him. Because of her trauma and obsession, she is unable to make a rational judgment, completely missing the obvious clues that Reinhardt and the beggar boy are the exact same person. He feels a sudden wave of genuine guilt, lying to her like this. But if he reveals his true identity, his head is going to be chopped off by a massive scythe, taking Eleris, Loyar, and Sarkagar down with him. He decides he needs to consult with his infiltration squad immediately. But as he is walking through the halls, Harriet pops out again, mocking his upcoming beating. She giggles, asking if he is actually a beggar. Reinhardt just deadpans. "Yeah, I'm a beggar. So what?" She tells him Art is going to beat him to death, and Reinhardt admits he is terrified, so much so that he could piss his pants. Harriet is confused by his lack of pride, and Reinhardt just shrugs, telling her to enjoy the show. She huffs and walks away, leaving him to focus on his preparation. The Charlotte problem can wait. Right now, he has exactly 2 weeks to prepare for his beating. He heads to the training gym to practice his swordsmanship, finding only the quiet commoner Cliffman and Ellen training inside. They are extreme introverts who never speak to anyone, so Reinhardt is free to practice in peace. He picks up a wooden sword, remembering that in a novel, he could just write, "He trained all day and got stronger." But in reality, his F-rank body is incredibly clunky. He swings, trips over his own feet, and falls flat on his back. Ellen doesn't even blink. Reinhardt sighs, realizing he has a long road ahead of him. He spends the next week swinging, striking the practice dummies, and training until the moon rises high, his muscles screaming, and his body collapsing from exhaustion. He looks down at his hands, covered in bleeding scrapes and blisters. He knows he can't rely on his crazy act forever. He sits on the floor, resting, when the gym door suddenly slides open. It is the calm second year, Adriana. She walks over, explaining she was asked to help him. Apparently, the soft-hearted Redina went crying to her, terrified Reinhardt was going to be beaten to death by Art. Adriana looks at his bloody hands and warns him he can't beat an elite second year with just 2 weeks of training. She tells him he will lose, and disastrously so, begging him to just apologize. Reinhardt looks up with a bloody grin and says, "I need to get beat up." Adriana stands there, completely speechless. She looks at him for a long moment, then walks over to the weapon rack. She picks up a wooden practice sword and swings it with blinding speed, creating a wind pressure that echoes through the room. She holds the sword out to him, her eyes calm and steady. "Now, you try, Junior." So, Adriana challenges our guy to try a high-speed sword swing, and Reinhardt holds the wooden practice sword, trying his absolute best to look like a threat. He charges forward, swings with everything he has, and immediately faceplants into the floor. Adriana asks if he is trying to be funny. He is not. She grabs his trembling arm, pointing out that his physical baseline is so garbage that he is going to snap his own wrists. But then she channels her mana, using her divine magic as an aspiring paladin to completely cure his muscle pain and fatigue. Reinhardt's mind is blown. She is basically a walking cheat code. With his energy restored, he picks up his sword again and strikes the wooden dummy. The impact still rattles his bones, but Adriana is so dedicated she schedules dawn training sessions to build his stamina. The next morning at dawn, Reinhardt is yawning on a bench, wondering why his life has become a continuous survival training montage. Adriana arrives in her running gear, completely energized, and tells him they are starting with a run. Reinhardt asks if helping him train is going to ruin her standing with the other seniors. She says she doesn't care, because Art shouldn't be bullying weak freshmen anyway. Then she notes that Reinhardt isn't even weak, he is basically a physical corpse. She tells him to shut up and start running. And so, the training begins. Reinhardt is wheezing, dragging his feet, while Adriana runs effortlessly beside him. Every time our guy is about to pass out, she casts her divine healing to refresh his stamina. Reinhardt realizes that if paladins ran marathons, they would win every gold medal in history. They spend 3 hours doing brutal weightlifting, with Adriana continuously spamming her healing magic. She tells him he needs to eat a massive amount of food to support this training. Reinhardt drags his exhausted body back to the dorms, deciding to sneak into the kitchen to find some calories. The Academy's kitchen is usually fully stocked with high-class ingredients, but when he walks in, he finds Ellen Artorius sitting in the dark, eating a massive plate of raw beef jerky. He is completely flabbergasted. He asks her if she is seriously eating raw meat, and she blankly says it is not even good, she is just hungry. Reinhardt refuses to let his favorite combat prodigy die of food poisoning. He looks around the clean kitchen, pulls out some eggs, bacon, and asparagus, and starts whipping up a quick stir-fry. The smell of hot grease and seasoned meat fills the room, and Ellen is literally drooling like a cartoon puppy. Reinhardt slides a plate over, telling her they might as well eat together. He asks her why she doesn't cook, and she blankly says she never tried. Reinhardt goes full boomer mode, nagging her about kids these days, not knowing basic life skills. Ellen doesn't listen. She is too busy staring at the food, and the second he gives her a fork, she starts vacuuming the plate at warp speed. Reinhardt tells her to eat at human speed before she chokes. She finishes the entire pan in 10 seconds and says she is still hungry. He tells her they have classes together and suggests meeting for lunch. He smirks internally, planning to feed her pungent cheonggukjeong later as revenge. Later that night, Reinhardt is standing in front of his mirror, checking his status window. His stats have increased by minor decimals, but his magic power actually went up too. The upcoming duel is a necessary trigger, and he needs to gain real strength to survive the gate crisis. Cut to lunch, and Ellen is gagging, her face completely red as she tries to digest the foul-smelling soup. Reinhardt is amazed that she is actually eating the entire thing out of pure stubborn pride. She finishes the bowl, looking completely dead, and Reinhardt mocks her, saying she ate more than half his breakfast too. She stirs her soup and quietly says, "It'll be my treat next time." Reinhardt is thrilled. He has successfully secured a recurring lunch date with the strongest girl in the class. He walks back, his mind shifting to the impending gate apocalypse. He knows he has to keep training, not just to survive Art, but to stop the world-ending disaster he wrote. He clenches his fist, vowing to keep moving forward. That night, he heads back to the kitchen, and once again, he finds Ellen. This time, she is eating a massive pile of raw sausages. Reinhardt looks into the pantry, realizing the staff hasn't restocked the cooked food yet. He asks her why she is eating raw sausages, and she blankly says they can be eaten as is. Reinhardt is exasperated. He tells her she needs to grill them, but she admits she doesn't know how to use the oven. He is too tired to cook, so he decides to teach her. He starts directing her, telling her how to slice the meat. Her knife skills are masterclass level, which makes sense since she is a combat genius. He tells her to do the same with the carrots, and guides her step by step through the cooking process. They finish a steaming pot of stew, and it smells incredible. Reinhardt tells her to memorize the recipe so she can cook for him next time. Ellen immediately takes a boiling hot spoonful and shoves it into her mouth. Reinhardt's eyes go wide. She starts screaming in silent pain, steam literally blowing from her ears. She starts slamming her fists onto the table, and Reinhardt panics, scrambling to get her water. She chugs the water, completely fine now, and Reinhardt claims he is the master chef who made it happen. He expects her to argue, but she just looks down and quietly says, "We made it together." Reinhardt is caught completely off guard, his cheeks flushing slightly. He heads back to his room, muttering about how petty he is being. But the second he opens his door, he stops. There is a maid standing in his room in the dark. He wonders if Bertus or Charlotte sent a spy to investigate him. He steps forward, asking what she is doing, and the maid slowly turns around, greetings him as, "Your Highness." She bows, revealing her true identity. It is Sarkagar, the shapeshifter. Reinhardt asks how he got in, and Sarkagar says it was easy. Sarkagar reports on Charlotte's supernatural power. It is a massive secret within the Imperial family, and even Prince Bertus thinks her power might be a fake. Only 2 teachers in the entire academy actually know the truth. Sarkagar says he could infiltrate their offices to find out, but Reinhardt tells him to drop it. The risk is too high. If Charlotte is hiding her power so desperately, it is a hornet's nest they don't want to poke. Sarkagar bows, agreeing with his wisdom. But then, Reinhardt drops his own news. He leans back on his bed and tells Sarkagar, "The princess is looking for me." Sarkagar's brain completely short-circuits. Back in his academy dorm room, under the cover of night, Sarkagar, who is currently playing the role of a quiet housemaid, is having a complete panic attack looking at a hand-drawn sketch of Valier's beggar form. Our guy is just chilling on his bed with a towel around his neck, pointing out the obvious. If they don't find this fake beggar boy soon, Charlotte is going to turn the entire Undercity into a crime scene. The shapeshifter finds it incredibly ironic. The princess wants to repay her savior, but her gratitude is currently acting like an orbital strike aimed right at their hidden operations. Reinhardt is thoroughly exhausted. He never thought his first major quest as a main character would be running a city-wide manhunt to find himself. He contemplates just dropping some fake evidence that the beggar boy died in an alley somewhere, but Sarkagar warns him that a genius like Charlotte won't buy a lazy plot device. Besides, if Charlotte thinks Reinhardt is no longer useful, her cute princess act will evaporate, and her royal knights will make him disappear. The play here is simple. Pretend to work. If they look like they are putting in maximum effort, they buy time. It is a stressful gig. Reinhardt really did not want to make an enemy out of the smart sibling, but the author's past mistakes always catch up to him. Now he is stuck playing double agent for two royal sociopaths who want each other dead. What an absolute honor. But Reinhardt decides to cope positively. Being stuck between two opposing powerhouses means he is technically the only bridge connecting them. If he plays his cards right, he can manipulate both factions to do his dirty work. When Sarkagar hears this, his loyal demon brain completely misinterprets the survival panic as pure, devilish machination. He gets this cartoonishly evil, red-eyed grin that makes Reinhardt regret every life choice that led to this moment. Please do not make that face. You are supposed to be a maid. Fast forward to the next morning. Reinhardt is face down on the training grounds, coughing up his soul. He is sweating, drooling, and physically reaching his limit, while his second-year mentor, Adriana, stands over him with a sparkling, angelic smile, telling him he gets exactly 60 seconds of rest before they start running again. Reinhardt, trying to find any loophole to save his legs, asks why she doesn't just use her divine healing magic on herself during her own training to bypass the fatigue. Adriana looks at him like he just suggested using cheat codes in a ranked lobby. She explains that using divine power as a permanent crutch is basically physical doping. It is unnatural. Sure, divine magic can patch up your muscles and trick your nervous system, but it does not magically spawn the actual vitamins and carbohydrates your body burned. It is basically a stim pack. If you spam it without eating a mountain of food to compensate, your body will eventually run out of fuel mid-run and completely collapse. Reinhardt realizes his divine stamina hack is basically a fast pass to a nutrient deficit. Adriana warns him that once he levels up his base stats, he has to learn to run without her holy cheat codes. But for now, the break is over. Reinhardt drags his useless legs forward as they restart their laps. As they jog, Reinhardt spots something on the track that makes him pause. It is Ludwig, the original protagonist of this novel, currently jogging with Class B students Lanian Cesar and Delphine Isadra, looking like a happy shonen hero. In the original draft, Ludwig was supposed to be the one getting bullied by the Class A nobles, fighting for his life in every hallway. But because Reinhardt arrived and drew all the aggressive aggro to himself, Ludwig is basically living a peaceful life as a background ornament. It is fascinating to see the plot shift, but it is also terrifying. The butterfly effect is real, and Reinhardt has no idea what kind of disaster this peaceful timeline is setting up for him. Adriana calls out to him, snapping him out of his thoughts. He shakes his head and runs to catch up. Later that evening, Reinhardt is in the academy kitchen, staring at Ellen Artorius with a face full of disbelief. She wants him to cook again. She quietly announces she wants beef stew, claiming she had it at home once and wants to recreate the memory. Reinhardt asks if she actually knows how to cook it. She blankly admits she has never tried, but she is already hovering a giant spoon full of salt directly over a pot of boiling, unseasoned vegetables. Reinhardt's inner chef is screaming. He stops her, asking if she is trying to make a salt block instead of soup. Ellen just turns her empty, dark eyes toward him, completely unbothered. Reinhardt immediately takes over, pulling out seasoning bottles, calling her a culinary caveman, and warning her that overcooking the meat like that will turn her jaw into a perfect square. Ellen does not argue. She just stands there in the dim kitchen light, quietly holding a massive chef's knife while staring at him with a dark, murderous aura. Reinhardt slowly suggests that glaring at your cook while holding a weapon is bad etiquette. She drops her shoulders and gives up. Reinhardt smugly tells her to watch and learn from a master. A few minutes of actual cooking later, a steaming, perfectly seasoned beef stew is placed on the table, glistening with culinary perfection. Reinhardt takes a bite, bragging about his own genius, while Ellen quietly digs in with her spoon. He looks at the giant pot, asking if she can actually finish all of that by herself. She nods silently. Of course she can. As they eat in the empty dining hall, Reinhardt sighs, stating he is glad she came to Temple Academy. Ellen stops her spoon, asking why. He deadpans, telling her that if she stayed home, her massive food bill would have ruined her entire family within a month. A small vein pops on Ellen's forehead. She sets her spoon down, stating she did not even want to come to this academy in the first place. The people from Temple basically forced her to enroll. Because of her brother's legendary status as the hero who saved the world, the administration needed her as a political trophy. Reinhardt is surprised she is opening up about herself. He asks if she is mad about being forced to come here. She blankly says no. He laughs, pointing at the massive, protruding veins on her forehead that are clearly saying otherwise. Making this stoic girl mad is honestly the most fun he has had all week. He bursts into a full villainous laugh, clutching his stomach, while Ellen sits in silence, her anger slowly reaching a critical boil. At that exact moment, our cocky protagonist had absolutely no idea what the direct consequences of teasing an S-tier combat prodigy would be. The very next day, they are in the training gym. Ellen is holding a wooden practice sword, pointing it directly at Reinhardt's throat, telling him his stance is trash. And just like that, the tables have turned. Ellen has decided to take absolute, brutal revenge for all his kitchen nagging by running him through a non-stop combat tutorial. She physically corrects his grip, her face expressionless, but her words sharp. Reinhardt is highly annoyed. He should be glad a prodigy is training him for free, but his ego is taking a massive beating. The training isn't just theory either. They start sparring, wooden swords clashing in a rapid echoing blur. Through these intense spars, Reinhardt realizes a harsh truth. Real swordsmanship isn't just about waving a stick, it is a full-body sport. Ellen teaches him this lesson by using her feet, her knees, her hands, and her head to physically suppress him, throwing him onto the hard wooden floor over and over again. Reinhardt learns defense the hard way, by getting physically dismantled. As she pins him to the floor with her wooden sword pressed against his chin, Reinhardt realizes Ellen is on a completely different level than any freshman in their class. He is genuinely concerned he might die before the duel even starts. Friday arrives, exactly 2 days before his scheduled match with the second-year senior. Ellen has him running a weird grip strength drill, where he holds his sword straight out while she repeatedly strikes the flat of his blade. The impact vibrates through his arms, almost spinning the weapon out of his hands. She explains that every advanced sword technique is completely useless if your opponent can just knock your weapon away on the first exchange. His grip is currently too weak to survive a heavy hitter. She strikes again. Reinhardt screams that his palms are literally about to tear open, but Ellen flatly tells him they won't, striking his blade once more. They continue this brutal endurance drill until the sun begins to set. Reinhardt is holding on with pure spite, his fingers cramping, when suddenly, the wooden sword in his hand shatters under the constant impacts, sending splinters flying across the floor. Reinhardt stares at the broken hilt in shock. Ellen calmly explains that these cheap training swords are flimsy by design to prevent students from using them as blunt weapons to crack skulls. She looks at his raw, red palms, noting he has progressed. But the lesson isn't over. She tells him to never let go of his sword, turning to grab another wooden weapon from the rack. Reinhardt groans, stretching his aching hands. As he walks away, Ellen stands in the shadow of the gym, watching his back with a quiet, heavy gaze. She calls out to him, delivering a blunt truth. "Reinhardt, you are going to lose." Reinhardt stops, his hand on the wooden weapon rack. The silence stretches between them. He turns around, admitting he already knows that. His base stats are too low, and his opponent has a year of professional training on him. But he asks her anyway, "Do you want to win?" Of course he does. No one steps into an arena planning to take an L. He looks at her, asking if there is any realistic way for an F-tier commoner to beat a trained senior. Ellen steps closer, her dark eyes locking onto his. She tells him there is exactly one way for him to win this duel. The screen cuts to black on her reflection in his eye. The next morning, the bright sun shines over the towers of Temple Academy. Reinhardt is sitting on the grass, chugging water from a canteen while Adriana watches him, telling him to rest and preserve his condition for the big day tomorrow. Reinhardt wipes his mouth, his mind completely occupied by Ellen's words from the previous night. She told him there was a way to win, but when he asked her what it was, she simply told him to think carefully about what a duel actually is, and then completely shut her mouth, refusing to give him another hint. Typical cryptic mentor behavior. Reinhardt looks up at Adriana, deciding to ask the senior representative for her perspective. He explains that a classmate told him there is a secret trick to winning a formal duel, and asks if she has any idea what that means. Adriana pinches her chin, thinking it over, but admits she has no clue. Reinhardt is frustrated. If a veteran second-year paladin doesn't know the trick, what the hell is Ellen playing at? But there is no more time for theory. Reinhardt clenches his fist. Whatever happens tomorrow, he is going to face it head-on. He opens his status window to check his progress after a week of non-stop hellish training. His stats have actually jumped up. His strength is up by 0.8, stamina is up by 1.6, and his combat assessment is now F+. Reinhardt sighs. A week of near-death experiences just to get a plus sign next to his failing grade. Truly discouraging. The day of the duel arrives. Reinhardt slides open the heavy waiting room door, holding his wooden sword over his shoulder. He steps out into the massive stone coliseum. The arena is absolutely packed, the crowd whispering as he enters. Reinhardt is surprised. He didn't think a silly dispute between a freshman and a second year would draw this much of a crowd. He scans the stands. Ellen is sitting quietly on the stone steps, her face as stoic as ever, while Harriet and her friends watch from the front row. The Class A commoners are cheering for him at the top of their lungs, while Princess Charlotte watches from the high seats with a cold, calculating gaze. Reinhardt feels a cold sweat. Having the princess spectate a fistfight is not good for his heart. Almost the entirety of Class A and B are here to watch him get dismantled. Suddenly, a voice calls out to him from the stands. "Hey, beggar!" It is Harriet, leaning over the railing with a smug grin, telling him he is going to get absolutely wrecked today, so he better be prepared. Redina is right next to her, nervously trying to quiet her down. Reinhardt just rolls his eyes and waves her off, telling her to enjoy the show. Harriet is flustered by his lack of fear. Across the stone arena, his opponent, Harriet de Gardias, steps forward, looking extremely serious. The second-year stands are packed with seniors who are here to watch their classmate restore the honor of their grade. Mr. Eppenhauser, acting as the official duel arbiter, steps behind the stone podium, announcing that both parties are ready to proceed. He adjusts his rectangular glasses, pulling out the official incident report to read the background of the duel aloud for the public record. Eppenhauser reads, with a perfectly flat professional voice, that 2 weeks ago, Reinhardt physically assaulted Harriet de Gardias by grabbing his male anatomy and squeezing it with extreme force. The crowd instantly erupts into muffled snickers and giggles. The announcer continues, stating the duel was requested because Art claimed Reinhardt caused him severe mental anguish and sexual humiliation. Reinhardt is standing there blushing, wishing the stone floor would open up and swallow him whole. Why did the teacher have to read the exact details? Eppenhauser turns to Art, asking for his official terms if he wins. Art points his finger, demanding Reinhardt kneel before the entire student body, apologize for his disrespect, and pledge absolute loyalty to the seniors. Eppenhauser then turns to Reinhardt, asking for his terms. Reinhardt crosses his arms, stating that if he wins, the seniors must immediately stop hazing the freshmen and issue a formal apology for their behavior. The Class A students look at him in shock. He is actually fighting for their sake. Eppenhauser nods, invoking the name of the war god, preparing to start the match, when suddenly, Art raises his hand, interrupting. He announces that as a legitimate participant in a formal temple duel, he wishes to exercise his right to appoint a champion to fight in his place. Reinhardt's jaw drops. A champion? What kind of high-class political loophole is this? Art smirks, pointing toward the waiting room. My champion is Year 3 Class A, Number 7, Mayarton. A tall, creepy guy with wavy blue-green hair and a psychotic grin steps into the sunlight. He looks down at Reinhardt like he is a piece of trash he is about to step on. Mayarton taps his wooden sword against his shoulder, mocking Reinhardt, asking if the loudmouth freshman is ready to back up his big words. Reinhardt grits his teeth. He realizes his loud threats to the seniors didn't just annoy the second years, it insulted the pride of the third years as well. They brought in a senior heavy hitter to put him in his place. But then, a light bulb suddenly goes off in Reinhardt's brain. He remembers Ellen's advice. Think carefully about what a duel actually is. The rule of champions. It goes both ways. A duel participant has the legal right to substitute themselves if the opponent does. Ellen wasn't telling him some secret sword technique, she was telling him to appoint her as his champion. He looks over at Ellen, who gives him a quiet, subtle nod from the stands. With her monster-level swordsmanship, she would easily dismantle this creepy third year. Reinhardt is about to open his mouth to call her down, when he notices a massive, literal aura of flame rising from another section of the stands. It is Liana de Grant, her eyes glowing with pure electrical rage, looking like she is ready to jump into the arena and fry Mayarton herself. Reinhardt is stunned. He actually has 2 S-tier girls willing to fight his battles for him. Eppenhauser asks Reinhardt if he has any objections, or if he wishes to appoint his own substitute before the match begins. Reinhardt looks at Ellen, then at Liana, his fingers tightening around his wooden hilt. Before he can speak, Mayarton chuckles, asking the arbiter if they can modify the rules so the duel only ends when one party physically surrenders. He wants to make sure the freshman can't escape early. He points his sword at Reinhardt's face, smiling widely, stating he wants to personally teach this cheeky junior some manners. Eppenhauser asks Reinhardt if he agrees to the no arbitrary stoppage rule. Reinhardt smiles, stating he agrees, but he wants to add a condition of his own. The crowd leans in, waiting to see which of the two powerhouse girls Reinhardt will call down to save his skin. But Reinhardt raises his wooden sword, pointing it directly at Merton. I won't call on a champion. I will fight myself, but I demand a handicap. Merton's smile gets incredibly wide and twisted. This stupid freshman is actually going to fight a third year? He is completely insane. Adriana and Redina look down from the stands in absolute horror. He is going to get slaughtered. Even Ellen looks down, her quiet eyes narrowing slightly at his decision. Reinhardt announces his handicap terms. Merton is forbidden from using his left arm during the entire duel. Merton just laughs, casually tucking his left hand behind his back. Sure kid, whatever makes you feel better. To the crowd, giving up an arm is a massive handicap, but Reinhardt knows better. Through his brutal training with Ellen, he learned that the offhand is crucial for balance, defense, and power scaling. Taking away Merton's left arm removes his ability to execute grab counters and balance shifts. Reinhardt's week of getting beaten up was not meaningless. He is analyzing the battlefield like a pro. The physical gap is still massive, but this is his only shot to bridge the weight class. Reinhardt grips his sword with both hands, his knuckles turning white. Eppenhauser raises his hand, dropping it instantly. The duel shall start! Reinhardt moves immediately, kicking off the stone floor. Merton just stands there, his sword lowered, a smug grin plastered on his face. He isn't even trying to guard. He completely underestimates his opponent. Reinhardt capitalizes on the arrogance, closing the distance in a split second, raising his wooden blade for a heavy, two-handed downward strike. The wooden blades collide with a sharp, echoing crack that vibrates through the entire arena. Reinhardt's eyes widen in sheer horror. The impact travels all the way up his arms, his muscles screaming under the pressure. Even with only one arm, Merton blocked his full-force, two-handed strike like it was nothing. So weak, Merton whispers, his red eyes wide and maniacal, as he easily overpowers Reinhardt's guard with a single, casual push. A rapid succession of strikes follows. Reinhardt is forced into a desperate retreat, wooden swords clashing in a desperate rhythm. Merton isn't even trying to hit Reinhardt's body. He is deliberately aiming only for Reinhardt's sword, executing heavy, calculated strikes directly against his guard. Reinhardt suddenly realizes why Ellen made him do that brutal grip training. She knew the seniors would try to disarm him immediately, but even with the training, the raw stat difference is too high. With a massive, sweeping blow, Merton strikes the side of Reinhardt's blade. The impact is too much. Reinhardt's grip shatters, the wooden sword flying out of his hands, spinning through the air and clattering onto the stone floor. Reinhardt loses his balance, crashing hard onto his side, his breath knocked out of him. Merton steps forward, his shadow completely looming over our fallen protagonist. He looks down at him with a dark, sadistic grin, his wooden sword resting on his shoulder. Pick it up, Junior. Reinhardt grits his teeth, his face pressed against the cold stone, his F-tier body trembling as he realizes the absolute nightmare he has just walked into. Our guy is currently getting physically booted across the arena floor, screaming in pain as Merton treats his ribs like a soccer ball. Reinhardt collapses onto the cold stone, gasping for air, while the senior smiles with that creepy grin, telling him to pick up his weapon. He crawls toward his wooden sword, coughing up blood, realizing his plan to get beaten into an awakening is going terribly. Merton winds up another strike, mocking him for lacking the skills to back up his big mouth. The senior looks down with absolute disgust, noting that while Reinhardt has nothing, at least his eyes still look like those of a swordmaster. He delivers another brutal kick, telling him to stay down. The arena is dead silent, as Merton tells him to just surrender nice and easy. And where is the teacher during all this? Mr. Eppenhauser is just standing there, arms crossed, watching the beating like a man waiting for a bus. The crowd is stressed. His classmates are yelling at him to just say the word and end the torture. Harriet covers her mouth in horror, while Charlotte watches with those cold eyes. Adriana is shouting at him, while her friend next to her is literally crying from the violence. Reinhardt is spitting blood on the stone, his inner dialogue realizing his entire body is physically reaching its limit. He grips his cracked hilt, his mind screaming that he cannot win this fight normally. But even if he gets trampled on, he refuses to crawl before this sadistic piece of trash. He drags himself up, charging forward with a scream, desperate to land just one solid hit. In his pure rage, Reinhardt completely forgets about his calculated plan to awaken his power. And that is when the writer's cheat code officially triggers. He is too angry to care about the rules of reality anymore. If he cannot physically overpower the senior's blade, he will just edit the durability of the senior's blade down to 0. The system demands 20 achievement points to rewrite physics. They clash, and Meyerton's wooden sword instantly shatters into a cloud of splinters. Before the senior can even register the break, Reinhardt slips under his guard and delivers a devastating kick straight to Meyerton's crotch. The absolute equalizer. Reinhardt laughs internally. Since Ellen told him these practice swords were flimsy, the probability of one breaking was already highly likely, meaning the system cheat cost him barely any points. Pure developer logic. Meyerton drops to his knees, clutching his lower assets, weeping in agony. The broken pieces of wood are still spinning in the air when Reinhardt sprints forward, knowing he has to finish this before the senior recovers. He winds up and lands a massive right hook directly to Meyerton's jaw, sending him crashing onto the stone floor. Reinhardt does not hesitate. He brings his wooden sword straight down on Meyerton's skull. He starts stomping and kicking him repeatedly, returning all the physical damage with interest. But the senior is tough. Reinhardt realizes these strikes aren't enough to knock him out cold yet. Meyerton manages to plant his foot, kicking Reinhardt back. The senior stands up, his face covered in blood, looking like a literal sleep-deprived demon. He tells Reinhardt to never surrender. Reinhardt spits blood, telling him he has no intention of surrendering either. He drags his sword, standing tall despite his broken ribs, declaring he will win. Meyerton is furious, calling him a cowardly commoner who only won a clash through a lucky break. In the stands, the silence is heavy. Reinhardt looks at his hands. He knows he cannot win a prolonged stat check, and there is no logical way to force this monster to surrender. But his desire to win is overriding his logical brain. Meyerton charges, ready to end it. Reinhardt's eyes glow with a deep, mystical light. He wants to make this arrogant senior crawl, no matter the cost. It is an impossible wish for an F-rank commoner. But he is absolutely sure of his victory, and at that exact moment of absolute groundless certainty, the blueprint of his actual power finally manifests in his mind. He raises his sword. His power had nothing to do with taking physical damage. The name of his cheat skill is self-suggestion. To activate it, he does not need to be near death. He just needs to unconditionally, completely believe he will win. In the stands, Harriet looks on in horror, claiming the idiot has officially lost his mind. Adriana reaches over the railing, shouting his name. Even Charlotte watches, her eyes wide as Reinhardt's aura shifts. Only Ellen remains perfectly still, watching her student. In his interface, the lock on his cheat skill shatters. Reinhardt takes a breath. To unlock self-suggestion, he had to stop playing the smart, calculated author and act like a naive, reckless idiot who just charges ahead with zero doubt. Meyerton swings, and Reinhardt dodges the strike in a high-speed blur. The senior's eyes go wide. Reinhardt slips right under his guard, his movements faster than physics should allow. He looks the senior dead in the eye, whispering that he has already won. The system alerts him that self-suggestion has awakened, and Reinhardt lands a devastating, physical punch directly to Meyerton's face, launching the third year across the arena, sending Meyerton flying. The senior slides across the dirt, spitting blood, completely unable to comprehend how a talentless first year suddenly gained the physical power of a high-tier knight. Reinhardt does not let him think. He steps forward, grabbing Meyerton by his messy blue-green hair, and pulls his fist back as the senior desperately begs him to wait. Whack. Reinhardt bounces his head off the stone. The spectators can only watch in absolute silence. He holds him down, his face cold, demanding he surrender. Meyerton is on all fours, trembling, bleeding, asking how this is possible. Reinhardt is completely done being nice. He slams Meyerton's head into the dirt once more, noting that if he faints, it is an automatic loss anyway. In the stands, the nobles who used to bully Reinhardt are sweating buckets, realizing they have been picking on a certified psychopath. Reinhardt smiles, a completely unhinged expression on his face, whispering that he told them he would win. This is the reality of self-suggestion. It is the physical manifestation of groundless belief. The more Reinhardt ignores logic and believes in his own victory, the more the system alters his physical stats to make it real. He pulls Meyerton up by his hair, telling him to say the words. He knows this senior has 2 more years of training and superior swordsmanship, so he demands Meyerton announce to the entire Colosseum that he is a third year who got pathetically beaten up by a commoner freshman. Reinhardt's laugh is borderline villainous. When the senior hesitates, Reinhardt pulls his fist back, offering to put him to sleep permanently. Meyerton's pride completely breaks. He screams that he lost. He collapses onto his face, sobbing, admitting he was wrong. Absolute physical and mental destruction. Mr. Eppenhauser finally raises his hand, declaring the duel officially over. He raises Reinhardt's arm, declaring the freshman commoner the victor. The system screen pops up, awarding him 600 achievement points for clearing the quest. Reinhardt stares at the screen, his adrenaline fading. He looks at the weeping senior on the floor, slightly disappointed he didn't get to deliver the final knockout. Adriana looks at him from the stands, her eyes wide with concern. She screams his name, and Reinhardt's body completely shuts down, face-planting onto the stone floor as his stamina hits absolute zero. He wakes up staring at a white wooden ceiling. Shit. Reinhardt realized he is the one who ended up waking to an unfamiliar ceiling. Classic Evangelion reference. He looks around, his body wrapped in clean bandages. Adriana is sitting right beside his bed, noting that he is finally awake. She immediately reaches over, putting her hand on his forehead to check his temperature, her face full of relief. Reinhardt blushes slightly at the sudden closeness. He asks what happened, and she explains that he won the duel but fainted from pure exhaustion right after the announcement. She tells him he is currently recovering in the dormitory clinic. Reinhardt gets a sudden chill, asking if the creepy third year is also in this clinic. Adriana crosses her arms, telling him they put Meyerton in a completely separate wing because putting them in the same room would probably result in a second duel. She narrows her eyes, teasing him, pointing out that their eyes definitely met before the match. She knew he wanted her to step in, but he chose to be a stubborn idiot instead. She starts scolding him, asking if he seriously fought a senior just to force a miraculous awakening. Reinhardt tries to play it cool, saying all's well that ends well. Adriana is not having it. She gets right in his face, telling him his methods were incredibly reckless. Sure, he got lucky and awakened his talent this time, but is he seriously planning on getting beaten to a pulp every time he wants to level up over the next 6 years? Reinhardt quickly shakes his head, telling her he won't. He realized his power runs on belief, not pain, and besides, he can just buy future talents with achievement points anyway. No more physical beatdowns. Adriana sighs, sitting back, warning him to not start any more fights with seniors, just because he won this match. Reinhardt sweats, knowing his mouth will definitely get him into trouble again. She glares, promising an extremely severe scolding if he breaks his word. He pulls the blanket over his face, promising to try to control himself. Adriana's expression softens. She admits she is actually grateful he is safe, preferring rowdy juniors who survive over those who get permanently broken. Reinhardt peeks out, telling her he is probably never going to change, so she should just give up. Adriana's forehead pops a vein, and she immediately pinches his sore head. Ugh. She stays with him for a bit longer, making sure his ice pack is set. Once he is cleared by the nurses, Reinhardt is called to homeroom teacher Mr. Eppenhauser's office. Eppenhauser sits on his sofa, noting that the concept of self-suggestion is highly unique. The administration knew Reinhardt had countless hidden potentials, but they are genuinely impressed he actually managed to awaken one under pressure. Eppenhauser notes that while fighting a senior was stupid, his actions in defending the freshman from hazing were technically justified by the results. Reinhardt rubs his neck, admitting he got incredibly lucky. Eppenhauser delivers a classic teacher speech. Luck is also a talent. But he warns Reinhardt that from this point forward, he is strictly forbidden from using his supernatural power to assault other students outside of official matches. Reinhardt promises to be good. He walks out of the office, smiling. Since self-suggestion doesn't emit any flashy magic circles, nobody can actually tell when he is using it anyway. While he is loud, he is not stupid. He wonders how the supernatural instructor will react to his new status. Reinhardt walks down the main hallway. The atmosphere is completely different. Every group of students is whispering about his victory, the rumors already spreading to the upperclassmen. Since a commoner freshman actually beat a third-year Class A student, the entire academy treats him like a walking legend. He passes his old noble bullies, Cayer and Eric. Their hateful glares have turned into absolute, sweating fear. They watched him drag a senior by his hair. They know he is a certified menace. As he walks, he spots a familiar girl with wavy brown hair and red ribbons standing in the middle of the hall. It is Harriet de Saint-Owan. Isn't that Miss Idiot? Harriet walks straight past him, turning her head with a proud huff. Reinhardt is confused. He expected her to immediately start throwing tantrums or mocking his performance. He spins around, calling out to her. Harriet flinches, her shoulders tensing. She turns around, her face completely flushed, yelling at him for ignoring her. She unloads her typical tsundere script, claiming he should have gotten beaten up more like the beggar he is, and calling his supernatural awakening a cowardly trick. Reinhardt smiles. He got the exact reaction he wanted. He steps closer, leaning in, pointing out that she looked incredibly anxious every time Meyerton landed a hit on him during the match. Harriet's face goes completely pale. Reinhardt teases her further, stating her face was as white as a sheet, and she was literally stamping her feet in worry. Harriet is frozen, her brain completely short-circuiting. She screams, waving her hands, denying everything. She unloads a stuttering, shaking mess of excuses, pointing her finger, claiming she would never worry about a commoner, and that she actually felt refreshed watching him get kicked. Her face is bright red. Reinhardt suddenly reaches out, grabbing her cheeks and squeezing them together, squishing her face into a cute pout. Harriet bats his hands away, telling him to not touch her, her eyes watering from pure embarrassment. Reinhardt laughs, noting she is actually adorable when she loses her composure. But then Reinhardt pauses. He looks at his hands, then at her face. Harriet has actual tears running down her cheeks, her voice cracking as she calls him a dirty bastard for playing with her feelings like this. She wipes her eyes, sobbing, telling him to stop making fun of her before running off down the hall. Reinhardt is left standing in the corridor, sweating in absolute panic. Our guy is currently standing in the hallway, sweating in absolute panic, because he just made the class tsundere cry. He immediately switches to survival mode, offering her a pink macaron to quiet her down. He feels like an old boomer who teased a neighborhood kid a little too much and now has to deal with the parents. Reinhardt tries to apologize, but Harriet is not having any of his commoner excuses. She unloads her noble trauma, crying about how even her family doesn't treat her like this, while Reinhardt gets hit by a barrage of broke commoner insults. He points out that she was literally calling him a beggar 5 seconds ago, wondering if physical correction is still a viable option here. But then he pivots, telling her he only teased her because she looked adorable when she was worried, smooth-talking his way out of an expulsion lawsuit. Harriet stutters, reminding him that he literally squished her cheeks and laughed at her. He tells her that just made her look even cuter, successfully neutralizing her defensive barriers. He shoves the pastry into her mouth while she tells him to stop acting like a grandma. Peace has been officially restored via high-calorie bribery. Harriet quietly munches her treat, asking if getting beat up by the senior actually hurt. She notes he only won because his supernatural ability conveniently awakened at the last second. Reinhardt looks out the window, remembering the feeling of Mayerton's wooden sword cracking his ribs. He explains that sometimes in life there is just a specific face you absolutely refuse to lose to. Harriet sighs, telling him that with an attitude like that, he is going to speedrun his lifespan. He laughs it off, stating he survived this time, so it's fine. She looks at him with a rare, soft gaze, her anger completely gone. A quiet moment of actual connection, before they head back to the classroom. Later that afternoon, the atmosphere around the academy main building is buzzing. Prince Bertus congratulates him on the victory, playing his perfect public relations game. Reinhardt is already resting his chin on his hand, bored of the royal small talk, when Harriet de Gardias, the copper-haired senior he humiliated, suddenly steps up to his desk. And then, the muscular upperclassman executes a perfect 90-degree bow. He formally apologizes, promising he will never use his senior status to bully the juniors again. Reinhardt is surprised. He realizes Art wasn't actually a bad guy, just a pawn forced to enforce the seniors' hazing rules. He recalls how the upperclassman used the sweet, defenseless Redina to bait the freshman into a fight. The seniors knew she couldn't hurt a fly, using her commoner status to force a confrontation. And Art only stepped in to protect his classmate from getting cussed out. Honestly, Reinhardt can respect a guy who fights to protect his friends. So, he decides to be the bigger man here. He stands up and bows back, formally apologizing for his underhanded physical tactics during their brawl. The surrounding students are completely stunned by the sudden redemption arc. Art smiles, the beef officially squashed. A massive win for commoner diplomacy. Reinhardt sits back down, making a mental note to apologize to Redina later as well. The homeroom bell rings, and Mr. Eppenhauser announces that the Victory Festival starts next week. The school will be completely closed to celebrate the end of the Demon War. But because the curriculum is strict, they only get 5 days off. The class's excitement immediately drops by 50%. Still, 5 days of no morning runs is a massive victory for the freshmen. Reinhardt plans his holidays, deciding to visit the vampire shopkeeper Eleris in the city. But Eppenhauser stops him right after class, telling Reinhardt to follow him. Reinhardt tenses up, wondering if he is about to get sued for structural damage to the arena. They walk out to the quiet, sunny campus courtyard. Reinhardt is just standing there, looking completely lost, as they sit together on a wooden bench in front of the empty pool. Reinhardt tries to break the awkward silence by asking why they don't heat the pool during the winter. He suggests using those convenient, cheat-like mana stones to make an indoor hot spring. Eppenhauser, looking deadpan, explains that the maintenance costs for running an all-year pool are astronomically high. The teacher asks why a male commoner is suddenly so curious about winter swimming. And then, Eppenhauser looks at him with this soul-crushing, disgusted glare. Reinhardt's brain slowly processes the implication. Our guy realizes his teacher thinks he wants to see his teenage classmates in swimsuits. This is a level of reputational damage he cannot recover from. Eppenhauser immediately stands up to leave, wanting zero part in this imaginary scandal. Reinhardt is left on the bench, desperately screaming that it was just a mechanical question. But his suffering is interrupted by the arrival of Rolendria, the supernatural ability teacher. She is here to officially examine his newly awakened talent. Reinhardt sprints across the field in a high-speed blur, clocking in at exactly 8 seconds, slightly faster than his standard run. Relendria notes that his power physically alters his base stats through sheer mental focus. Reinhardt is catching his breath, feeling a massive headache coming on. The mechanics of self-suggestion are highly unique. If Reinhardt unconditionally believes he has the speed of an Olympic runner, the system bends reality to match his delusion. The catch is, the belief must be absolute. It has to be on the level of a kid who genuinely believes his dad owns Microsoft. Reinhardt complains that using this power is starting to cause him serious mental damage. He thinks having a power that relies on weaponized delusion is incredibly embarrassing. Relendria smiles, telling him he shouldn't be discouraged. She points out that most users take years to successfully prime their suggestions, but Reinhardt can activate his immediately, meaning he is basically a natural-born master of delusion. He is glad his power is verified, but getting officially certified as a high-tier Chunabu still hurts his pride. Night falls over the quiet towers of the elite dormitory. Reinhardt is lying flat on his bed, staring at the ceiling in the dark. He is the author of this world, and his personal cheat talent is literally just weaponized 8th grade syndrome. The irony is physical. Suddenly, the old-school rotary phone on his nightstand starts ringing. He picks up the heavy receiver. A cold, familiar voice tells him to come down to the main lobby immediately. It is Princess Charlotte. And from the sound of her voice, she has found something that is going to make Reinhardt's double-agent life significantly more difficult. Reinhardt steps out into the dim courtyard, the lantern light flickering in the night breeze. Charlotte walks beside him, asking how it feels to officially become a supernatural user. She notes that his ability is called self-suggestion. She asks point blank, if he suggests to himself that he knows where a specific person is, can he locate them? Reinhardt sweats, telling her that it probably won't work like a GPS, but he can attempt a trial run. He knows this is his only shot to secure more lifelines for the Rotary Gang. Charlotte pulls out a folded piece of parchment. She hands it to him. It is a portrait of his own red-haired beggar form. Our guy is staring directly at his own face, trying to keep his composure. He looks at the worn edges of the paper, realizing she has been carrying this drawing of him everywhere. The sheer weight of the guilt hits him in waves. He is standing right next to her, and now he has to fabricate a massive lie to her face. He closes his eyes, pretending to activate his suggestion, claiming he can see a crumbling castle. He describes a huge stone structure with people emerging on horseback. Charlotte's eyes go completely wide with terror. She remembers that exact scene from their escape. She grabs his wrist with a desperate strength, her fingers digging into his skin. She pleads with him, crying, begging him to see just a little bit more. Tears stream down her face as she asks him to tell her anything about the boy who saved her. Reinhardt's silence is absolute. He looks at her weeping, realizing how much his small survival lies are starting to tear this girl apart. He is doing something genuinely horrible to her. He claims his vision is fading because his power is still too unrefined. Charlotte drops her head, her voice cracking as she begs him to just tell her if the boy is still alive. She is trembling, completely broken by the memory of the dungeon. Reinhardt knows he is digging his own grave, but he cannot leave her like this. He is alive, Reinhardt tells her, his voice firm and clear. I am absolutely sure of it. Charlotte freezes, her golden eyes wide with a sudden, overwhelming relief. She clutches her chest, whispering thank you over and over again, her tears falling onto the grass. They sit together on the wooden bench in the quiet dark. Two kids carrying the weight of an entire war under the stars. She wipes her eyes, warning him to never let Prince Bertus discover this investigation. She looks at him, a rare, genuine smile appearing on her face. She explains that the beggar boy is her absolute savior. During her time in that dark, bloody dungeon surrounded by corpses, her mind was about to shatter. But that boy appeared before her, holding her hand, telling her everything would be fine. He claimed to have lost his memories, yet he still spent all his energy trying to comfort her. He even shared his last pack of biscuits with her in that absolute hell. So she promised him she would help him recover his memories, and she will do whatever it takes to fulfill that vow. Reinhardt looks away, asking if some painful memories are better off forgotten. Charlotte smiles sadly, agreeing that might be true, but she wants to ask him personally once they meet. She looks at him, demanding he find him. If he succeeds, she promises she will grant Reinhardt absolutely anything he desires. He laughs dryly, calling that a highly dangerous blank check to hand to a lowly commoner. Internally, he feels like a tiny shrimp caught between two massive, imperial whales. One wrong move, and he gets crushed. Reinhardt walks back toward the dormitory gates, the morning light starting to hit the towers. He lets out a massive sigh, completely drained of all physical and mental energy. Suddenly, a voice calls out from the shadows. Looks like my sister is looking for someone. Prince Bertus steps out, leaning against the pillar with a smug, knowing grin. Reinhardt's heart skips a beat. Bertus asks if Reinhardt has made any progress in finding the boy for Charlotte. Reinhardt realizes the prince has been running a complete background check on him, tracking his ties to the Rotary Gang. The sociopath is showing his teeth. Reinhardt plays dumb, claiming it's impossible to find someone with only a nameless portrait. Bertus smiles, telling Reinhardt to report any clues to him immediately. He turns his back, casually calling his sister desperate and already broken. And then, the prince drops a massive, unexpected proposition. Reinhardt is stunned, asking if the prince seriously wants him to become the future kingpin of the Thieves Guild. Bertus sighs, admitting it's a shame Reinhardt's ties only lie with the low-tier beggars of the Rotary Gang, instead of the actual underworld elite. Reinhardt tries to read the prince's terrifying political ambition. Bertus explains that criminal organizations are an inevitable part of any society. You can never truly eradicate the dark side, so the only logical move is to place someone you control on the Shadow Throne to rule over it. The prince looks back with a chilling, wide grin that makes Reinhardt's stomach turn. He wants Reinhardt to take over the underbelly of the capital so Bertus can support him from behind the scenes. Two dead moths lie on the stone floor, a stark visual metaphor for what happens to the prince's pawns. The next morning, the students are packing their bags, preparing for the 5-day victory festival. His classmates are cheerfully planning to meet up in the city's central park during the holidays. An upperclassman invites Reinhardt to attend church, but he politely declines, stating he only plans to sleep for the next 5 days straight. He heads toward the quiet training hall to get some last-minute practice. But Bertus's terrifying proposition is still looping continuously in his mind. The prince wants to conquer the empire, and he wants Reinhardt to rule the crime syndicate. The sheer, cold ambition of his classmate is genuinely alarming. Bertus told him not to worry, calling it a long-term plan, but the threat was loud and clear. He wishes him a casual, haunting goodnight. Reinhardt is staring blankly at the floor of the gym, completely lost in his thoughts, when a wooden sword suddenly slaps his head. Ellen tells him to stop letting his thoughts wander. Reinhardt groans, sitting down, declaring his body is about to break from all this training. He looks up at her, his cynicism fading when he notices her face. Ellen is sweating profusely, swinging her heavy practice sword against the dummy with a frantic, desperate speed. He asks why she is working herself so hard today, but she just ignores him, continuing her relentless strikes. Reinhardt sighs, leaving the gym, telling her not to overdo it. He walks down the empty corridor, but a weird, persistent worry keeps bugging him. He heads to the kitchen and decides to whip up some hot, fresh grilled sandwiches. He grumbles to himself, calling it soft behavior, but admits this stoic girl just makes people want to take care of her. He enters the dark gym, holding the steaming plate, calling out her name, and then, the plate almost slips from his fingers. Ellen is lying completely motionless on the hard stone floor, her wooden sword rolled away. He runs over, finding her face flushed bright red, burning with a massive fever. The stoic glutton of Class A has officially collapsed. We open directly inside a dark, hazy dream sequence. A girl is desperately screaming for her brother not to leave her behind for the war. Ellen's eyes slowly flutter open as she wakes up from the nightmare. And the first thing she sees is Reinhardt's tired face staring down at her. He immediately starts scolding her, pointing out that working yourself to death in an empty gym is a terrible way to go. The school nurse chuckles in the background, making a deadpan comment about how young kids these days seem to have a weird reincarnation speedrun obsession. She turns back to her paperwork, noting that Ellen's condition was actually pretty critical. The nurse reveals that Reinhardt carried her all the way to the clinic on his back, red-faced and panic-screaming for the teachers to save her. Reinhardt immediately tells her to shut up. She warns Ellen to stop overexerting herself before leaving the room. Reinhardt sits by her bedside, asking how a literal combat prodigy managed to trip and give herself a concussion on a training dummy. He smugly smiles, asking if she is going to formally thank her savior now. Ellen just blankly stares at him, before quietly admitting he is right. He tells her to get up, since the nurse already patched her up with divine magic. He mentions he made a massive batch of grilled sandwiches because he knew her bottomless stomach would be empty. He turns his head, grumbling that he made them specifically for her, so she better eat every bite. Ellen sits up, her stoic face unchanged. She flatly announces she wants to take a shower first because she smells like sweat. Reinhardt tenses up, pointing out that by the time she finishes washing, it will be way past the dormitory curfew. But then he remembers the original novel's protagonist, Ludwig, who basically treated the curfew like a gentle suggestion anyway. Reinhardt suggests she just eat first, but Ellen refuses to sit around smelling like a gym floor. So Reinhardt drops the logical play. Can't we just eat in your room? Cut to the rain pouring outside the massive glass windows. We get a quick tour of Ellen's room, which is basically a barren wasteland containing a single drawer of heavy dumbbells. Reinhardt sits at her wooden table, looking around the empty space. He remembers writing the academy dorms as co-ed, just so convenient plot events could happen, because a dormitory full of teenage guys would just result in them waking up at dawn to play soccer. Still, sitting in a teenage girl's bedroom isn't doing anything for his pulse. He looks at the plate of grilled sandwiches, realizing Ellen probably views him as a glorified lunch lady anyway. He notes her room is just as empty and barren as his own, lacking any typical noble decoration. But then his eyes lock onto a massive, heavy wooden trunk sitting in the corner. The sheer size of the locks suggests whatever is inside is not a standard school uniform. The bathroom door slides open, and Ellen walks out drying her damp hair with a towel. Reinhardt sighs, telling her to hurry up and eat so he can go back to sleep. They move out to her private balcony, the rain falling around them in a quiet, steady rhythm. They sit across from each other, quietly eating the grilled sandwiches. The silence between them is heavy, the kind of silence that only happens when someone is carrying a mountain of grief. Reinhardt watches her profile, realizing she is staring blankly into the dark sky. He takes a bite, casually stating that feeling like absolute garbage is just a standard part of the human experience. He explains that sometimes there is no logical reason for the sadness, and that's just how life works. But if you keep it locked up inside, it will eventually eat your sanity from the inside out. Ellen pauses, her gaze dropping to her hands. She quietly asks, "What if you could save the entire world in exchange for your life? Would you do it?" Reinhardt looks at her, the question hitting him like a physical blow. He knows exactly who she is talking about. Her brother, Rhaegar Artorius, the legendary hero who sacrificed his life to slay the Demon King and save humanity. The entire empire worships his sacrifice, but Ellen was left with nothing but an empty house and a funeral. She resented his heroism, yet missed him terribly. Reinhardt quietly answers that he has no idea what he would do until he is backed into that corner himself. Ellen looks up, her empty eyes suddenly filled with a sharp, burning focus. "I won't ever let myself die like that," she says. She stands up, telling Reinhardt she has something she wants to show him. She walks over to the heavy trunk, kneeling down to slide the heavy metal latches open. She pulls out a massive, beautifully crafted sword, wrapped in fine cloth. The blade has a crescent moon crest on the hilt, with glowing runic carvings that say, "Forged through tears." Ellen holds the legendary weapon, calmly stating its name, Lament. Reinhardt's heart stops. As the author of this world, he knows that sword better than anyone. The hero Artorius carried two holy weapons, Allspringer, the sword of the god of war, and Lament, the sword of the goddess of the moon. Before Artorius marched into the demon realm, he left Lament behind as a final keepsake for his little sister. Reinhardt covers his shock with a smug grin, teasing her that having an S-tier cheat weapon explains why she is so ridiculously strong. Ellen looks at him, her stoic face cracking into a rare, incredibly soft smile. She looks up at him, her voice quiet but sincere. "Reinhardt, thank you." The holographic orange system screen flashes in his vision. Achievement unlocked. Ellen's truth. You have gained 500 achievement points. Cut to the next morning. Reinhardt is packing a simple leather bag in his room. The steam train chugs along the tracks, carrying him away from the academy for the 5-day victory festival. He looks out the window, wearing a casual red hoodie, his mind finally clear of school drama. A small smile appears on his face. 5 days of pure, uninterrupted sleep. He steps off the train, walking into the crowded, festive streets of the Al-Lagar shopping district. He pushes open the door to Eleris's bookstore, the bell chiming. Eleris turns around, her red eyes widening in absolute sweating panic. "Your Highness?" she gasps, dropping her books. Reinhardt casually waves, telling her it's been a while. She immediately starts pacing, whispering that coming here in person is incredibly dangerous for his survival. Reinhardt tells her to relax, explaining he took multiple detours through the alleys to shake off any Imperial trackers. He smiles, stating he came here because she is the only person he actually trusts in this city. Eleris blushes, completely flustered by his rare compliment. But then her face tenses up, her gentle demeanor instantly vanishing. She looks at him with a heavy, serious gaze that makes his stomach drop. She asks if he remembers when he first arrived in the capital, desperately trying to sell high-tier scrolls to raise tuition money. She places her hand on her ledger, revealing a terrifying detail. Those old scroll transactions left a trace, and the Imperial trackers have officially pinpointed this bookstore as the last known location of the Demon Prince. Reinhardt is frozen, the realization hitting him like a cold bucket of water. Eleris explains that while the Imperial Knights don't suspect her yet, they are keeping a continuous watch on her shop because it's their only active lead. She looks at him nervously, mentioning she heard a rumor about him stealing a fireball scroll from a nearby magic shop. Reinhardt's face immediately twists into a look of absolute disgust. He remembers the shameless, bearded merchant who tried to scam him on his first day. He explains he didn't steal anything. The greedy old bastard thought Reinhardt's masterclass scrolls were realistic fakes and tried to hire him to forge copycat scrolls. Eleris is horrified, pointing out that selling fake defensive scrolls to unsuspecting buyers is basically manslaughter. She gets surprisingly defensive, stating that scammers like that deserve to get their shops burned down anyway. Reinhardt is surprised by her sudden violence. He pivots, asking how the street kids of the Rotary Gang are holding up in the sewers. Eleris admits she hasn't heard from Loyar recently, so Reinhardt decides they should head down to their hideout tomorrow to check on them. Night falls over the bookstore, the moonlight shining through the bedroom window. Eleris sits on the edge of her bed, staring out at the quiet city lights. She calls out to Reinhardt, asking if he is still awake. He opens one eye, grumbling a quiet no, not yet. Eleris looks at her reflection in the glass, her voice filled with a quiet, ancient sadness. "I don't think humans are better than demons," she says. She notes that while humanity knows how to build beautiful cities, they also excel at slaughtering their own kind for the sake of prosperity. Reinhardt sits up, his tired eyes narrowing. He asks if something happened. She looks back, telling him he will find out tomorrow. The silence settles over the room as she turns back to the window, carrying a heavy secret. The next morning, they walk through the damp stone tunnels of the undercity sewers. Suddenly, a theatrical voice echoes through the brick walls. "Your Highness!" Sarkagar, in his silver-haired noble disguise, literally launches himself at Reinhardt, his face full of dramatic tears. Reinhardt immediately tries to peel him off. Loyar stands in the background, arms crossed, welcoming him back with a smirk. Reinhardt groans, telling them that school is so exhausting he feels like he is aging in dog years. Loyar and Eleris look at him, confused by his dramatic complaint. Reinhardt casually explains how he got into a brawl with the second-year representative, grabbed a senior's crown jewels, and then fought a third-year duelist to force a cheat awakening. The three demons pull the most cartoonish, wide-eyed shocked faces in the history of the series. Sarkagar starts crying tears of joy, praising Reinhardt's absolute, ruthless demon spirit, while Eleris and Loyar collectively scream at him for breaking his promise to lay low. Reinhardt pulls out his red ruby pendant, telling them to calm down since he didn't have to use Eleris's dangerous dark fire magic anyway. Eleris lets out a massive sigh of relief, leaning against the damp brick wall. Reinhardt's expression goes serious. He turns to Loyar, asking what the massive report is. Loyar and Sarkagar instantly lose their goofy faces, their eyes turning sharp and cold. The atmosphere in the sewer hideout turns freezing cold. Reinhardt tenses up, asking what kind of disaster happened while he was away. Sarkagar reveals that during the upcoming victory celebration, the human merchants are planning a massive, illegal black market auction, and the main products of this auction are demon war prisoners. Reinhardt is stunned. Weren't they all executed? Eleris looks down, her eyes full of shame. Reinhardt asks what the hell the nobles are even going to use them for. Collectibles? Like they are trading Pokemon cards? Sarkagar explains the reality of human degeneracy. Eleris nods silently, her face pale. Sarkagar reveals that the demons with the highest prices are succubi and incubi, due to their physical similarity to humans. Reinhardt is confused, pointing out that succubi literally drain the life force of humans until they die. Why would anyone want that in their house? Sarkagar explains that the buyers use horrific, dark magic brainwashing and surgical procedures to completely strip the demons of their defensive abilities. They are kept as harmless, silent playthings for the wealthy elite. A dark, sickening industry operating right under the capital's sparkling surface. Reinhardt looks at them, his voice flat. "So, you guys want to save them, right?" Sarkagar and Loyar admit that while they want to rescue their kin, they only have 3 active high-tier demons in the capital. If any of them get caught or killed during a reckless rescue mission, the entire foundation of the Demon Prince's survival network will completely collapse. Eleris looks at him, her eyes pleading for a decision. Reinhardt sits on a wooden crate, looking at the floor. He knows that without him, these 3 would have suicidally charged into the auction house and got themselves killed anyway. In the original draft of his novel, a Class B student named Delphine Isadra was supposed to get kidnapped during this festival, and the protagonist Ludwig saved her. But now, the butterfly effect has completely derailed the timeline. Instead of a fun academy festival, Reinhardt is forced to deal with a human trafficking ring. His inner dialogue starts screaming. He is just a 30-year-old human author, trapped in a teenager's body. He is not a demon, and he has absolutely zero interest in rebuilding some edgy dark empire. He is not a hero who jumps headfirst into life-threatening situations to save strangers. That is just not who he is. He wants to survive. Eleris, seeing his hesitation, quietly steps forward. She tells him they should just ignore the auction. Protecting Reinhardt's life is their absolute priority. The three demons stand in the dark sewer, waiting for their prince's final command. Sarkagar agrees with Eleris, stating they will let this pass, for his sake. Reinhardt lets out a massive sigh, rubbing his face, grumbling that chronic fatigue is the greatest contributor to human disease. He looks up, his blue-gray eyes tired but sharp. "I just want to sleep peacefully," he says. He covers his face with his hands, groaning at his own stupidity. He lowers his hands, looking at his three loyal subordinates. Sarkagar and Loyar blink, completely stunned by his sudden shift in tone. Eleris gasps, her mouth slightly open. Reinhardt smiles, his sharp canine teeth showing as he delivers the final play. "All right, team. We have a massive illegal slave trade to shut down, and precisely zero room for error." Eleris lays out the ground rules immediately because she knows our guy is prone to doing reckless things. There are three massive variables we need to account for: the location, the target count, and the security. Sarkagar steps up as the team's official high society spy. He points out that since this is a secret noble black market, finding it requires some serious political leverage. And then we have the logistics of how these demons were smuggled out of military custody in the first place. Reinhardt's writer brain instantly starts connecting the dots. This isn't just a few rogue soldiers making a quick buck. This is a massive, high-level conspiracy, and Reinhardt is already getting a migraine. If high-ranking Imperial military commanders are secretly selling prisoners of war, there is a very real chance that the Imperial family itself is turning a blind eye, which means we are potentially picking a fight with Bertus and Charlotte's entire political network. Reinhardt lies flat on his back, questioning why he wrote such an incredibly complicated political system. Seriously, he could have just written a simple fantasy where the main conflict is a minor misunderstanding about a sandwich. He asks Eleris if they can just use magic to bypass the guards, but she points out that high-ranking nobles aren't stupid. They will definitely have top-tier anti-magic barriers in place. Then Eleris drops a highly logical counterproposal. Why raid the auction while it is actually happening? That is quite literally the worst possible time to hit a high-security venue. If we hit them before the auction, the security is looser. If we hit them after, the buyers will be transporting them individually. Reinhardt sits there, completely speechless. The absolute embarrassment of being the literal god of this world and getting outbrained by your own secondary character. But Reinhardt points out the massive flaw in the post-auction plan. If they systematically steal them one by one, it will look like a highly organized group is targeting the nobility. The capital will go on high alert, and the security at the school will become unbearable. And as the author, Reinhardt knows something his team doesn't. In the original timeline, before he transmigrated, this exact rescue operation was attempted, and it failed spectacularly, resulting in his friends getting slaughtered. He cannot let history repeat itself. They need a way to move all 100 captives simultaneously. Loyar points out that moving that many people silently is physically impossible. Unless. Reinhardt slams his hands on the table. Eleris, can you cast mass teleportation? She can. But it requires a solid 30 minutes of casting time. Not exactly useful when guards are actively trying to turn you into a pincushion. But Reinhardt's eyes light up. What if they don't teleport from inside the auction house? He calculates the demographics of the captives. Most of them are humanoid demons, meaning they can move relatively fast. Loyar is still highly skeptical because their raw numbers are too small for a direct confrontation. She tests Sarkagar's defense with a swift jab, reminding everyone that they need a real strategy, not just hope. Reinhardt explains the play. The noble black market is highly illegal. So what happens if we leak the location to the public? Loyar and Eleris look at him like he's lost his mind. A public riot would force the merchants to panic and scramble. If thousands of angry citizens show up, the market organizers will have to evacuate the captives in a hurry. But more importantly, Reinhardt is planning to invite a very specific guest, the ultimate anti-demon faction, the religious zealots, the Knights Templar. The trade of demon captives is a massive insult to their holy order. They are a military force completely independent of the imperial crown. If they find out that corrupt human nobles are hoarding demons for personal entertainment, they will view it as a massive betrayal of the sacred war effort. The empire cannot risk a civil war with the church over a few black market transactions. Sarkagar realizes this will definitely shut down the auction, but there is a massive catch. If the Knights Templar take custody of the demons, they will simply execute them as holy purification. Reinhardt grins. That is exactly why we hit them during the custody transfer. The moment the Templars escort the captives through the city streets, we swoop in, and we hijack the entire transport. Loyar looks at the plan and offers a brilliant tactical adjustment. Instead of relying on Eleris's slow mass teleport spell, why not use one of the city's municipal warp gates? Reinhardt is stunned. A warp gate? Sarkagar quickly drafts a map of the local infrastructure. There is a major public warp gate located right in front of the Knights Templars headquarters. If they cause a massive distraction right before the convoy enters the temple, they can shove the captives through the gate. And to prevent the Holy Knights from pursuing them, Eleris can shatter the gate from the other side. Reinhardt's signature smug grin returns. The roles are assigned. Loyar handles the distraction, Eleris handles the magic, and Sarkagar infiltrates the guards. It is a perfect plan. High risk, high reward. And if anything goes absolutely sideways, Reinhardt has his ultimate developer cheat, the revision console. Later that night, the high-stress planning is finally over. In the quiet of Eleris's shop, the atmosphere shifts completely. Eleris leans against Reinhardt's back, her voice barely a whisper. She thanks him for risking his life for their kind. Reinhardt sits in silence, letting her feel the warmth of his presence. He asks if she is truly prepared for the violence that might unfold. Eleris closes her eyes. She has spent centuries killing. She is deeply, physically tired of the bloodshed. She hugs him tighter, finding a rare moment of peace in his silent protection. Reinhardt stares at the ceiling, promising himself that he will protect her peace. For a brief moment, the burden of being a demon prince and an author fades away. The days bleed together, and the victory festival finally begins. Fireworks illuminate the night sky as citizens celebrate the end of the war. While the crowds cheer, Reinhardt's team takes their positions outside the Merchant Guild. Dressed in dark travel cloaks, they watch the heavy security detail. The objective is simple: save the captives, ignore the corrupt nobles. They need to move before the official auction starts and the venue is locked down. Sarkagar's intel was spot on. There are roughly 100 prisoners inside the building. To trigger the raid, they had to choose a delivery method for their anonymous leak. A physical scroll was the only way to guarantee the fanatical knights would take the bait. Reinhardt personally delivered the letter to the Templar headquarters. And right on cue, the Holy Order is marching on the guild. Reinhardt comments on how convenient Eleris's invisibility spell is, but she warns him not to rely on it near anti-magic fields. Loyar's golden eyes glow as she sniffs the air. She can smell the heavy incense and steel of the approaching Knights Templar. The bait has been taken. The Holy Knights are moving with an elite squad, bypassing the main festive streets. Reinhardt notes that they are trying to keep this quiet to preserve the Empire's public reputation. The lead Templar confronts the guild guards, demanding entry. The guards try to play dumb, but the tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. Loyar whispers that the argument is escalating. The corrupt guild guards are desperately trying to stall. The Knight Templar has zero patience for bureaucratic delays. He draws his holy blade, pressing it directly against the guard's throat. The guards fold instantly. The Templars breach the guild doors. Reinhardt prepares to activate his side of the distraction. He needs to monitor the situation and ensure the knights don't execute the demons on sight. He raises his hand to open his developer UI to prepare his safety net, but suddenly, a massive red warning screen flashes in his vision. The revision function has been completely disabled. The safety net is gone, and the heist has already begun. So, right when our guy needs his ultimate developer cheat code, the UI gives him a fatal error. Without the revise function, Reinhardt is left staring at the captives, realizing he has zero backup plan if the Templars decide to execute them. He starts overthinking, wondering if these fanatical religious knights are about to initiate a mass purge. If his plan fails here, every single one of those prisoners is dead, and the weight of his lazy past life writing is about to crush him. Eleris notices him looking like he just saw a ghost and asks if he's alright. He tries to play it cool, masking his panic by asking what happens if the knights just execute everyone. Before she can answer, Loyar warns them that the Templars are finally exiting the building. The elite guard marches out in full plate armor, looking incredibly imposing. Reinhardt reminds himself of the political math. The church needs these demons alive as leverage against the Empire. They absolutely cannot kill them, because dead evidence is useless evidence. He drops to his knees on the roof, praying to whatever god is listening that his logic holds up. The prisoners are led out, chained, but otherwise completely unharmed and in stable condition. Eleris is relieved, thinking Reinhardt's master plan worked perfectly. Our guy, however, is currently lying flat on his back, having a mild existential crisis about his system interface. He realizes the revise function didn't fail because of a glitch, it failed because the outcome was already guaranteed. The system doesn't let you pay to change what's already happening. No time to celebrate though. They need to sprint to the warp gate before the convoy arrives. But as they tail the guards, Reinhardt overhears the knights murmuring about allocating some of the captives for themselves. Turns out the Holy Knights are quietly planning to siphon off a few succubi for personal research. Because of course they are. Corruption in this world is an absolute flat circle. Eleris looks down, her eyes narrowing as her pacifist demeanor cracks for the first time. Reinhardt realizes the church is just as filthy as the merchants, hiding their degeneracy behind sacred vows. He actually believed they had some shred of genuine faith. He flashes back to the sweet, innocent nun he wrote in his original draft, and the sheer hypocrisy of the real world makes him sick. They reach the warp gate just ahead of the convoy, and Reinhardt tells them to get ready to call Sarkagar. Suddenly, the lead Templar commander raises his hand and calls a halt. He senses a disturbance, warning his units that someone is lurking nearby with invisibility magic. The stealth phase is officially over. Eleris grabs Reinhardt and prepares to run. The commander spots them on the roof and demands they reveal themselves immediately. With the gig up, Reinhardt panics and prepares to force-activate his magic, yelling at Eleris to start casting the mass teleportation spell. But Eleris has had enough of the church's hypocrisy. She doesn't cast a warp spell. She casts a massive high-ranking firestorm instead. The sweet, gentle vampire lord has officially left the building. A wall of towering flames erupts, instantly engulfing the street. The Templars are thrown into complete chaos, screaming as their armor heats up. Reinhardt stands in the middle of the inferno, utterly speechless. He remembers the plan was to cause a minor distraction with minimal damage. But Eleris is currently venting centuries of pent-up rage, and she is not aiming for a non-lethal takedown. She turns back, her face perfectly calm while the world burns behind her. Reinhardt quietly files this under: "Things I will never, under any circumstances, make angry." The Templar commander tries to rally his troops, ordering them to form a defensive line. But before they can recover, a deafening, monstrous roar splits the night. Loyar leaps from the shadows, her eyes glowing with pure beast mode energy. She transforms into a massive, terrifying lycanthrope, tearing through their front line like paper. The captives watch in absolute shock as the demon rescue squad arrives. Eleris shouts at the prisoners to run toward the glowing warp gate. They don't need to be told twice, immediately rushing forward. The remaining knights try to pursue, screaming to stop the escape. They invoke the protection of Als, the god of war, their swords glowing with holy light. Reinhardt notes that despite the panic, these guys are seasoned veterans. They are reforming their lines way too quickly. If they manage to surround Eleris and Loyar, his two heavy hitters might actually get overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Suddenly, a massive, earth-shaking rumble vibrates through the stone plaza. The Templars freeze, their holy swords trembling as the ground cracks open. A massive, dark silhouette rises from the dust, spreading colossal wings. It's a literal black dragon. Sarkagar apparently had a legendary summon in his inventory this entire time. The scene cuts to the quiet Daratanis forest on the border of Kernstadt. Against all odds, the entire squad made it through the warp gate, completely safe from the church. Eleris is nursing her mana exhaustion while Reinhardt looks on, still processing the dragon thing. His system interface pops up with a massive quest complete notification: 107 demons rescued, rewarding him with over 5,000 achievement points. He steps up to the crowd of weary, confused demons and introduces himself as Valier Jr. The crowd goes wild, weeping tears of joy that the prince of the demon realm is actually alive. But as they celebrate, a soft, familiar voice speaks up from the shadows. A pink-haired demon girl steps into the moonlight, staring at him with wide eyes. Sarkagar's jaw drops as he recognizes her. Reinhardt pulls her aside to sit on a stone ledge, trying to explain that he has a severe case of plot-convenient amnesia. He tells her he doesn't remember anything about their time in the demon realm, apologizing for the blank stare. She looks at him, her expression a mix of relief and deep, lingering sadness. She quietly thanks him for the rescue, admitting she never expected to see him again. But the way she keeps fidgeting and looking down makes Reinhardt incredibly nervous. He wonders if they had beef in the past. Did he do something terrible to her? He reiterates that his mind is completely wiped of his royal past. He apologizes in advance just in case he was a toxic royal brat to her. The girl flushes deep red, stammering and waving her hands in a panic. Reinhardt's internal monologue is currently screaming. Did he seriously bully this poor girl? She quickly explains the actual dynamic, her face burning with embarrassment. Her name is Aerie, daughter of the succubus queen, and they were childhood friends back in the capital. As the daughter of the demon realm's third highest authority, she held some serious status. And whenever Reinhardt acted like a complete menace, Aerie was the one who physically beat some sense into him with a wooden training stick. He would pull her hair, run to his dad, and then tease her until she chased him around the castle. But the fun childhood didn't last. The war came, the Heavenly Kings fell, and Aerie was captured during the siege of the demon castle. So to have her childhood rival, the prince she thought was dead, suddenly show up as her savior is a lot to process. Reinhardt rubs the back of his neck, realizing he absolutely deserved every single beating she gave him. Inside his head, he is deeply regretting the backstory he wrote for his younger self. He shifts the topic, asking what the human captors did to her magical power and physical traits. Irie's expression goes cold, the playful childhood memories instantly evaporating. Slowly, she reaches up and pulls her long hair back. Reinhardt's eyes go wide with horror. Beneath her hair are massive, jagged scars where her ears and horns used to be. She explains that the humans surgically removed their horns, tails, and wings, performing horrific experiments to permanently destroy their capacity to channel mana. She is physically ruined, unable to cast even basic magic. She starts crying, whispering that she is deeply sorry she has become useless to him. She wanted to repay her savior, but she has nothing left to offer the demon crown. The proud royal succubus has been reduced to a weeping, traumatized child. She collapses against his shoulder, her tears soaking his hoodie. Reinhardt doesn't push her away. He just lets her cry, his face turning solemn. He tells her flatly that he didn't risk his neck to turn them into weapons or tools for a war. He saved them because he could, and because they deserved to live. They don't owe him a single copper coin, and they definitely don't owe him their lives. He gently places a hand on her head, a rare moment of genuine, soft character growth from our usually cynical MC. You worked hard to survive, Irie. You're free now. Later, they gather the rest of the survivors to discuss their futures. 90% of them want to return to the Darklands to live in peace, but Aerie and a small group of 10 demons want to remain in the Empire. She points out that, as a royal, she can't just run away and live comfortably while her realm is in ruins. The other high-ranking demons nod in agreement. They have too much pride to just hide in the wild. But Reinhardt is confused. They have no magic and no physical strength. What can they possibly do in the heart of the human empire? Irie explains the modern rules of engagement. Humans are entirely ruled by gold. She suggests that instead of fighting with swords, they fight with trade and commerce. If they can secure a monopoly on the empire's gold supply, they can destroy their economy from the inside out. Reinhardt scratches his head. It's a great capitalist pitch, but how does she plan to get the massive seed funding required to start a corporation? Irie looks at him, her tear-stained eyes suddenly turning incredibly cold and calculated. She clutches her chest, taking a deep, steady breath. Sell us, Valier. If you sell us back to the corrupt human nobles as high-tier slaves, we can secure the starting capital instantly. We will infiltrate their households, steal their secrets, and funnel the money back to you. Reinhardt's brain short-circuits as the absolute absurdity of the pitch hits him. What kind of absolute bullshit is this? We pick up right in the middle of Irie's absolute madness. She is still dead set on selling her own crew into human slavery to fund their capitalistic shadow war, and Reinhardt's patience has officially left the building. He screams at her in pure, unadulterated frustration. I literally put my life on the line to save you from chains, and your immediate business pitch is to sell yourselves back into it? He is genuinely questioning if his childhood friend has lost her mind. Irie starts crying, explaining that since they have no magic left, this is the only valuable asset they have. She believes throwing away her pride is the only way to help rebuild the ruined demon realm. Reinhardt yells at her to stop talking, refusing to listen to this toxic self-sacrifice nonsense. But then the other rescued demons kneel and beg him to accept their decision. Irie then suggests that if he won't sell them, they'll just join a local brothel instead. Reinhardt looks like his brain is currently experiencing a blue screen of death. He snaps, telling them he would rather die of starvation than fund his kingdom with that kind of money. He reminds them that demons don't need a kingdom to survive, they just need to stay alive. Just go earn money through normal, legal means. Irie looks at him with complete confusion. Reinhardt's brain is officially loading a 404 error. He explains, very slowly, that normal business means running a quiet tavern, an inn, or a local shop in the country. Eleris steps in, suggesting a quiet trading region called the Edina Islands. It's a bustling port beyond Kernstadt with a massive floating population, making it perfect for them to hide in plain sight. Reinhardt asks Irie if she can handle that instead of her dark alley business model. Irie nods, quietly promising she won't do anything that makes him angry. She gets fired up, declaring she will become the most useful merchant in his empire. Reinhardt nods, relieved that he has successfully prevented his crew from speedrunning their own demise. He pats her shoulder, telling her to stay in touch if they need anything. Eleris warns him that the capital is about to enter a massive military lockdown and he needs to get back to school immediately. Sure enough, back at Temple Academy, Mr. Eppenhauser is calling an emergency assembly. He announces that all students are strictly prohibited from leaving the campus until further notice. The news is screaming about a massive demon terrorist attack during the Victory Festival. Because of Reinhardt's heist, the month-long festival is shut down after only 3 days. Reinhardt sits in class, realizing he has completely broke the timeline. The humans are terrified, realizing the demons they thought were annihilated just executed a perfect tactical strike. The public's confidence in the Imperial military has hit absolute rock bottom. The Empire's pride was thoroughly trampled. On the bright side, the system awards him 500 achievement points for completely flipping the festival table. But as he walks through the corridors, the students are whispering in fear. They are terrified that the war is starting all over again. Reinhardt realizes that by canceling the festival, he also canceled an upcoming tragedy. The Delphine Isadra kidnapping event, which was supposed to cost several lives, has completely ceased to exist. The timeline is officially a sandbox now. The next day, during their routine training, Ellen stops and asks him why the demons would attack the church. Reinhardt, currently lying face down on the floor from physical exhaustion, grumbles that he has no idea and begs her to go easy on him. Ellen points out the tactical inconsistency. If the demons wanted revenge, attacking a high-security military convoy makes no sense. Most humans assume demons are just brainless, chaotic evil, but Ellen is treating them like intelligent, logical actors. Reinhardt realizes her unbiased analytical brain is getting dangerously close to the truth. He freezes. He experiences a sudden wave of identity crisis. He is too demonic to be human, leading heists against the church. But he's too human to be a demon, feeling a strange sense of pride as he watches the human hero grow stronger. He mutters to himself, pacing around like a crazy person while Ellen stares. Ellen tells him to pick up his sword, but Reinhardt complains that they've been training for the entire vacation and need a break. He warns her that if she doesn't rest, she's going to collapse again. Ellen stoically tells him to leave if he wants to, but Reinhardt isn't having it. He steps forward and grabs her hand. He physically drags her out of the gym, telling her to shut up and come along. Ellen stares at his hand, her stoic face flushing with a rare, quiet blush. "I'll buy you some food," he says, and just like that, her resistance vanishes. As they walk into the city, Ellen makes one thing very clear. "I don't like Cheonggukjeong." Reinhardt flinches. "I literally bought you a whole bowl last time, and you cleared it." "Ellen, I only ate it because it was in front of me." He asks if anything else is fine, flashing back to when she ate a durian with a completely deadpan face while he was dry heaving in the background. Ellen remains silent, her stomach's gravity well guiding her steps. They walk out of a high-end steakhouse. Reinhardt opens his wallet, only to find a single, lonely copper coin. He stares in absolute disbelief. This girl just vacuumed down 5 massive steaks in a single sitting. Her stomach is quite literally a black hole. Ellen stoically reminds him of the unwritten rule: dessert is on you. Reinhardt sighs, directing her toward a cheaper sweet shop around the corner. Suddenly, they hear frustrated screams and the sound of arrows thudding into wood. They peer around the alleyway, only to find their second-year senior, Redina, struggling at an arcade archery booth. She is aiming her bow with the intensity of a sniper, yet her arrows are flying everywhere except the target. She notices them, shrieking and pointing her drawn bow directly at Reinhardt's face. Reinhardt tells her pointing loaded weapons at people is generally frowned upon. He asks why she's hanging out here alone, instead of with her classmates. She angrily snaps that those aren't her older siblings, they're her friends. She lowers her bow, grumpily asking what they are doing in her territory. Reinhardt mocks her shooting form, pointing out that at her rate, she'll hit the bullseye in approximately 2 years. He offers to win her the prize as an apology for their previous gym fight, putting a coin on the counter. Redina scoffs, asking if an unranked freshman is actually claiming to be good at archery, but then her eyes wander, and she blushingly points to the top shelf. She wants the massive, purple devil bear plushie. To win it, you need 10 perfect bullseyes in a row. Reinhardt draws the bow, trying to look incredibly cool in front of his classmates. He closes his eyes and activates his cheat skill. He suggestion gaslights himself. "I am archery genius." The arrow flies. Reinhardt is handed the consolation prize, a tiny, pathetic keychain version of the bear. They stand in a long, silent pause, staring at the microscopic toy. Redina asks how his genius is any different from her trash tier shooting. Reinhardt sweats, quickly putting another coin down and looking at Ellen. "One more time, please." He smiles smugly. He promised to win her the bear. He never said he was the one who was going to shoot. "Ellen, show this senior how the main character class does it." Ellen steps up, draws the bow effortlessly, and lets the arrow fly in a perfect, wooden blur. 10 shots, 10 perfect bullseyes. She holds the giant purple devil bear like a trophy of war. Reinhardt asks if she's practiced archery before. Ellen, "A few times." Reinhardt's internal monologue is currently screaming scam. Her weapons mastery talent is basically a legal aimbot. Ellen deadpans, handing the massive plushie directly to Redina. Redina's face squishes against the soft fabric in absolute pure bliss. She looks up, her eyes wide as she asks if they are really giving it to her. Her eyes are practically sparkling with anime joy. She beams, declaring Ellen a good kid, and thanking her profusely. Reinhardt points out that he was the one who actually paid for the tickets, so he deserves at least half of that gratitude. Redina flatly tells him his mouth is his biggest defect. Reinhardt grabs the plushie back to tease her, and she screams as they run toward the sweet shop. "Give it back, you giant bully!" We see them through the window of a cozy cafe, sitting together over tea and cake. Reinhardt takes a sip of his black tea, looking thoroughly exhausted. Redina asks why he came to a dessert parlor if he doesn't even like sweets. Reinhardt points out he's the one footing the bill for their victory feast. He watches Redina and Ellen shovel cake into their mouths at warp speed. Suddenly, Redina glares at him over her fork. She demands to know why a freshman is talking so informally to a senior, but then she sighs, wanting to use this chance to apologize for the gym hazing. Reinhardt's reflection is shown in his tea. He quietly offers a genuine, honest apology for his behavior during the duel. Redina shrugs, saying he won the fight so it's whatever. She admits she hated the senior, who forced them to haze the freshman even more than she dislikes Reinhardt. Reinhardt asks if that guy was really that much of an L. Redina shudders, refusing to even speak his name. Reinhardt asks how old she is anyway. Redina: "Me? I'm 15. Reinhardt freezes mid-sip. She's 2 years younger than the standard first years. Reinhardt's author brain starts frantically searching his memory. How did she skip 3 grades? He asks what her major is. Redina looks at him like he's stupid. She raises her hand, and magical sparks instantly begin to gather in her palm. A perfect, crackling fireball manifests in her hand without her uttering a single word. Reinhardt's jaw hits the table. "No casting? Is that a supernatural cheat skill?" Redina: "No, this is standard magic." She proceeds to levitate a spoon, generate lightning, and create a mini wind vortex simultaneously, all without chanting a single syllable. Reinhardt panics. Multiple elements. Instant activation. 0 chanting. That's not magic. That's a cheat code. Redina giggles, enjoying his absolute shock. The Academy calls her talent no casting. She can cast high-tier, strategic magic instantly without chanting, which basically makes her a human artillery cannon. Reinhardt's internal monologue is in a complete state of terror. "What the hell? I never wrote a character with a broken cheat like this." Redina smiles smugly, thoroughly enjoying his existential crisis. "Surprised, Junior? I'm Year 2's Class A1, Number 1, the absolute apex of the food chain." Reinhardt realization hits, he just pick a fight with a magical nuke. So, we pick up right where we left off. Reinhardt looking completely dumbfounded. Redina is smugly sipping her dessert, thoroughly enjoying the fact that she just broke a freshman's brain. She confirms she's the absolute peak of the second-year food chain, holding the rank of Year 2's A1. Even Temple's elite researchers aren't entirely sure how her instant casting magic works, but they classify it as a magic-based talent. But Redina's smugness instantly vanishes as she reveals her massive limitation, a tiny mana pool. In this world, magic is the ultimate tool. It requires high intelligence, flawless mana control, a massive mana pool, and a specific elemental affinity. If you are missing even one of these 4 pillars, your wizard career is a complete failure. Redina has the brains and the affinity, but her mana pool is so small she basically redlines her engine after a few spells. Reinhardt tries to console her, saying she's still 15, and her mana pool will naturally grow as she ages. But Redina remains slumped over the table, oozing pure, unadulterated depression. Reinhardt decides to use a classic psychological trick to cheer her up. He explains, with his signature smug grin, that humans are inherently selfish creatures. When they see someone who has it significantly worse than them, they instantly feel a warm, fuzzy sense of relief. For instance, there is a guy in my class who was born with a legendary, god-tier mana pool. Redina perks up, instantly hooked by the gossip. But he has a flat 0 in control, making his massive mana pool completely unusable. It is the magical equivalent of being born with elite, bodybuilder muscles but having absolutely no tendons to move them. He's talking about Cayer Voiden and the absolute tragedy of his stats. Redina processes this, her mind completely blown by the sheer, tragic unfairness of Cayer's existence. She asks what Cayer can even do to fix it, and Reinhardt says he has no idea, but points out she has it way better than him. She quietly agrees, a small smile returning to her face. "Phew, at least I'm not that guy." Reinhardt mimics her thoughts, completely exposing her. Redina's face flushes red as she realizes she just fell for his psychological trap. She yells at him, calling him a toxic piece of trash, but her depression is officially cured. They walk back together, the streets of Temple completely deserted. Redina notes how eerie and quiet the campus has become since the demon incident. She wonders if the archdemon has resurrected to exact terrible vengeance on humanity. Reinhardt deadpans, saying who knows, while secretly sweating bullets. Edina panics, asking what they will do if the Demon King really is back. After all, the legendary hero Artorius is dead, leaving humanity with no shield. Ellen flinches at the name. There is currently no one alive who can match her brother's talent. Edina whimpers, wondering who could possibly step up to save them. Reinhardt looks back at Ellen, noticing the quiet, suffocating shadow falling over her. If he does come back, I guess we should all just croak together, he says casually. Inside his head, Reinhardt is feeling the crushing weight of his own narrative. The Demon King is dead, but his lazy son wants nothing to do with the throne. The hero is dead, but his traumatized little sister wants nothing to do with saving the world. And Reinhardt is currently the sworn secret enemy of his two best friends in the academy. The sheer irony of his situation is starting to physically crush him. Edina waves goodbye, happily clutching her giant purple teddy bear as she heads to her dorm. Reinhardt turns to Ellen, suggesting they head back as well. They walk up the stone steps in silence, the sunset casting long, heavy shadows. Reinhardt stops as Ellen halts behind him. Her face is cast in shadow. Reinhardt, if the Demon King really resurrected, do you think I should be the one to fight him? Reinhardt stands in silence, the gravity of her question hanging in the air. For ordinary people, expecting the hero's sister to die for them is just a simple matter of fact. If a new war breaks out and her identity is leaked, the public will immediately demand she take her brother's place. They will firmly believe she will save them, because that is what heroes do. But Ellen doesn't want to throw her life away for a world that only views her as a weapon. She is terrified, because she knows that when the time comes, she won't have a choice. Do you think like Edina? She asks, her voice trembling slightly. Reinhardt scratches his head, looking thoroughly annoyed by the universe. I wouldn't want you to do that. If you were gone, then I'd have to eat lunch all alone. I'm serious. Ellen stares at him, completely taken aback by his ridiculous yet honest answer. I'm not planning on eating with you for the rest of my life. But I don't want to spend the rest of my life not being able to share meals with you. I don't want you to die. Ellen stares at him for a long moment, a soft, rare smile slowly spreading across her face. Also, please think about the poor Demon King that has to fight you. Poor guy, she chuckles, her heavy burden finally lifting. And with that quiet emotional peak, their summer vacation officially comes to an end. Reinhardt realizes his little stunt has seriously deviated the flow of the story, and the butterfly effect is about to hit. The next day, Reinhardt corners Adelia, class A7, against the wall. His face is incredibly stern as he looks down at her. Where did the idiot go? Adelia is currently experiencing a level of terror usually reserved for horror movies. Mr. Eppenhauser addresses the class, noting the high level of anxiety following the terrorist attack. He acknowledges that many parents are deeply concerned about Temple's security. Therefore, the administration is offering any student the option to take a leave of absence. Reinhardt's jaw hits the floor. Liana, class A4, raises her hand, asking if she can just return next semester. Eppenhauser explains that taking a leave of absence now means they will have to repeat the entire semester. Reinhardt is screaming inside his head. The future of his story is literally tangling up right in front of him. If major characters like Liana and Harriet take a leave of absence, they will repeat a year, completely scrambling his future plotlines. He looks back at previous events, realizing the timeline is already falling apart. Ludwig was supposed to save Scarlet, but Charlotte took over that role instead. Charlotte scolded Bertus, and the entire political dynamic shifted. The story is developing in a completely different direction from his original draft. Worse, Ludwig, the original shonen protagonist, is basically turning into background air, which ruins Reinhardt's survival plans. Eppenhauser asks Liana if she wants to apply for counseling regarding her leave. Eric also raises his hand, wanting to receive counseling. Reinhardt watches them file out, realizing he has to personally stop them from dropping out. He storms into the research room, determined to track down the primary culprit, Harriet. He spots Adelia sitting at a desk surrounded by tall stacks of books. Adelia flinches, looking up in sheer panic. Reinhardt marches over to her desk, looking like a debt collector. A7 Adelia, right? Where did the idiot go? Adelia is currently questioning why she's being bullied for Harriet's sins. She stammers, realizing Reinhardt is looking for her best friend. Adelia's brain is currently running a complex moral calculation. If I answer, am I admitting Harriet is an idiot? Terrified of his glare, she quickly confesses that Harriet went to the communicator room to call her parents. Reinhardt sits back, realizing Harriet's family is definitely pushing her to leave. Hey, talk with me, Reinhardt says. Adelia looks like she just got sentenced to execution. Reinhardt asks if she thinks Harriet will actually take the leave of absence. What will you do if she actually quits? Adelia whimpers, saying she doesn't want Harriet to leave, but is powerless to stop it. Reinhardt rests his chin in his hand, thinking deeply. He tells Adelia to convince her, but Adelia panics, pointing out that she is just a commoner and Harriet is the daughter of the Grand Duke of Saint-Owan. But you also don't want her to leave, right? Reinhardt asks. Adelia stares at him in silence, her brain's gears grinding at warp speed. Adelia's shipping brain suddenly activates. Wait, weren't you guys on terrible terms? Does this mean you actually like her? She goes into full red-faced delusion. Is that why you've been teasing and harassing her this entire semester? Adelia steamrolls herself into a blushing panic, leaving Reinhardt completely dumbfounded by her overactive imagination. Suddenly, the door swings open and Harriet walks in. Adelia, I'm back. She stops dead in her tracks, staring at Reinhardt sitting on the sofa. Why are you here, commoner? She looks down, noticing her personal laundry and uniform lying on the sofa right next to him. Her face flushes bright red. Get OUT! She screams at the top of her lungs, her voice shaking the entire corridor. Reinhardt complains that it's a public research room, so she can't just kick him out. I don't care! Get out! Hurry up and get out! She grabs him by the collar, dragging him toward the door. Reinhardt warns her that his school uniform is incredibly expensive. I don't care about your uniform! Get out! Get out! Get out! She slams the door shut, her hysterical screams echoing through the entire temple dormitory. They end up talking in the quiet hallway outside. Harriet sits on the bench, red-faced, declaring she'd rather die than talk to him inside. Reinhardt ignores her tantrums and gets straight to the point. Are you taking a leave of absence? Harriet scoffs, saying she's thrilled she won't have to see his ugly face for a whole year. Reinhardt, don't do it. Don't take a leave of absence. Harriet freezes, her eyes widening in absolute shock. Her face instantly turns deep crimson, her heart racing at his direct request. Huh? What are you? Reinhardt grins, teasing her for looking a bit too happy about his request. She turns away, muttering why she should ever listen to a commoner like him. Reinhardt points out the academic reality. If she takes a leave of absence, she will repeat the year, which means next year, you'll become my junior. Are you fine with that? Harriet stares at him, her brain completely short-circuiting as she processes the sheer horror of that reality. Something like that won't happen. First years are just first years. Reinhardt leans in, his smile turning downright devilish. Next year, it'll be my turn to educate my juniors. I'll enjoy being on the other side. How about 100 push-ups followed by goose steps? Harriet looks like she just saw her entire future flash before her eyes. Her hands tremble as she clutches her skirt, her haughty pride completely vanishing. Reinhardt watches her, his face softening as he notices her genuine distress. I don't want to leave either, but my parents are forcing me to do it, she whispers, her eyes filling with tears. How will our guy stop the Grand Duke of Saint-Owan from pulling his daughter out? We will find out next time. So, we pick up right in the middle of our guy Reinhardt explaining the brutal reality of imperial politics to a very flustered Harriet. Harriet is currently experiencing a total system error because her brain was not built to handle this level of critical thinking. He calls her an idiot, which is his love language, and tells her to use his exact talking points to convince her father to let her stay. She is still sitting there processing the fact that Reinhardt actually has a functioning brain under that feral commoner exterior. He lays out the perfect pitch. Tell your dad that since the prince and princess are still attending, Temple's security is actually tighter than ever. Harriet asks if he is secretly an old man in a kid's body, which is dangerously close to the truth. Before she can dig any deeper, the door slides open and we get a wild spawn. It is Ellen. She has smelled food from 3 blocks away and has decided to investigate. Reinhardt is so used to her showing up like a hungry ghost that he just casually offers to cook her a late-night snack. He heads to the kitchen, leaving the 2 girls alone in what is about to become the most awkward room in the entire empire. Absolute. Dead. Silence. Harriet is sweating bullets because Ellen has the social presence of a brick wall and the eye contact of a serial killer. She is desperately trying to think of literally anything to say, but Ellen just blinks at her. The clock is ticking down, and Harriet is currently regretting every single life choice that led her to this table. Thankfully, Reinhardt returns with the food, and Harriet reacts like she just saw a rescue helicopter. Ellen does not waste a single millisecond. The meat is in her mouth before the plate even hits the wood. Harriet is shocked that Reinhardt can actually cook, but our guy is modest. He just calls it street survival skills. Ellen is already vacuuming up the entire plate, forcing Reinhardt to physically defend his own dinner. Harriet watches this domestic comedy routine and finally asks the million-dollar question. How on earth did you 2 actually get so close? Ellen stops chewing. She looks at Reinhardt. Reinhardt looks back, and his survival instincts suddenly flash bright red. He realizes with absolute horror what Ellen is about to say. First, he gave me a letter. Reinhardt physically hits the mute button on her face before she can finish that sentence. He spins a massive lie about how they got close during swordsmanship class, sweating like a man standing over a bomb. Harriet is suspicious but decides she has had enough weird commoner energy for one night, and leaves. The second she is gone, Reinhardt asks Ellen why she was about to expose his embarrassing love letter AP grind. Our guy is still mentally recovering from the fact that he risked his entire social life for a measly 200 system points. They sit in silence for a moment, the tension finally settling down. Then Ellen looks at him and asks a surprisingly heavy question. Was that letter really just a lie? Reinhardt hesitates, then tells her the truth. Yeah, it was. Ellen drinks her tea and says she figured as much. The next morning, Reinhardt is still waking up, completely unaware of the moves being made on the chessboard. Because it turns out Prince Bertus didn't even wait for Reinhardt's plan to kick in. He went straight to Harriet and Liana and essentially coerced them into staying at Temple. Reinhardt is highly suspicious. Why did Bertus go out of his way to solve this problem without even being asked? Before he can overthink it, someone taps his shoulder. It is Princess Charlotte, and she is asking him to sneak out of the academy with her. Reinhardt points out the strict lockdown, but Charlotte just gives him a smug look. Imperial privilege has its perks. They walk right past the guards without a single question being asked, and Reinhardt is internally sweating at her terrifying authority. He asks if this is safe, but Charlotte is extremely confident in her defensive measures. He finally asks where they are actually going, and she drops the location. The Aligar District shopping street. Our guy's heart drops straight into his shoes. That is the exact district where he first arrived in this city. He realizes he is walking a double-agent tightrope where one wrong step means absolute, immediate execution. Charlotte looks at him and says she knows what he is worried about. She asks if Bertus has a good impression of him, and Reinhardt tries to play it as cool as humanly possible. Charlotte then starts explaining the hidden mechanics of Temple's grading system. She explains that Temple does not just grade individuals, they grade the entire class based on teamwork. And if classmates start dropping out or getting hurt, the entire class's evaluation drops. Reinhardt asks why she is telling him all this, and she smiles. She is telling him because Bertus cannot afford to lose a single classmate if he wants to beat her. Reinhardt is stunned. Is Bertus really that obsessed with mere grades? Charlotte's eyes go cold. It is not about grades. It is about the throne. The conversation continues as they walk through the crowded streets. Charlotte reminds him of the absolute rule. If anything happens to either sibling, the survivor gets disqualified from the crown. The Emperor's decree was a warning to prevent them from slaughtering each other. The Emperor knew exactly what Bertus tried to do to her, but he kept it quiet to preserve the Empire's stability. So now, the two siblings are forced to play this bizarre, high-stakes game of keeping each other alive while trying to out-evaluate each other. Because if a freak accident happens to one of them, some random third-party royal gets the crown by default. Reinhardt finally connects the dots. Bertus did not coerce Harriet to be nice. He did it because losing her would tank his group evaluation scores. In this war, every classmate is a literal point multiplier on their path to the throne. Reinhardt realizes just how terrifyingly cold his characters actually are when they are off the page. Suddenly, Charlotte stops. They have arrived. This is the exact spot where her savior, Valier, was last seen in the city. They begin showing around the hand-drawn portrait, asking local merchants if they recognize the boy. Charlotte takes a sip of her drink, looking completely exhausted as person after person ignores them. She complains that people are being incredibly rude and uncooperative. Reinhardt internally laughs because these low-level merchants have no idea they are currently blowing off the literal princess of the empire. Charlotte notes that the testimonies they are getting match the reports she already has. Reinhardt asks her about the fake scroll detail she mentioned earlier, trying to fish for how much she actually knows. Charlotte sits on a bench and starts laying out her entire investigation. She explains that when Valier escaped the castle, he was entirely on his own. A boy with no memories or knowledge, running blindly into a massive, hostile human capital. She deduces that he must have tried to sell the high-level scrolls he took from the demon castle to survive. But because human and demon magic formulas are structurally different, normal merchants thought they were fake. She takes another sip of her drink, her logical deduction hitting dangerously close to home. She knows he eventually stole a fireball scroll, and that is where all her official imperial clues completely dry up. Reinhardt's eye twitches. The next stop on her list is Eleris's shop. She wants to check the store where he supposedly stole the fireball scroll first. They arrive at the merchant's shop, the sun shining off the wooden sign. The merchant looks up, immediately defensive when they ask about the incident from months ago. Charlotte politely asks him to recount the story of the beggar boy one more time. The merchant immediately starts complaining about how he lost a highly expensive fireball scroll that day. He spins this dramatic, fabricated yarn about how the young bastard tried to sell him fakes, got caught, and swiped a scroll on his way out. Reinhardt is standing right there, listening to this guy write a whole fantasy novel about a crime that never happened. The merchant asks if that helps their search, looking very pleased with himself. Charlotte gives him a sweet, sharp smile. Oh, it definitely helped. She says she has already figured something out. She pulls out a genuine lightning scroll from her cloak and offers it to him for a quarter of the regular price. The merchant's eyes widen as he inspects the paper. It is absolutely genuine. Charlotte's eyes narrow slightly beneath her hood. She asks if he wants to buy it. The merchant quickly slams the coins on the counter, eager to make an easy profit off what he thinks is a dumb noble kid. He smiles, thinking he just hit the jackpot. Then Charlotte drops the trap. Tell me, when did I have the opportunity to steal your scrolls during this transaction? She points out that his shop does not have a magic appraising machine. That means he can judge a scroll's authenticity instantly. So how did a starving, non-magical beggar boy manage to slip behind him and steal a scroll from a locked cabinet without him noticing? The merchant's face goes pale, then red. He slams his hand on the counter, screaming at them to get out. Reinhardt steps in instantly, grabbing the man's collar and slamming his face close. Watch your mouth, our guy growls, going full feral mode. He tells him that lying to them is a literal imperial offense. He asks if he would prefer to keep talking here, or if he wants to get dragged into a dark alleyway and get his teeth rearranged. Charlotte watches Reinhardt's sudden violent outburst with wide eyes. They leave the shop, and Charlotte is practically shaking with rage. She starts screaming about how insulting the entire interaction was. Reinhardt assumes she is angry about the dead-end clue and tries to comfort her, but Charlotte stops and looks at him like he just grew a second head. She is not mad about the clue. She is mad that the merchant's lie was so mathematically stupid. She launches into a full public policy rant about how the Empire desperately needs to fund public education to cure this level of terminal stupidity. Reinhardt is completely flabbergasted. She is literally advocating for primary school reform in the middle of a manhunt. He physically grabs her arm and tells her to calm down before she starts drafting imperial education legislation on a bench. She blushes, realizing how worked up she got, and quietly apologizes. But as they sit there, Reinhardt looks at her and realizes the clock is ticking. We start with Charlotte casually munching on some street food. Our guy asks why a literal princess is eating cheap street food, and she drops a casual trauma bomb. Apparently, when you are locked in a demon dungeon eating leather shoes to survive, you lose all pickiness. She says she will probably never feel that level of ecstasy again. Talk about a bleak outlook on dinner. But then she asks a question that completely shifts the mood. Do you want to know what was more terrifying than the demons? She describes the human prisoners. Starving, breaking, turning on each other. Some of them went completely insane from the guilt and died. So yeah, street food is a massive upgrade. Reinhardt is highly uncomfortable. He asks if this is the part where she has to kill him because he knows too much. She laughs it off as a joke, but with her, you really never know. Charlotte is enjoying the fresh air, but her big brain is still constantly calculating. She explains that walking the streets in person lets her see the physical layout of the stores, and that spatial awareness leads her to a massive, logical conclusion. She has mapped out the boy's exact path. He came into the district and systematically visited every single scroll shop on the street, and the lying merchant they just threatened was the second to last report. Since they proved the kid didn't actually steal anything, he had no reason to run away. So, logically, he would have just kept trying to sell his scrolls. And there is exactly one scroll shop left on his path. Reinhardt's stomach does a complete backflip. She is pointing directly at Eleris's shop. Our guy tries to play defense, suggesting the shopkeeper might be completely innocent. But Charlotte's logic is relentless. Someone at the last shop did something to make him vanish. Reinhardt has absolutely no valid counterargument. Her detective work is flawless. He is desperately praying that Eleris is still away on the Edina Islands. Because if Charlotte starts digging into her, she will uncover a literal high-ranking vampire in about 5 minutes. In a state of pure panic, Reinhardt reaches for his system console to use revision. He needs to rewrite her thoughts. He needs to distract her. And the system screen pops up demanding 10,000 achievement points. 10,000. Our guy is currently looking at a massive paywall like a free-to-play gamer in a high-tier raid. He realizes Charlotte's obsession with finding him is so mathematically high that overriding it is almost impossible. They walk up to the door, and Charlotte reaches for the handle. It is locked. Reinhardt internally lets out a massive sigh of relief. He suggestively suggests they should just go check out some other districts. But Charlotte gets that look. The look of a girl who is about to make things significantly worse. A random merchant walking by carrying a beam calls out to them. He tells them the shop owner went on a long trip and hasn't been open for a while. Charlotte asks exactly when she left, and the guy says last Monday, right when the festival started. He assumes she just went on a vacation, because she is young and pretty. Charlotte asks if anyone else would know where she went, but the merchant says she doesn't really socialize. She doesn't attend merchant meetings, she doesn't even go out for lunch. Her business sense is completely terrible. He tells them to just try again some other time and walks off. Reinhardt tries to use this opportunity to drag her back to the academy, but Charlotte's face goes completely serious. We have to force our way in. Reinhardt doesn't even have time to process the sheer audacity before she raises her hands. She triggers a high-tier blast. The impact absolutely demolishes the door. Our guy is standing there looking at a literal princess committing breaking and entering in broad daylight. The dust settles, revealing a completely shattered entryway. Charlotte casually tells him to help her look for the fireball scroll, like they didn't just commit a felony. Reinhardt is completely speechless at the absolute lawlessness of the Imperial family. But as they step inside, they hear a voice. What is with this mess? Eleris is standing right there. Reinhardt's heart stops beating entirely. Charlotte doesn't even flinch. She slowly lowers her hood and delivers the ultimate power move. Hello, my name is Charlotte, the Imperial Princess. She looks Eleris dead in the eye and tells her they need to talk. Charlotte holds up Eleris's official ID card. Eleris plays the part of a terrified commoner perfectly, bowing her head. Charlotte notes that Eleris previously testified that she had never seen the beggar boy. Then, Charlotte drops a casual question. I noticed your ID says you are from the Persia region. Is Count Pergia a decent lord? Eleris, with zero hesitation, corrects her. The region is actually run by Bishop Rendry, and there is no Count Pergia. Charlotte's eyes narrow. Reinhardt is standing in the back shivering. That was a complete bait question. Nobody would know that unless they were actually from the region or highly educated. Reinhardt is getting literal goosebumps watching these two high IQ women trade intellectual chess moves. Charlotte starts scanning the shop, pointing out that there are magical tools here. But she notices something very specific. There are absolutely no attack-oriented scrolls in sight. Eleris smoothly explains that she avoids selling attack magic because it is too easily used for crimes. Charlotte accepts the answer for now, but her suspicion is clearly rising. She demands to see the shop's ledger. The room is quiet as Eleris goes to fetch it. Charlotte flips through the book, her eyes scanning the numbers. Eleris politely offers to go downstairs and brew some tea for her highness. The second Eleris leaves the room, Charlotte turns to Reinhardt. She says this entire setup is incredibly suspicious. Attack scrolls are the most profitable items, yet she refuses to sell them. That means her goal isn't profit. Worse, the ledger shows she hasn't even paid her rent properly for the last 2 years. The room is completely sterile, lacking any personal household items. It looks like a temporary front. She concludes that this entire shop is incredibly shady. Reinhardt is screaming internally. If she launches a formal Imperial investigation, Eleris is dead. He needs to redirect her focus. He needs a massive, desperate gamble. He realizes he cannot defend Eleris's shop. He has to lean into Charlotte's suspicion, but paint Eleris as a good guy. Because if Eleris gets captured as a demon spy, his entire safety net in the capital collapses. Our guy takes a deep breath and prepares to run a masterclass in gaslighting. He steps forward, looking Charlotte dead in the eye. He tells her to listen to him very carefully. It is all or nothing. He says they should stop the investigation right here. Charlotte is offended. Stop? What do you mean? Reinhardt points out that Eleris is running this shop at a massive loss. He reminds her of her reputation. She is known as an incredibly kind, borderline stupidly gentle person. He admits that the boy was definitely here. The boy probably realized there was something wrong with his demonic scrolls, so he came here to sell them. He asks Charlotte, what would a deeply kind, gentle wizard do if they saw a young kid trying to sell dangerous attack magic? She would have taken it away from him to protect him, right? Charlotte's eyes soften as she listens to his logic. Reinhardt continues. Eleris probably checked the scroll book and immediately recognized them as demon scrolls. She must have questioned the boy about where he got them. Charlotte asks what he is trying to get at. I think she is trying to protect that child. Charlotte is stunned. Reinhardt explains, if she recognized the danger the boy was in, she would have lied to protect him from anyone hunting him. Charlotte gets defensive, demanding to know why they shouldn't just interrogate Eleris to find him. She says Eleris is their only direct clue to finding him. Reinhardt looks at her with an incredibly serious expression. What if finding him puts him in more danger? He drops the ultimate line, if they find him, so will Bertus's dogs. Charlotte stands frozen. Right on cue, Eleris returns carrying the tray of tea. She stops, sensing the heavy, quiet atmosphere in the room. Charlotte looks at her, her golden eyes filled with an intense, vulnerable determination. She tells Eleris she won't hold her up much longer. She says she knows Eleris has a connection to the disappearance of the boy. She lays out Reinhardt's hypothesis. Eleris is hiding and protecting him because she thinks someone might harm him, and she lied to protect his safety from any dangerous Imperial forces. She promises that if this is true, if revealing the boy's location puts him in danger, she will stop her search right here. She demands an honest answer. Are you protecting that boy? Eleris looks at Reinhardt. Reinhardt gives her a subtle, almost imperceptible nod. Eleris bows her head. Yes, Your Highness. I am protecting him. She apologizes for lying, claiming she had to prioritize his safety. Charlotte stands there, her eyes wide as the truth finally lands. Suddenly, she turns and runs straight out of the shop. Reinhardt shouts after her in confusion. They sit on a stone bench outside under the autumn leaves. Charlotte buries her face in her hands and starts sobbing tears of absolute, overwhelming relief. We start with Princess Charlotte having an absolute emotional breakdown on a public bench. Our guy Reinhardt is just sitting there, trying to look comforting, while internally celebrating the fact that his massive lie worked. Back in the shop, Eleris played her part like an Oscar-winning actress. She told Charlotte she couldn't reveal the boy's location because too many dangerous people are hunting him. She claimed that as a wizard, she is more than capable of keeping him safe. She begged Charlotte to trust her and stay away for the kid's own good. But then Eleris threw a curveball that almost gave Reinhardt a heart attack. She suggested they should exchange letters to keep in touch, but since meeting in person is too dangerous, they need a messenger. And she pointed directly at Reinhardt. Yes, Eleris really just made him the official mailman for himself. Walking back, Charlotte lets out a massive sigh of relief. She warns Reinhardt that Prince Bertus must never find out about any of this. Then, she looks at him with a smile so soft it could cure diseases. She grabs his hand, tight. She tells him she could never have figured this out without him. Our guy is looking at her blushing face and experiencing a level of guilt that probably shouldn't be legally allowed. He tries to downplay it, claiming he just got lucky. But Charlotte is completely locked in. She promises she will never forget what he did for her today. She complains about her hands getting cold, so they head back to temple. Reinhardt is walking back to his dorm, his brain still fried from the sheer stress of the day. He just wants to take a hot shower, crawl into bed, and ignore reality for 12 hours. But the universe has other plans. Specifically, a very angry tsundere waiting in his hallway. Harriet is standing there with her arms crossed, demanding to know where he has been all day. Reinhardt is completely confused. Why is she lurking outside his room like an angry landlord? Then, his brain finally boots up, and he remembers. He asked her to let him know how the conversation with her dad went. He asks her how it went, and Harriet's proud expression immediately crumbles into nervous sweating. She explains that her dad agreed she doesn't need to take a leave of absence because Bertus requested her to stay. Reinhardt thinks everything is fine and tries to dismiss her, but Harriet is clearly hiding something. She is stuttering, her face turning a very bright shade of red. My dad wants to meet you. Reinhardt's brain literally short-circuits. He asks why the legendary Grand Duke of Saint-Owan wants to meet a random commoner like him. And Harriet admits the truth. Her dad didn't believe she could write that brilliant political script herself. I mean, of course he didn't. Her usual vocabulary with her dad is probably just asking for allowance money. Reinhardt asks if she just confessed that he wrote the script, and Harriet tries to defend herself. Our guy is rubbing his temples, realizing his quiet academy life is slowly turning into a circus. He asks if she told her dad that he is a violent street thug who beats people up. Harriet's silence is extremely loud. Reinhardt decides he has had enough. He walks over to her like a mob boss preparing a hit. He tells her he is going to flick her forehead once, and the entire dormitory is treated to the sound of a proud noble girl screaming for mercy. The next day, the summons arrives. Grand Duke Saint-Owan is waiting in the parlor. Reinhardt sits across from him, trying to look as polite and non-threatening as possible. The Grand Duke is looking at him through a monocle, radiating pure, high-level wizard boss energy. He asks Reinhardt why he helped Harriet stay. Reinhardt explains he just gave her the best tactical advice. The Grand Duke asks if Harriet personally asked him for help. Reinhardt nods, and the Grand Duke takes a slow, dramatic sip of his tea. He says he decided to let Harriet stay, but something about this situation is deeply bothering him. He says Harriet would never ask a commoner of humble origins for help. He slams his teacup down on the saucer with a loud click. He points out that Harriet has strictly avoided commoners her entire life. It is literally in her character sheet. So the fact that she not only asked for his advice but actually followed it is mathematically impossible. A heavy, ominous silence fills the room. Reinhardt is sweating, expecting a high-tier fireball to vaporize him. The Grand Duke leans in, his eyes sharp. Don't tell me, Harriet likes you? Reinhardt does not even hesitate. He stands up and shouts that he doesn't like her at all. And the Grand Duke's dignified face completely disintegrates. He starts screaming. How can you say that? Are you blind? Have you seen our lovely Harriet? Yes, the strongest wizard on the continent is actually just a massive terminal simp for his own daughter. Suddenly, Harriet kicks the door open, her face redder than a tomato, screaming at her dad to shut up. She tells Reinhardt to leave immediately while she tries to physically drag her dad out of the room. Reinhardt walks away, realizing that even legendary wizards are completely helpless against their teenage daughters. Harriet is still screaming in the background, telling her dad to go home and never come back. The Grand Duke is literally crying, claiming he just wanted to know what kind of guy his daughter likes. Harriet is reaching her absolute limit. She clenches her fists and screams, "Dad, I hate you!" with the force of 1,000 suns. The Grand Duke's heart physically shatters as Harriet storms out. Reinhardt decides running away is the only viable survival strategy here. Later that evening, the sun sets over the academy. A quiet knock sounds on Reinhardt's door. He opens it to find Harriet standing there, looking like she wants to crawl into a hole and die. She immediately starts waving her hands, claiming her dad got everything completely wrong. Reinhardt just stares at her, his deadpan face at maximum capacity. "So, you don't like me?" Harriet's brain undergoes a total blue screen of death. She screams that she would never like someone as rude and terrible as him. Reinhardt just shrugs, says okay, and casually shuts the door right in her face. Harriet is left standing in the hallway, completely flabbergasted by the absolute disrespect. She starts pounding on the door, screaming at him to open up. She promises she won't stab him, which is not very reassuring, but Reinhardt is just smiling on the other side. He thinks to himself that as expected, her reactions are the absolute best. But his peaceful daily life is about to get hit by a massive truck, because back in Temple, the academic grind never stops. Reinhardt is finally able to attend the supernatural control classes properly. His self-suggestion talent is growing, but there is one kid in class who is still mathematically faster than him. It is Kono Lint, the kid with the instant teleportation power. The only problem is he still teleports completely out of his clothes, leaving him naked and shivering on the pavement. What a tragic power. Reinhardt ignores the screaming and looks at the next student, Liana de Grant. She is a natural-born lightning prodigy who gets stronger without even trying to train. Reinhardt is highly envious of her cheat code genetics, but he is glad his own progress is steady. But lately, a dark cloud has been hovering over his head. The instructor wraps up the measurements with a bright smile. She tells them to keep up the good work for the upcoming exams. The word exams hits the class like a flashbang. The midterms are about to begin, the ultimate horror of any high school setting. Reinhardt spots Ellen drinking water in the gym, looking completely unbothered. He asks her if she is actually going to study, or if she is just going to keep swinging her wooden sword. Ellen casually says yes. She has zero academic anxiety, because she is built different. Even Bertus and Charlotte, who are literally fighting a cold war for the imperial throne, are locked in their rooms studying. Reinhardt sighs, calling her a lucky genius who gets to be the top student without even trying. But then, he remembers his own lore. He is the one who set her up like that in the novel. When it comes to pure academic brainpower, Class B's Louis Angton is actually smarter. But because Temple calculates the total grade by combining both physical and written scores, Ellen's insane combat stats always carry her to rank number 1. Reinhardt looks at his wooden sword, realizing that if he keeps slacking off, he is going to fail spectacularly. He thinks it would be highly embarrassing if his grades were lower than these actual children. But then his core trait kicks in. He is simply too lazy to study. Ellen crouches down next to him, asking why he isn't studying. Reinhardt's insecure brain immediately translates her quiet question into a massive insult. He thinks she is saying, "You're not as smart as me, so shouldn't you be studying really hard?" In a fit of petty rage, he lies down and declares that if she isn't studying, then he isn't studying either. Ellen is completely confused by his logic, but Reinhardt is locked in his lazy protest. And then, the system console rings. A new challenge appears. Reach the top 10 in midterms. Reward, 3,000 points. Our guy immediately sits up. 3,000 points is a massive payday. He recently spent 2,000 points on mana sensitivity, leaving him with 4,130 points. He needs 4,000 to unlock his next talent. He physically cannot afford to ignore this challenge. But top 10? Out of more than 10,000 elite students? That is practically suicide. He checks the other challenges. Cheat and get caught for 500 points. Or, get the lowest rank for 1,000 points. He thinks the system is actively trying to get him expelled. He smirks, his competitive spirit finally flaring up. He grabs a pencil. All right, he will show this system what a 30-year-old web novel author can do. He begins furiously writing notes, his brain working at maximum capacity. At dinner, Ellen watches him study at the table while she eats her bread. She points out he said he wouldn't study. Reinhardt says some things just have to be done. Still writing. Ellen takes a bite of meat and quietly says, "I think you'll do well. You are smart." She looks at him with those empty, honest eyes. Reinhardt freezes. His face slowly turns a very visible shade of red. He is completely flustered. He internally screams at himself for feeling happy about getting praised by a literal high schooler. He tries to hide his face behind his book, grumbling that she is probably way smarter than him anyway. Then he suddenly looks up, his eyes sparkling. "Hey, do you want to study with me?" No. Pure, immediate, cold rejection. They return to eating in absolute, awkward silence. Walking through the courtyard at night, Reinhardt tries to remember the original plot of the midterm arc. It was supposed to be a showcase for Ludwig's growth. Ludwig is a classic, idiot shonen protagonist with a massive sense of justice and zero academic talent. He was on the verge of failing every single class, until he started studying with Class B's Louis Angton, which saved his grades. Louis is the absolute smartest kid in the first year, but he is selfish and stuck up. Reinhardt realizes that if he wants to hit that top 10 spot, he needs to hijack Ludwig's tutor. He spots Louis in the hallway and walks up to him, slinging his arm around his shoulder like a loan shark. Louis is shaking like a leaf, and Reinhardt gives him a terrifying, smug smile. "Why are you acting so scared? Am I hitting you?" Louis is internally screaming, wondering what this crazy feral bully wants from him. Reinhardt's smile widens. He looks Louis dead in the eye and tells him to help him study. Louis is about to learn that in Reinhardt's class, private tutoring is not an option, it is a survival requirement. So, Reinhardt is sitting in the Class B study hall, trying to lock in for exams, when Princess Charlotte suddenly walks in and spots him with Louis. Louis looks like he is currently drafting his last will and testament, because Reinhardt's reputation as a feral bully is still maximum tier. Charlotte smiles, her golden eyes lighting up, and asks if she can join their study group. Louis instantly folds and agrees, because you do not say no to the princess. Reinhardt is internally laughing, because in the original novel, Louis would have hit her with a dry, "Why should I help you?" But before they can even open a book, another voice interrupts. Reinhardt freezes. He recognizes that generic, overly energetic shonen voice instantly. It is Ludwig, the original protagonist of this story, popping in with a giant smile. Charlotte casually invites him to join the study group as well, and Reinhardt's soul physically tries to leave his body. Ludwig happily agrees, giving them a giant thumbs up. Reinhardt is internally screaming, clutching his head. He knows exactly what is about to happen. Ludwig's brain is not just empty, it is a literal gravitational anomaly that actively repels knowledge. The kid studies 16 hours a day and still manages to get grades that look like a bloodbath. Reinhardt sighs, realizing his private tutoring session has officially turned into a high school remedial comedy special. Charlotte tries to explain a basic reading passage to Ludwig, keeping her voice incredibly gentle. Ludwig just blinks at the page, looking completely lost. Charlotte patiently explains the concept of denial again, pointing to the text. Reinhardt is sitting next to them, his hand trembling as he watches Ludwig completely fail to comprehend a simple paragraph. Our guy's patience hits absolute zero. He slams his hand on the table and starts screaming. He calls him a literal gorilla and asks how he even learned to write with a brain that functions like a brick. Ludwig just laughs it off, apologizing with a giant dumb grin. Charlotte tells Reinhardt to calm down, but Reinhardt is experiencing severe author's guilt. He is the one who wrote this protagonist to be a dumbass, and now he has to suffer the consequences. Charlotte decides to try a simpler subject, geography. She asks him the name of the largest vassal state in the Southern Empire. Ludwig stammers, guessing, Kern? Something? Kernheit? Reinhardt's hand clenches so hard his pen looks like it is about to snap. But before Reinhardt can explode, someone else snaps first. Louis Angton stands up and starts screaming, Kernstadt! It's Kernstadt! Why oh you idiot! Louis is completely red-faced, pointing out that even 10-year-old children know this answer. The entire room goes dead silent as the quiet kid finishes his absolute verbal destruction of the main character. Charlotte looks at Ludwig, her golden eyes filled with a mixture of pity and genuine concern. She slowly leans forward and asks Ludwig if he perhaps dropped on his head as a small child. Reinhardt is stunned. The nicest princess in the Empire really just asked the protagonist if he has severe brain damage. Ludwig says nothing like that ever happened, and Charlotte's face gets even more worried. She turns away, muttering to herself that the Empire's lack of a free public education system is a literal tragedy. She tells Ludwig it is not his fault, but the fault of the government for failing him. She gives him a sweet, encouraging smile, telling him he is not the problem. She starts lecturing them on how the average intellectual level of the common people must absolutely increase. Ludwig is crying tears of gratitude, thanking her for her deep wisdom, while Reinhardt is just staring at them, like he is watching a simulation glitch. Deciding he has had enough shonen protagonist energy, Reinhardt turns back to Louis to focus on his own studies. The academic grind continues day and night. At lunch, Reinhardt is eating in the Class B cafeteria instead of Class A's dining hall. One of the Class B students notes that while it is unusual, there isn't actually a rule forbidding him from eating here. Suddenly, a student starts strumming a lute. He stands on a table, singing a loud, cheerful song for the entire room. Reinhardt looks around, seeing the students laughing and cheering along. Charlotte is sitting nearby, resting her chin on her hand, watching him with a gentle smile. She notes that Class B has a completely different, much warmer atmosphere than Class A. Reinhardt agrees. Class A is just a constant, high-stress circle of training and competition. Class B actually knows how to enjoy life. He looks at the musicians, realizing that his life lately has been so focused on survival that he forgot how to just relax. But the relaxation is short-lived, because the exam day arrives. Reinhardt is writing furiously, his brain working at absolute maximum capacity. He knows his adult brain is technically older and less flexible than these teenage prodigies, so he had to memorize twice as hard. He knew that in the common subjects, even a single missed question would tank his rank completely. The exam ends, and Reinhardt is waiting for the results, staring blankly with bloodshot eyes. He gets his paper back, rank 784 on the integrated written exam. He got exactly one question wrong. He slumps in his chair, completely depressed. He failed. The top 10 challenge is completely gone. A few days later, the official overall school rankings are posted on the bulletin board. A massive crowd of students gathers around, whispering in absolute shock. Reinhardt walks up, looks at the list, and his brain stops. Ranked #1 in the entire school, Reinhardt. Harriet is standing next to him, her eyes bulging out of her head in pure horror. So, Reinhardt is staring at the board, completely dumbfounded. He ranked 784th on the written portion, but he is somehow #1 overall. He realizes the reason is actually very simple: the practical evaluations. The swordsmanship and physical classes didn't grade based on absolute skill level. They graded based on progress. And since Reinhardt went from a flat F-tier 0 to a highly trained combatant in a few months, his progress rate was mathematically infinite. Meanwhile, Artorius got 2 questions wrong on her written exam, which dragged her total average just below his. But then, the system console rings. Reach the top 10 in midterms? Fail. Our guy is staring at the flashing red letters, realizing the system strictly counted the written portion, not his overall rank. He got absolutely 0 points. He literally got scammed by his own system. Regardless, the school is in an absolute uproar over his first-place finish. Harriet is still throwing a massive tantrum, claiming the grading system is completely corrupt. Reinhardt just smirks, realizing that teasing her about being smarter than her is his new favorite hobby. Even Prince Bertus walks up to him, smiling, expressing his deep admiration for Reinhardt's hidden academic talents. To make things even crazier, during the physical scan, the teachers discover his newly awakened magic sensitivity talent. Developing another major talent so quickly is practically unheard of, cementing his status as a certified prodigy. But Reinhardt decides to slow down his progress to avoid drawing too much attention. Once the academy's strict lockdown is finally lifted, he puts on his dark cloak and slips out of the gates. He heads straight to Eleris's scroll shop to update her on his situation. Since Charlotte halted her investigation, Eleris has been keeping the shop running quietly to maintain the illusion of normalcy. She reports that Eri and the rescued succubi have successfully settled down in the port city of Rajak on the Edina Islands. Everything is going smoothly on their end, which is a massive weight off Reinhardt's shoulders. But then Reinhardt has to fulfill his duties as the official messenger for himself. He returns to Temple and meets Charlotte in a quiet hallway, handing her a sealed envelope. It is a fake letter written in his beggar persona's handwriting. The letter reads, "I'm sorry for leaving without a word. I am fine and being well protected. I hope you are also safe." Charlotte clutches the letter to her chest, her face turning completely red. She looks at Reinhardt, her eyes shining with pure, overwhelming gratitude, thanking him repeatedly for delivering it. Reinhardt looks at her radiant, happy face and feels a physical, burning stab of guilt in his chest. He is lying to her face, utilizing her deepest trauma to manipulate her, and the weight of his own deception is starting to feel incredibly heavy. To escape the guilt, he throws himself into brutal training with Artorius. He ends up collapsed on the floor, panting for breath, his entire body screaming in pain. He complains that he is performing even worse than before his study break. Ellen looks down at him, her expression completely vacant, and says no. She explains that she actually raised the difficulty of their spars. Reinhardt is surprised. Really? She points out that because he has gotten so much stronger, she had to stop holding back as much to keep him on the defensive. Reinhardt's ego gets a massive boost. He asks her exactly how easy she has been going on him. Ellen slowly lifts her wooden training sword, pointing it directly at his face. She places a small hand on her wooden blade. "This is me." She raises her hand all the way to the ceiling. And this is you. She points to a spot barely off the floor. Reinhardt's smug smile immediately vanishes. She really just compared him to dust on the floorboards with a straight face. But Ellen admits that because they spar so often, she has a hard time measuring his exact growth rate. Reinhardt knows the truth. Her talent ceiling is practically vertical. She is a wall he will likely never overcome in a fair fight. But training with her has a massive hidden benefit. Because he is so used to her god-tier speed, when he spars with normal students, they look like they are moving in slow motion. His physical stats have officially doubled since he awakened self-suggestion. Sparring with normal kids is practically a vacation now. Ellen tells him to get back up, and Reinhardt groans, preparing for another round of physical therapy. The next morning, Reinhardt is running laps around the courtyard with his senior, Adriana. Adriana smiles, mentioning she heard he topped the overall freshman rankings. Reinhardt sighs, complaining that everyone is reacting like a stray dog somehow won a beauty contest. Adriana laughs, asking if he is ready for their first official group mission. Reinhardt asks if the theme is going to be survival, and Adriana nods, saying that is the standard temple curriculum. She notes that the noble kids usually end up quitting halfway through because they cannot handle the physical discomfort. Reinhardt drinks his water, looking thoughtful. It makes sense that sheltered nobles would break under those conditions. Later that day, Mr. Eppenhauser stands at the podium, keeping his voice robotic. He announces that the first group survival mission is about to begin, but the exact location will remain highly classified until they arrive. Reinhardt is sweating, a wave of cold dread hitting him. Because as the author of this novel, he knows exactly where they are going. All right, class, welcome to the middle of nowhere. Mr. Eppenhauser drops the rules like a true military drill sergeant. Survive on this deserted island for 5 days. The pampered nobles are already having a collective existential crisis. Eppenhauser basically tells them to suck it up or accept a fat, failing grade. Because apparently, being the privileged class means you have to prove you are built different. He hands them a tiny gold button, which is basically the "I want my mommy emergency escape" option. He also drops a hint that meeting certain secret conditions will let them finish the test early. Bertus is already looking at this like a chess grandmaster calculating his next 3 moves. And just like that, the teacher teleports away, leaving a bunch of trust fund babies stranded on a beach. Harriet is already sitting on her suitcase, ready to throw a massive temper tantrum. She wants to go home, which is highly relatable, but unfortunately, the system doesn't run on feelings. Reinhardt immediately goes to inspect their starter kit. They get some basic water flasks, a couple of crates, and some wooden swords. Truly a 5-star resort experience. He asks Ellen if she is going to quit, and she just gives him a stoic nod. Absolute tank. He asks Bertus, who is playing the perfect cooperative leader. Reinhardt grabs a dagger and decides to head straight into the jungle to find resources. He tells Ellen they are moving out immediately. The nobles are terrified of what might be lurking in the dark, but Reinhardt has no patience for cowardice. Do you actually want to starve on a beach? Bertus agrees to manage the beach crew, while Reinhardt handles the dirty work. Time for some quick meta-knowledge. Reinhardt remembers how this went in his original novel draft. Originally, Class A got completely filtered on day 1 and surrendered. Meanwhile, Class B under Ludwig won because they actually understand basic teamwork. But Reinhardt is not letting that happen. He needs those system points, which means changing the plot. Plus, leaving Bertus to manage the lazy nobles is the most efficient play. Deep in the brush, Reinhardt and Ellen are already on the grind. They manage to secure a massive stash of fresh drinking water. Specifically, a pile of giant, hairy coconuts. They bring the haul back, and Bertus looks genuinely shocked. Reinhardt chugs a coconut like he just finished a desert marathon. Bertus pulls him aside. Have you actually done this before? Reinhardt deadpans. Sitting around doing nothing is way more exhausting. Bertus sighs, probably wishing he had 10 more Reinhardts instead of spoiled nobles. They need a shelter next. Something to block the sun and rain. Bertus asks if they can really build a functioning hut out of leaves and branches. Reinhardt smiles. We don't need to overthink it. I know just the person. He nominates Adelia, who is currently shaking like an anxious chihuahua. Bertus immediately puts on his charismatic prince face to boost her confidence. Adelia stammers out a solid design for a basic hut, and Reinhardt immediately gets the manual labor started. Bertus starts barking orders like a corporate manager. Eric, Kono, Cayer, go fetch leaves. The guys look like they just got told they have to work overtime on a Saturday. Bertus then asks Harriet to use her high-tier magic to chop down trees. She is completely flustered, but she agrees. Ellen and Cliffman are assigned to the heavy lifting. Reinhardt is quietly watching this display of leadership. Bertus might be a sociopath, but his delegation skills are absolutely immaculate. Reinhardt decides to handle his own specific projects. Bertus, let me borrow these 2. He points to Heinrich and Liana. The two elemental mages look at him like he is about to ask them to sign a pyramid scheme contract. Down on the shoreline, the negotiation begins. Heinrich folds his arms, demanding Reinhardt get to the point. Both of them absolutely despise Reinhardt, and Liana has never even spoken to him before. Reinhardt gets straight to the point. Heinrich, your new job is being our literal lighter. We need to purify water, and you're going to boil it. Go ask Adelia how to build a filter, and then start heating it up. Heinrich completely blows a fuse. Are you seriously treating me like a piece of flint? Reinhardt's eye twitches. This kid is incredibly annoying. Reinhardt points a finger. Do it, or we all dehydrate and fail by Tuesday. This is a Bertus-approved order. Heinrich grinds his teeth, completely trapped by the threat of the prince's authority. Fine, I'm doing this for the team, not because you told me to. Classic tsundere. Now, Reinhardt turns to Liana. As for you, you are going to hunt. He points out toward the vast, sparkling blue ocean. Liana stares at the water, completely confused. Specifically, Reinhardt smiles, we are going fishing. And you are the taser. The tropical birds fly overhead as the grand fishing experiment begins. Liana stands in the water, unleashing a wave of blue lightning that makes the water crackle. A few fish fly out, but she sighs. My lightning isn't actually that powerful yet. I have to be standing right next to them for it to work. Reinhardt nods. That makes sense. Wait, you can swim, right? She blankly replies, I can't swim. Reinhardt suggests carrying her on his back into deeper water, completely forgetting that water conducts electricity. Liana points this out, making the top ranker look like he has a single brain cell. She decided to just wait for them in the shallows, but then she freezes. Come to think of it, I hate touching fish. Reinhardt is officially ready to jump into the ocean. Back at the campsite, a massive shriek echoes through the trees. Harriet is crying because bugs are falling on her from the trees she is literally knocking down with her magic. The boys continue to haul wood, trying to ignore her dramatic fits. Eric and Cliffman carry the logs, making solid progress on the frame. Bertus watches them work, keeping the royal class on a tight leash. Reinhardt looks across the beach and notices Class B building their own functional camp. Charlotte is over there managing her squad like a professional. Suddenly, Harriet lets out another glass-shattering scream. Reinhardt walks into the camp holding a lobster the size of a small toddler. Liana managed to fry a literal sea monster with her lightning. The nobles gather around the giant red beast, terrified that it might be poisonous. Bertus points out the teachers would probably step in if they were about to eat a lethal weapon, but Reinhardt notes one giant lobster isn't going to feed a dozen high-maintenance nobles. Liana quietly turns around to go back to the beach. I'll go get more. Truly an underrated MVP. Kono Lint is chugging their limited water supply, and Reinhardt warns him to save it. Kono suggests just picking more coconuts, and Reinhardt gives him the, do you think climbing trees is a joke? Glare. But then, Reinhardt remembers something important. Kono has a very specific, highly exploitable talent. Congratulations, Kono. Your teleportation makes you our official coconut gathering monkey. Reinhardt decides to head deep into the forest, to look for a real freshwater stream. He walks through the dense jungle, sweating through his shirt. He can't believe he is physically suffering from a survival scenario he literally wrote himself. He holds up his wooden sword, reminding himself he just needs to survive till Friday to collect his AP. So why am I working this hard? He slumps against a tree, having an absolute midlife crisis at 17. Suddenly, a loud snort breaks the silence. A giant wild boar charges out of the bushes at Mach speed. Before it can trample him, Delphina Zadra leaps down from above like an action hero. She lands a perfect shot, taking the massive beast down in a single blow. The boar is dead, but Delphine is left scratching her head, wondering how to drag it back to camp. Reinhardt steps out of the bushes. Hey there, need some help carrying that? She is surprised to see Class A's infamous top ranker, but she gladly accepts the help. That would be amazing! Reinhardt compliments her incredible archery skills. I'm from Talprad, she explains. Everyone there learns how to hunt. Reinhardt nods, but internally, his author brain starts running the lore spreadsheet. Delphine Izadra is a major talent from the mountainous Northern Ranger region. The hunters of Talprad are legendary for their bow skills. But Delphine is special. She eventually unlocks spirit magic. Why? Because she secretly has extinct elven blood running through her veins. But that's a problem for future chapters. They drag the massive boar straight into Class B's campsite. Princess Charlotte is standing there, completely stunned to see Reinhardt helping her classmate. Delphine explains that she would have been stuck in the jungle without him. Charlotte stares at Reinhardt, her eyes sparkling with mild amusement. Reinhardt sweats a little, hoping she doesn't read his mind. Charlotte smiles playfully. Reinhardt, this is still a competition. Why are you helping our side? Reinhardt flashes a sly, greedy grin. I'm not doing charity work. I want one of the legs as payment. Charlotte bursts out laughing. Ah, so you did have ulterior motives. Classic Reinhardt. Delphine agrees to the deal without hesitation. She prepares to butcher it, but suddenly points out toward the shoreline. Look at that! A massive splash erupts from the water. Ludwig bursts out of the ocean like a literal sea god. He is shirtless, gleaming in the sunlight, and holding a giant fish on a spear. Reinhardt's face goes completely blank. Ludwig waves cheerfully. Hey guys, I caught food! Reinhardt looks like his soul has left his body. Of course, the shonen protagonist is gathering a week's worth of food in 10 minutes, completely ruining the drama of Reinhardt's survival struggles. So, Delphine agrees to deliver the wild boar meat once the sun goes down, and right on cue, Ludwig bursts out of the water like a majestic shirtless dolphin. He holds up a giant fish, casually offering to share because Class B apparently has too much food. Reinhardt gladly accepts the handout, shaking hands with the enemy camp. Charlotte looks on with a smile, noting that everyone seems to have forgotten this is supposed to be a competition. Delphine waves them off, telling Reinhardt to come back for the meat later. Reinhardt returns to Class A's camp and drops the massive fish right in front of them. Bertus is completely dumbfounded, asking how on earth Reinhardt managed to score high-tier seafood. Heinrich's jaw drops when he hears there are wild boars roaming the jungle. Suddenly, the nobles realize they are sharing an island with dangerous wild beasts. Bertus immediately switches into serious tactical mode, realizing they need to up their guard. First of all, incredible work, Reinhardt. Food is a massive win. Meanwhile, Harriet is completely face-planted on a log, having worked herself to the point of structural collapse. Adelia is still anxious, pointing out that their makeshift roof will definitely leak if it rains. Harriet looks completely dead inside as she drags more palm leaves across the beach. Heinrich is working in a complete, half-dazed state, while Ellen and Cayer carry logs like automated assembly line workers. It is amazing how fast time flies when you are experiencing pure, unadulterated suffering. Night finally falls, and the fish are sizzling beautifully over the campfire. The nobles sit around the fire in dead silence, staring into the flames. Harriet complains that they have to eat off leaves because they don't have forks or knives. Suddenly, a wave of laughter echoes from the other side of the beach. Class B is having a literal beach party, and Harriet is incredibly salty about it. Class A looks like a Victorian orphanage in comparison. Bertus stands up, putting on his best inspirational politician face. Everyone, I know this is hard, but we can't let our first cooperative mission end in a fat L. He walks over and grabs one of the roasted fish and takes a massive, unhinged bite right out of the middle. Wow, this is actually amazing! Come on, let's eat! The nobles dig in, proving that starvation is indeed the best seasoning. Harriet is quietly chewing on a piece of lobster. She admits it tastes incredible, but feels a wave of rich girl guilt for enjoying it. Reinhardt watches her for a moment. Hey! He reaches into his pocket and hands her a secretly saved piece of bread. Don't ask questions. Just eat it. I don't have the energy to argue with you. Harriet blushes, staring at the bread like it's a sacred artifact. A rare, wholesome bonding moment under the stars. Suddenly, Ellen stands up. She sprints straight toward the dark ocean with a javelin. Ellen, wait! That's the sea! She dives straight into the pitch-black water. Kono and Liana are completely baffled. She just leaped in. A moment later, Ellen walks out of the surf like a final boss rising from the depths. Except instead of a weapon, she is carrying 3 massive lobsters impaled on her javelin. Kono looks genuinely terrified of this girl. Grill these two. Ellen does not play games when it comes to food. Bertus sets up the night watch rotation, telling everyone to get some sleep. He sits down next to Reinhardt. Reinhardt, I owe you a lot today. If you and Ellen hadn't gone into the jungle, everyone would have given up on the spot. Bertus looks over at Class B's camp. They are playing like they are on vacation, while we are barely holding on. He smiles, but his eyes are completely dead. I'm no match for them. Reinhardt realizes the sociopathic prince is actually reaching his psychological limits. He looks weaker and more stressed than Reinhardt has ever seen him. They sit in silence, watching the fire. I'm glad you're here, Reinhardt. Late night. Reinhardt is yawning on guard duty. I never thought I'd be doing military guard shifts again at my age. Suddenly, he hears a rustle. Liana crawls out of her hut, looking completely pale and exhausted. She starts walking straight toward the dark jungle. Hey, that's the jungle. It's pitch black. Remember what Bertus said about dangerous animals? Liana turns around with a dark, terrifying expression on her face. Reinhardt steps up and grabs her arm to stop her, and her body instantly crackles with defensive lightning, shocking him on the spot. The campfire crackles in the quiet night. Reinhardt sits by the fire, holding his shocked arm. What should I do? It's already been 20 minutes since she went in there. Then, a sudden realization hits him. Is she constipated? If something happened, he has to rescue her. But if she is just doing her business, entering the jungle would permanently scar her pride. Wait, could it be? He walks to the edge of the dark forest. Spark once if you're okay! Spark twice if there's a problem! If you don't do anything, I'm coming in! Only the wind rustles through the leaves. Reinhardt waits in suspense. Suddenly, 2 blue sparks crackle in the darkness. So there really is a problem. Reinhardt's brain short-circuits. Spark once if you need leaves to wipe your… Girl, just use nearby leaves! Where do you expect me to find toilet paper here? A massive, aggressive burst of blue lightning explodes in the forest. She is absolutely furious. Okay! Do you want me to get you some seawater at least? Silence. A single, defeated spark crackles. Reinhardt sits back down by the fire, deeply traumatized by this conversation. A few minutes later, Liana walks out of the jungle, holding her empty canteen. She walks past him without making eye contact, looking like her soul has left her body. She sits by the shoreline, washing herself in the sea. Reinhardt stares in dead silence. She walks back over to him. I'm giving up. Reinhardt panics. If Liana quits, Class A's perfect score is completely cooked. But honestly, who can blame her? She's a pampered 17-year-old princess who just had a sanitation crisis in the wild. Wait, wouldn't it be a waste to quit now? You've struggled so hard to get this far. She looks at him blankly. Is that so? Yeah, totally. It would be incredibly unfair to let all that suffering go to waste. Liana sighs. I guess I already had to do something terrible anyway. She crawls back into her hut. Reinhardt is left standing there. He gulps, making a mental note to never, ever ask what she did in the ocean. Suddenly, another rustle. Harriet crawls out of her tent, teary-eyed and desperate. Reinhardt, what should I do? Reinhardt immediately assumes she is facing the exact same biological emergency. She looks really upset. She thinks I'm going to solve this, doesn't she? Reinhardt sighs. Well, she is pretty cute when she's desperate. He grabs a pot. Harriet looks completely confused. Take this warm, purified water. Go do what you need to do. Harriet is completely bewildered, but she accepts it. The next day, the camp is completed. Harriet uses her magic to give Reinhardt and Ellen underwater breathing so they can hunt. Human greed really has no end. While the others reinforce the camp, Reinhardt decides they need a permanent solution. He and Ellen head into the jungle to find a proper freshwater source. Wild animals are here, so there must be a lake or creek nearby. Ellen nods. Drinking water is important, but clean water is absolutely critical for basic hygiene. Sweating all day in the same clothes is pushing the nobles to their psychological breaking point. If they don't find a place to wash up, the kids are going to start clicking their emergency buttons. Reinhardt slumps on a rock. I'm exhausted. Even Ellen is showing fatigue. We can't search the whole island like this. Reinhardt decides to use his cheat code. He closes his eyes and focuses. With his heightened senses, he hears rushing water. It's over there. They climb a rocky cliff. Beneath them is a breathtaking, crystal-clear freshwater pool under a waterfall. Ellen stares at it. Without saying a word, she leaps straight off the cliff. Splash. Reinhardt is stunned. She must have been really struggling to jump in like that. Reinhardt sits down. Even if the others knew about this pool, they wouldn't walk all this way. Ellen swims up, looking incredibly refreshed. Go over there, she says. Reinhardt is confused. Why? I'm taking my clothes off to wash them. Reinhardt turns around and decides to do the same. Fair enough. He bathes, thinking about the original novel. Delphine was supposed to find this place, but his presence changed the timeline. He rinses his hair. Suddenly, Ellen calls out, Reinhardt, we need to go back right now. Why the sudden rush? We just got here. Ellen's face is dead serious. There are fresh animal bones scattered everywhere, and someone made a campfire here recently. The realization hits Reinhardt like a truck. The teachers wouldn't leave a fire pit. That means someone else is living on this island. Reinhardt breaks the news that they actually found a freshwater stream, but before the pampered elite can celebrate their first real shower, he drops the catch. He tells them they found a recently used campfire pit, right by the water source. Instantly, the trust fund kids panic, convinced they are about to be hunted by local island cannibals. Bertus steps in to play the charismatic politician, suggesting this is just part of the exam's secret clear conditions. He tells them finding these mysterious inhabitants might actually let them finish the test early. Harriet lights up like a Christmas tree, desperate for a ticket out of this green hell. Bertus plays it cool, but even he has no idea what is actually lurking in the deep brush. The boys want to immediately launch a full-scale search, but Reinhardt shuts it down. Bertus asks our guy for his tactical input. Reinhardt looks at them, probably wondering if any of them have ever watched a horror movie. His actual master strategy? Everyone go take a bath first. And just like that, the survival arc temporarily devolves into a generic beach episode. They are splashing around like they aren't currently fighting for their lives in the wilderness. Reinhardt sits on the sidelines, watching them act like actual normal teenagers. He gets a rare, quiet moment thinking about how nice it is that these kids get to just be kids for once. But the island is not about to let them forget where they are. Bertus approaches Reinhardt, debating whether they should relocate their entire base to the stream. They discuss the pros and cons like two middle managers planning an office relocation. Bertus decides they should put it to a class vote. He pitches the move to the rest of the group. Harriet is fully down, but Liana shuts the idea down instantly. Why? Because Ellen is casually standing behind them holding a massive dead snake on a stick. Harriet and Adelia's souls instantly leave their bodies. Bertus decides a tactical retreat back to their crappy beach camp is the safest option for everyone's sanity. They haul their fresh water back to the shoreline before sunset. Bertus thinks they have done enough manual labor for the day, but Reinhardt stops him, insisting they finish reinforcing their shelters right now. The exhausted nobles look at him like he's the worst manager on the planet. But Reinhardt knows the future. His author meta-knowledge says a massive storm is scheduled for tonight. And sure enough, the sky opens up and unleashes absolute chaos. The wind rips through the palms like a tropical hurricane. Reinhardt screams at everyone to stay inside their reinforced huts. Inside her shelter, Harriet hears the structural wood begin to buckle. A loud crash echoes over the storm, and Harriet lets out a terrifying scream. Her entire hut collapses, pinning her in absolute darkness. She tries to crawl free, but the wind is literally trying to drag her into the ocean. This proud noble girl is completely terrified, crying out for anyone to save her. Suddenly, a hand reaches through the dark storm. Reinhardt grabs her and pulls her out of the wreckage. He drags her straight back to his own dry shelter. Harriet is shivering, tears streaming down her face as she tries to see who rescued her. He deadpans, asking if she's hurt. She realizes it's the class menace. Reinhardt yells out to Bertus that he's secured the package. He sits her down and gently pats her shoulder, telling her it's just a little rain. It'll stop by morning. Just relax. He tells her to use her top-tier magic to keep herself warm. Harriet focuses her mana and conjures a warm, glowing light sphere. She stares at the light, her eyes reflecting the soft glow. But she doesn't just keep the warmth for herself. She starts sending smaller glowing spheres to the other classmates' huts to warm them up too. Reinhardt is genuinely surprised. Did you make some for the others too? He realizes the original, selfish Harriet from his draft would never have done this. She's actually growing. He smiles, giving her a reassuring pat. Good job. Keep it up. The next morning, the storm finally clears, leaving the beach a complete mess. The jungle is quiet, but something feels deeply wrong. Bertus walks up to Reinhardt, looking unusually pale. Reinhardt thinks he's just stressed about hygiene or food, but Bertus is dead serious. We did a head count this morning, Reinhardt. The prince's eyes are completely hollow. Cayer is gone. Reinhardt's stomach drops. In the original novel, Class A surrendered way before this point. This means the mysterious disappearances that only targeted Class B in the draft are now coming for his own class. Bertus explains that Eric saw Cayer take over the night watch before going to sleep. Cayer vanished silently, without screaming or leaving a single trace. Reinhardt starts analyzing the variables. Did Cayer voluntarily quit, get lost, or is something else happening? Bertus agrees that a voluntary quit under these circumstances is highly unlikely. Reinhardt lays out 3 possible scenarios. Cayer got lost, the mysterious locals kidnapped him, or Class B kidnapped him. Reinhardt is skeptical. Why would Class B do that? Bertus explains the strategic game theory. If they force Class A to give up, they win the exam automatically. By making Class A panic and click their escape buttons, Class B secures a default victory. It's a cold, logical move, and exactly how Bertus would play it if the roles were reversed. Bertus asks Reinhardt to use his double agent status to go scout Class B's camp. Reinhardt heads out into the pouring rain. He knows he has to find out if Class B is actually playing dirty. He approaches Class B's campsite and sees their shelters are completely demolished. The entire place is an absolute disaster area. Reinhardt calls out to see if anyone is still alive in the wreckage. Suddenly, someone calls his name from the brush. Ludwig runs out, looking completely soaked but still incredibly cheerful. Reinhardt looks over and sees the rest of Class B huddling miserably under a tree. Charlotte looks up. Reinhardt, are you here to spy on us? He admits it instantly. Guilty as charged. You guys look terrible. She asks how Class A is doing, and he lies, saying they're barely hanging on too. But then Reinhardt scans their group and notices something is wrong. Wait. Where is Louis Ankton? Is he missing too? Charlotte's face drops, and Reinhardt realizes the Class B kidnapping theory is officially dead. People are vanishing from both camps simultaneously. This is a third-party threat. To show some goodwill, Reinhardt gives them a tip about the freshwater stream. Charlotte is completely stunned by his sudden generosity. Reinhardt waves goodbye and heads back to his camp. Charlotte watches him walk away, deeply grateful, but highly confused. Back at base, Reinhardt briefs Bertus, who agrees they need to find the island's actual inhabitants fast. But first, they need to secure a food supply to keep their strength up. Bertus splits their remaining fighters into search parties, pairing Reinhardt with Liana. The two trudge through the muddy jungle in the freezing rain. Liana is dragging her feet, breathing heavily. Reinhardt realizes her lightning magic is top tier, but her physical stamina is practically non-existent. He asks if she wants to go back, but she stubbornly refuses. She wants to keep pushing, even though she looks like she's about to collapse. Reinhardt sighs. We can't go on like this. Let's take a break under this tree. They slump against a massive trunk, shivering from the cold. Suddenly, Liana asks him to hand over the metal machete. She grabs the blade and starts channeling low-voltage electricity directly into the metal. The metal heats up instantly, and she holds it to her face like a makeshift radiator. Ah, much better. Reinhardt is staring at her, completely dumbfounded by this high IQ utility play. She offers to let him try to warm up his hands too. He grabs the warm hilt, realizing she might actually be a nice person under that quiet exterior. Suddenly, Liana freezes and points into the brush. There's a wild deer grazing just 15 meters away. It's the perfect source of meat, but it's too far for a close-range fighter. It's also way out of Liana's effective lightning range. Reinhardt has a javelin, but his throwing accuracy is absolutely terrible. If he misses, the food runs away. Then, a brilliant, absolutely terrible idea pops into his head. Hey Liana, can you enchant this metal-tipped javelin with electricity? She nods, wrapping her hands around the wet shaft. She unleashes a massive shock, expecting a cool magical weapon. But our genius protagonist completely forgot one basic rule of physics. Water conducts electricity, and they are standing in a tropical downpour, holding a metal-tipped weapon. The deer leaps away in absolute panic as a massive lightning strike erupts. Reinhardt is lying on the muddy ground, smoking, with his eyes rolled back.
Are you trying to kill me?
You're the electric user? You should have known. Liana snaps back. Well, maybe your empty head conducted it better. Reinhardt realizes Liana is way sassier and sharper in an argument than Harriet. He surrenders, raising his hands. Fine, I lost. Let's just go find that deer. They walk deeper into the brush, looking for the escaped prey. Suddenly, a terrifying guttural growl echoes through the trees. Both of them freeze, their hair standing on end. Through the foliage, they see a massive, bloodthirsty leopard tearing the deer apart. The beast looks incredibly aggressive, its jaws dripping with fresh blood. Reinhardt's brain short-circuits. There are absolutely no apex predators like this in his original novel draft. The timeline isn't just changing, it is completely broken. So, our guy is currently staring down a massive, bloodthirsty jaguar. Instead of running for his life, like any sane person, Reinhardt is actually calculating if they can take it down for the meat. Liana looks at him like he's got a single, non-functioning brain cell. She tells him that if he wants to play National Geographic host, he can throw the spear himself. Reinhardt spins a classic gamer play. If she shocks the giant puddle right next to the beast, the AoE damage should stun it. Liana asks if they can just click their surrender buttons, but Reinhardt drags her forward anyway. She sighs, preps her lightning magic, and hurls the electrified javelin with maximum elemental force. And she completely misses the jaguar and impales the dead deer carcass instead. Outstanding aim. The jaguar is officially offended. It roars and leaps, straight at them with claws out. Reinhardt draws his wooden training sword and screams, "Liana, shoot your lightning directly at me." She thinks he's suicidal, but she's too panicked to argue, and lets the sparks fly. Reinhardt uses his broken cheat skill, self-suggestion, to hypnotize his own body. If he believes he is a perfect electrical insulator, his body won't fry. He needs that extra elemental charge to bypass the beast's natural defense. He leaps forward, channeling the high-voltage crackle directly into his blade. The storm rages overhead, and the massive predator hits the muddy ground with a heavy thud. Done. Liana runs up, completely out of breath, checking if our guy is still alive. Reinhardt groans, muttering that a little electrotherapy is actually great for his skin. Standard menace behavior. They drag their massive double haul of venison and leopard meat back to the campsite. Harriet immediately runs up, crying like a worried anime housewife. She's completely baffled by his high-risk hunting methods. Meanwhile, Liana is in the background, looking like she's done with this island forever. Suddenly, Bertus strolls back into camp, holding 2 dead birds like a casual Sunday morning stroll. He smugly notes that elite nobles learn hunting as a luxury hobby, but most things on this island taste like dirt. Bertus looks around and notices their defense roster is missing 2 key players. Cliffman reports that Eric went full main character mode and sprinted into the dark jungle to look for Cayer, which is highly ironic, considering Eric has the survival instincts of a wet cardboard box. Bertus grinds his teeth, trying to keep his cool. They decide to wait by the fire. The flames crackle as the hours tick away. Reinhardt realizes that while Ellen can survive a nuclear blast, Eric is probably currently getting eaten by a tree. Bertus splits them into search parties. Liana is too exhausted, so it's just me, Cliffman, and Reinhardt. He warns them to keep their searches shallow and stay safe. Reinhardt walks into the brush, grumbling about how he has to suffer because his own characters are idiots. He thinks about the school's infamous three arrogant brothers trio, fools who relied entirely on their minor talents and never put in a single second of real work. Suddenly, a loud shout echoes through the trees. Eric is cornering Scarlet, the quiet red-haired girl from Class B, trying to steal her freshly hunted prey. He calls her a cursed-eyed peasant, expecting her to fold under his noble status. Reinhardt watches from the bushes, completely disgusted by this absolute clown. But Scarlet is not a victim. She spins, drops low, and delivers a flawless face-shattering kick that sends Eric eating dirt. She steps on his head, pinning him to the muddy ground like a bug. She tells him she promised the princess she wouldn't start a war, but if he opens his mouth again, she's going to forget that promise. Eric crawls away, only to bump straight into Reinhardt. He immediately tries to play the victim card. "Reinhardt, that cursed peasant just attacked me!" Reinhardt doesn't say a word. He just delivers a massive, soul-crushing knee straight to Eric's gut. An egg cracks. We don't need to describe exactly which egg, but Eric's bloodline is officially in danger. Reinhardt tells him to shut his mouth, absolutely furious that this idiot is wasting their stamina. "You should be way more worried about what the prince is going to do to you." Back at the camp, Bertus is sitting on a log, looking like an actual mafia don. His voice is ice cold. He explains that he can tolerate a useless classmate. Useless people are just a minor administrative annoyance. But Eric, do you really want to prove to me that you are completely unnecessary? Eric's entire body starts to shiver. Eric is kneeling in the mud, staring at the golden-eyed prince. He stammers out an apology, realizing his entire noble family's future could get erased with one word from Bertus. Bertus tells him his penalty is standing guard for the rest of the freezing night. Suddenly, Ellen walks into the camp, casually dragging a second giant jaguar by its tail like a sack of potatoes. Bertus is completely flabbergasted. "Wait, is that another one?" Ellen stoically explains she just found the one Reinhardt killed earlier. Bertus notes that predator meat is too tough to chew, but the high-quality leather could easily fetch 20 gold coins back in the capital. He suggests splitting the future profits between the three of them. Liana waves her hand, too exhausted to care about currency. Bertus sighs. What a shame. Skinning a jaguar without tools is basically impossible. Even in bad condition, it would have been 10 million won. Reinhardt's inner greedy merchant is instantly triggered. 10 million won is roughly his entire semester's snack budget. "I will skin it. Do not worry." Reinhardt's face is filled with absolute unhinged determination. Reinhardt plans to bribe Delphine to do the manual labor later, but Ellen interrupts with actual plot details. She found another, highly established campsite deep in the jungle, and it was surrounded by giant, bleached human skulls. Reinhardt's sweat drops. "What an incredibly edgy and nasty setting, yes. Criticize your own writing, King." They start putting the narrative puzzle pieces together. First, these mysterious inhabitants are clearly aggressive night hunters. Second, they have bases everywhere. And third, they are fully capable of executing students. They realize catching these wild occupants is the exam's secret instant clear condition. They set up defensive alarm magic and try to get some sleep before dawn. Beep, beep, beep. The magic alarm goes off like a fire drill. Bertus and Reinhardt sprint out of their tents with weapons drawn. A terrifying scream for help echoes through the dark forest canopy. Harriet runs out, panicked. "Reinhardt, Eric and Adelia were just snatched." Reinhardt keeps his cool. "Carrying two teenagers will slow the kidnappers down. We can catch them if we move now." The forest is pitch black, and Cliffman is terrified of a sudden ambush. Harriet swallows her fear and steps forward. She casts her signature light magic, illuminating the path with glowing mana spheres. Absolute clutch support player. The rescue party charges straight into the dark brush. They track the broken branches and find a trail of muddy footprints. And from the looks of it, the prints are absolutely massive. They follow the heavy tracks deeper into the foliage. Suddenly, they bump straight into Class B's tracking squad. Charlotte and her team are out here in the dark too. Lanian and Christina were kidnapped from their camp at the exact same time. It's a coordinated raid. Ludwig points out that the footprints split into two distinct directions. Bertus suggests they split up and tackle both trails simultaneously. Bertus's group heads deep into the jungle, while Charlotte's squad covers the opposite shoreline. Bertus's team reaches a massive, roaring river canyon. The drop is vertical, and Liana notes they can't cross without specialized climbing gear. Kono Lint raising his hand. Guys, I brought a rope." Bertus looks at the roaring rapids. "Great, but how do we get it to the other side?" Reinhardt looks at Kono. Reinhardt and Bertus slowly turn their heads, sporting the creepiest, most predatory grins on the continent. Kono's survival instincts are screaming. They put their hands on his shoulders. "We believe in you, Kono. You're our only hope." Because Kono's teleportation leaves his clothes behind, he has to naked teleport across the canyon to secure the rope. Truly a majestic sight. Reinhardt laughs as Kono tries to cover himself with a leaf. "Is there anything you can't do, King?" Ellen secures the rope, making a functional suspension bridge for the group. Suddenly, Kono freezes and points back toward the other side. Reinhardt and Ellen look across the river. Bertus and Harriet are waving their arms frantically, looking completely horrified. Reinhardt strains his ears to hear what they are shouting over the roaring water. "Run away, you idiots!" Reinhardt and Ellen slowly turn around. A colossal, muscular orc with glowing yellow eyes is standing right behind them, ready to paint the jungle red. So, we pick up right in the middle of our absolute nightmare scenario. A wild, hyper-buff green orc is currently looming over our group, roaring loud enough to shake the foliage. Before anyone can even process the threat, the beast swings its weapon, sending a shockwave that blows the students back and knocks poor Cliffman straight over the cliff edge. Bertus screams at everyone to run for their lives, proving that even a sociopathic prince knows when a fight is completely unwinnable. Reinhardt and Kono Lint watch from the bushes, sweating bullets because this is definitely not what a fun beach vacation is supposed to look like. Our guy looks at the retreating back of the monster and starts doing some rapid-fire mental math. He realizes that as the author of this world, he is entirely to blame for why these orcs are built like absolute brick houses. Kono is panicking about Cliffman, but Reinhardt points out that the emergency safety buttons on their chests will automatically teleport anyone in mortal danger straight to the recovery camp. Then Ellen casually steps up, completely unfazed, and asks if they just need to kill this thing to end the test. Kono looks at her like she has lost her mind, asking if they can even scratch a beast that large. But if you know Ellen, you know she has exactly one setting. Let's hit it and see what happens. But before they charge in, Ellen turns to Kono with a look that says he is about to be very unhappy. She orders him to naked teleport across the river again to secure their escape rope. And just like that, the naked utility tool is deployed once more. R.I.P. Kono's dignity. Back on the battlefield, the orc is actively hunting down Harriet and Bertus. Reinhardt screams at Harriet to cast some attack magic, but the poor girl is so terrified she can barely keep her eyes open, let alone concentrate on a complex spell. Reinhardt curses his own complacency. He remembers seeing those massive footprints earlier, and realizes he should have put two and two together much sooner. Harriet is completely frozen under the pressure. Liana can spark some lightning, but it is not going to be enough to put this beast down. Reinhardt realizes that if anyone is going to tank this monster, it has to be him. He draws his wooden blade and tells Liana to prepare her lightning. He yells at Harriet to climb a tree and focus on casting from a safe distance before the orc decides to make her its next target. The beast turns, raising its massive axe. Reinhardt keeps his head cool, remembering that defeat in this test does not mean actual death, thanks to their safety buttons. This entire island mission was designed to test their resolve in the face of extreme adversity, and our guy is not about to fail his own draft. He recalls his past life, reading about how humans in fantasy stories always find a way to conquer these beasts. The orc roars, swinging down with enough force to split a boulder. But Reinhardt stands his ground. He grips his blade, stepping forward with his main character energy fully activated. Kono and Reinhardt watch the battle line shift as the rest of the vanguard scrambles to assist. They scream to check if the others are still breathing. Liana drops to one knee, unleashing a massive surge of high-voltage lightning that wraps around the orc's body, paralyzing it. Reinhardt seizes the opening, diving in and delivering a clean, bloody slash across the beast's torso. But the orc barely flinches, turning its glowing eyes directly onto Reinhardt with pure, unadulterated rage. To make matters worse, Reinhardt's foot catches on a loose tree root, throwing him off balance. He falls backward, completely exposed, as the orc's massive axe begins its descent. Bertus screams in horror as the weapon crashes down, tearing up the earth. Liana tries to keep her composure, preparing to release another shock to draw the beast's attention away. But the orc is too fast, swinging its weapon directly at her. Reinhardt screams her name as the impact splinters a massive tree right next to her. Up in the branches, Harriet looks down, crying as she watches her classmates get tossed around like ragdolls. The orc turns its gaze to her, shaking the trunk. But before it can take another step, a sudden flash of light cuts through the canopy. Artorius descends like a tactical nuke. She lands a brutal, high-speed slash across the orc's neck, spraying blood across the clearing. Reinhardt watches her, explaining that there were two main things he wanted to show during this survival arc. First, how spoiled and useless Class A is compared to the highly motivated students of Class B. And second, He wanted to demonstrate why Ellen is the undisputed combat monster of this generation. She stands perfectly calm, her dark eyes hollow, looking like a literal god of war. She moves with blinding speed, dodging a massive counterswing from the orc, and slicing through its defenses with effortless precision. Another clean hit cuts deep into the beast's shoulder. The orc is bleeding from a dozen wounds, but it still refuses to fall. That is when Harriet, sweating and trembling in her tree, finally finishes gathering her mana. She is holding a colossal, boiling fireball that illuminates the entire jungle. She looks down, her eyes wide, with a mix of terror and determination. The orc looks up, realizing too late that its match has been lit. Harriet screams for everyone to get back and launches the magical nuke. The flames engulf the giant beast, incinerating its flesh in a matter of seconds. The resulting explosion is so massive, it lights up the night sky like a second sun, completely leveling the clearing. The shockwave blasts through the trees, forcing Reinhardt and Ellen to shield their faces from the blinding heat. As the smoke clears, the charred remains of the orc slump to the ground, but Harriet loses her footing on the burned branch, slipping and falling backward. Reinhardt looks up, realizing she is too far away for him to reach, and if she hits the ground hard enough, she is going to get force teleported out of the test. He screams at Kono Lint to use his teleportation to catch her. Kono is hesitant, but Reinhardt yells that she is going to fall, forcing him to act. Harriet screams as she plummets toward the earth. Suddenly, a pair of arms catches her midair, cushioning her fall. She blinks, confused, realizing she is not dead or eliminated. She looks up to thank her savior, expecting Reinhardt or maybe Bertus. Instead, she is staring directly into the naked, freckled face of a completely stripped Kono Lint, who is holding her princess style. Kono cries that he had no choice, before instantly naked teleporting away to hide his shame, leaving Harriet sitting on the grass in complete, silent shock. Reinhardt runs up, asking if she is hurt. Harriet looks at him, her eyes swelling with tears. She scrambles to her feet and tackles our guy straight to the ground, knocking the wind out of him. She buries her face in his shoulder, crying hysterically about how terrified she was. Reinhardt sighs, awkwardly patting her back and telling her she did a good job. Meanwhile, the ghostly, crying face of Kono Lint floats in the background, rightfully feeling completely cheated out of his heroic moment. Reinhardt comforts her, telling her that she was the one who actually killed the beast, which is a massive achievement. He notes that in the original timeline, Ellen was the one who hunted the orc, but his presence has completely changed Harriet's fate. He stares blankly at the sky, wondering how he is going to deal with this crying princess who refuses to let go of him. He carries her back, looking at the full moon and realizing he might have given these kids too many survival hints. By morning, Harriet is sleeping peacefully on a bed of palm leaves, exhausted from her magical exertion. Kono is complaining, wondering why the test hasn't ended yet if they killed the monster. Reinhardt warns him there might be another one out there. Kono panics, but Reinhardt privately notes that Class B shouldn't have been able to handle an orc on their own. In the original novel, Ellen was supposed to go and rescue them too, but right now, Ellen is just sitting next to him, silently staring at the clouds. Suddenly, the recall artifact in Reinhardt's pocket begins to glow with a bright, magical light. The pillar of light shoots into the sky, signaling the end of the test. Somewhere else in the jungle, blood drips from a clean steel blade. A golden-haired figure stands over the carcass of the second orc. The system declares the mission officially over. The next day, the surviving students are gathered back at the luxury resort area, looking absolutely battered. Mr. Eppenhauser steps up, announcing the final results. Class A had 4 survivors, and Harriet was credited with the kill. But then he drops a bombshell. Class B had only 1 survivor, and the student who soloed their orc was Princess Harriet de Gardias. Reinhardt's jaw drops. Charlotte took out a late-game monster all by herself? He stares at her, wondering what kind of terrifying cheat code power she is hiding behind that fragile victim act. The system chimes in, rewarding our guy with a sweet 1,000 achievement points for completing the group mission. And just like that, the survival suffering is over, replaced by a massive buffet of fresh lobsters, meat, and luxury food. They are finally allowed to relax on a gorgeous, calm beach. Reinhardt is lounging on a deck chair, completely content with doing absolutely nothing for the rest of his life. The other students are swimming and playing in the background, enjoying their hard-earned freedom. Prince Bertus walks up, holding a drink and looking surprisingly relaxed. He sits down next to Reinhardt, admitting that if he knew giving up early was this comfortable, he would have done it on day 1. Reinhardt clinks his glass, wholeheartedly agreeing with the lazy prince's philosophy. Bertus tells him to pass on his regards to Ellen and Harriet, though Reinhardt notes that those two are probably feeling too much pressure to relax. Our guy closes his eyes, soaking in the sun. Liana is lounging nearby in her sunglasses, looking as unimpressed as ever. She remarks that despite all the screaming and crying, Class A might have actually developed some real camaraderie during this test. Harriet walks up in a lovely red sundress, complaining about her aching muscles. Reinhardt asks if she slept well, and the princess immediately turns bright, glowing red. She runs away, screaming internally as she remembers how she held on to him and cried like a toddler. Reinhardt notes she is probably going to be awkward like this for a while. That is when a familiar voice calls out to him. Bare feet step onto the wet sand. Ellen Artorius stands there in a simple school swimsuit, holding a massive, freshly speared lobster. "I caught a lobster," she says stoically. She suggests they cook it, but Reinhardt asks if she isn't tired of eating shellfish yet, though he knows there is no stopping her black hole stomach. Suddenly, a shout draws his attention to the water. Ludwig and the other classmates are splashing around, waving at him to join. Reinhardt wonders how they still have the energy to swim after nearly getting eaten by wild beasts. Bertus laughs, running toward the waves and calling for Reinhardt to follow. Reinhardt watches him, realizing that even though Bertus is a calculating sociopath, this is actually his first time seeing the ocean. In the end, a kid is still a kid. Our guy sighs, noting that since his boss ordered him to play, he might as well enjoy it. He runs down the beach and dives headfirst into the cool water, ready to show these spoiled nobles how commoners actually play in the sea. Meanwhile, Charlotte stands at the shoreline, smiling warmly and asking if she can join the fun. Ludwig gladly welcomes her, but before she can take a step, Bertus splashes a massive wave of water straight into her face. He grins, claiming it is just a harmless sibling prank and asking her not to get mad. A massive, violent wall of water splashes back, completely drenching Bertus's group. Reinhardt watches from the side, sweating. Charlotte's face has gone completely dark. She holds up a wooden stick, suggesting a friendly game of crack the watermelon. Bertus keeps teasing her, telling her to wipe her wide forehead since she is blindfolded and will probably miss anyway. Charlotte raises the stick, standing over the melon. She swings down with terrifying force, smashing the sand right next to Bertus's head. Reinhardt notes she definitely wanted to crack his head, not the melon. Later that evening, as the sun begins to set over the peaceful resort, Charlotte watches her classmates play in the distance. Bertus walks up behind her, asking if she is still mad about his earlier prank. Charlotte calmly replies that she is just trying to give him some advice. Bertus's smile vanishes, replaced by a cold, murderous glare. He warns her that anyone precious to his sister is precious to him, but if Reinhardt ever becomes a threat to his path to the throne, he will not hesitate to kill him. Alright, so the Survival Island torture arc is officially wrapped up, and the homeroom teacher Mr. Eppenhauser is totaling up the scores. He drops the final verdict. Class A takes the ultimate W. Our guy Reinhardt immediately looks like a guy who just realized his quick fix to a minor bug completely broke the rest of the game's code. In the original timeline, Class B was supposed to win this, but his meta-knowledge has officially shattered the plot. Eppenhauser explains the point distribution, handing Harriet her score sheet while Charlotte and Bertus look on. But there's one last thing left to decide: the prestigious MVP vote. Everyone drops their slips of paper into the ballot box, and some absolute legend actually voted for Reinhardt. The teacher pulls out the final results, announcing the first MVP is Princess Charlotte, and the second is none other than Harriet de Saint-Owan. Harriet's brain completely short-circuits. She looks like she just got told her student loans were paid off by accident. As the entire class starts clapping, she waves her hands in a panic, trying to reject the honor. Reinhardt is in the back clapping with the most punchable smug grin you have ever seen. Harriet spots him and immediately starts blushing redder than a fresh tomato. Cut to that night, and the camp is throwing a massive, classic bonfire party to celebrate. Adriana is leading a sing-along on the guitar, with pure main character energy, while Reinhardt and Harriet are lounging in the background. Harriet, huddled up on her chair, wonders if these people ever run out of stamina, while Reinhardt just enjoys the absolute peace and quiet. They lock eyes for a brief second. Reinhardt sits up and tells her that if she has something to say, she should just spit it out. Harriet immediately gets defensive, claiming she has absolutely nothing to tell him. He shrugs, telling her that's fine, which of course makes her feel 10 times more awkward. She looks away, and in a tiny, barely audible whisper, she actually says thank you. She is blushing so hard her ears are probably smoking. Reinhardt smirks, and she immediately snaps, demanding to know why he is grinning like a villain. Our guy decides to tease her, asking her to break down exactly what she is thankful for, how much she is thankful, and in what specific format. He literally starts crawling over to her chair, demanding a full presentation on her gratitude. She scrambles back, looking like a kitten cornered by a golden retriever. She is completely overwhelmed by the teasing. She yells that she hates him, calls him the absolute worst, and stomps off to the resort mansion while he casually asks her why she even thanked him in the first place. This guy is a menace to her mental stability. The next morning, the sun is shining on the peaceful beach. Reinhardt's feet are up, and he is fully committed to doing absolutely nothing but absorbing solar energy. Then, Princess Charlotte walks up, looking down at him with extreme judgment. She straight up asks him if he's a mollusk because he hasn't moved a single muscle since yesterday. He lazy explains that he is storing up energy for the brutal training when they get back, which actually makes her laugh. She sits down next to him, sipping her drink, while Reinhardt watches her from behind his sunglasses. He casually asks if she really killed that giant orc, all by herself. Charlotte admits she did, but notes that she won't be sharing her secrets. Reinhardt points out that she doesn't exactly look thrilled about her victory. Charlotte looks out at the ocean and quietly admits she hates relying on her supernatural power. Reinhardt's eyes narrow, a supernatural user who despises her own god-tier cheat code. He wonders what kind of terrifying ability she's hiding under that fragile exterior. But before he can dig deeper, the vacation ends, and it's back to the academy grind. His daily routine is officially back, morning jogs with Adriana, followed by getting absolutely folded in half by Ellen in training. But then, Prince Bertus calls him to a meeting and drops a massive bag of gold on the table. Turns out, the prince sold the wild beast skin Reinhardt had completely forgotten about. Even though the buyer was Bertus's creepy grandfather, the guy who literally tried to have him assassinated, Reinhardt decides that cash is cash, and he is not about to turn down a massive profit. He keeps his promise, splitting the 30 gold coins with Ellen and Delphine. To celebrate, he and Ellen head straight to a high-end restaurant reserved for the ultra-wealthy elite. Reinhardt's wallet is left crying tears of blood because Ellen has a black hole stomach, and his unexpected profit was instantly devoured. Back in the classroom, our guy gets back to the grind, studying and training like a madman. And then, the moment of glory finally arrives. He opens his status screen and stares at his stats. His pseudo-swordsmanship has officially leveled up to actual F-rank swordsmanship. He celebrates like he just won the lottery, screaming with joy. Even better, his self-suggestion cheat has reached D rank, bumping his overall combat rating to a solid D+. He drops to his knees in his mind, thanking the gods that his days of being F-rank trash are finally over. He collapses face first onto the table in exhaustion, while Ellen stands behind him, looking at him like he's lost his mind. He turns around with tears in his eyes, thanking her for beating him up daily, to which she flatly asks if he's sick. He looks at his status screen again, slightly disappointed that after all that life and death struggle on the island, he's still only a D+. But hey, life is a marathon, not a sprint. He tells himself there is still plenty of time left to grind. Then, he pauses. Plenty of time? The realization hits him that he has to do this grueling training forever, and he instantly collapses back onto the table, crying that he wants to quit. The next day, Reinhardt is jogging when Adriana catches up to him. She starts pulling his arm, begging him to come visit her club just once, promising he can leave if he doesn't like it. She flashes her brightest, most innocent smile, pleading with him to tag along after school. Reinhardt holds up his pendant, sighs, and finally gives in, promising to go exactly once. Adriana grabs his hands in absolute delight, promising he won't regret it. She is beaming with pure joy, while our guy looks at her with a face that screams, "I have made a terrible mistake." He notes that Temple has club activities, which is a classic trope in literally every school novel he's ever read. There are academic clubs, music clubs, and, of course, the highly popular religious ones following the five gods, and she is dragging him straight to Grace, a club dedicated to Saint-Owan, the god of purity. Adriana warns him not to cause any trouble, and he lazy replies like a bored teenager. She slides the heavy doors open, announcing their arrival. Reinhardt looks around, noting that this is actually the most popular club in the entire royal class. A friendly senior named Agerton immediately greets him with open arms, welcoming him to the club. They start offering him snacks, telling him he can eat whatever he wants from the cabinet, which completely throws our cynical protagonist off guard. He stands there sweating, wondering if these happy, peaceful people are actually insane. Adriana quickly steps in, explaining that Reinhardt is just visiting and hasn't officially signed up yet. Agerton waves it off, telling him it's totally fine and that he can just use this time to bond with his seniors. Reinhardt's stomach twists. He realizes he actually hates overly nice people and feels way more comfortable dealing with high-functioning sociopaths like Bertus. At least with Bertus, you know he's planning to use you. Suddenly, a calm voice calls out to him, asking if he's the famous first-year troublemaker. It's Ceres van Owen, the fifth-year vice president, rocking some impressive blonde drilltails. She smiles, noting it's their first time talking since the entrance ceremony. Ceres takes charge, suggesting they begin today's session. One of the members asks if the club president is absent again, and Ceres sighs, admitting the president wanted to take a break. They all sit around the table, and Ceres calls for the prayer to start. She folds her hands, invoking the blessing of the five gods as glowing holy runes manifest around her. As the holy light washes over the room, Reinhardt suddenly flinches, his fatigue completely vanishes, and his body feels incredibly light and comfortable. Divine power actually works on a demon? He looks at Adriana praying peacefully next to him, realizing she didn't drag him here to convert him. She just wanted him to experience some genuine rest. He admits this is a lot different from the cult-like religious clubs he was expecting. After the prayer, Ceres leads a discussion about upcoming volunteer work. The seniors immediately crowd around Reinhardt, eager to hear the juicy details of Class A's legendary victory on the Survival Island. Just like that, the official club meeting ends. But as Reinhardt tries to sneak out, Adriana corners him and forces a snack into his mouth. She asks him if he has any faith, gently pointing out that having a place to rest your heart is always a good thing. She tells him that the gods always reward those who put their faith in them. Reinhardt just looks at her, completely deadpan. He thinks, I am literally the creator of this entire world. What kind of god prays to his own creations? This is peak comedy. Meanwhile, in the background, some seniors are gossiping about whether the mysterious club president is ever coming back. Then, the conversation shifts to a much darker topic, rumors that the banned demon god church is starting to re-emerge. Reinhardt's eyes instantly go cold. He remembers writing about this. The demon god church is a radical faction of humans who worship the demons as opposing concepts to the main gods. They should have died out naturally after the demon realm fell. But because of Reinhardt's massive slave market rescue operation, these cultists now think the demon realm is still intact and hiding a massive counter-offensive force. His own rescue mission has accidentally given a bunch of crazy zealots a massive beacon of hope. The irony is off the charts. The seniors keep whispering, mentioning a terrifying rumor that there are active demon cultists hiding inside Temple Academy itself. Suddenly, Ceres slams her hand on the table, ordering them to shut up. She warns them that spreading baseless rumors will only lead to disaster. She explains that she already spoke with the student president, who confirmed those kids are completely innocent, and just said some highly misunderstood things. The senior looks down, still worried, but Ceres points out that if these rumors spread, those innocent kids are going to get dragged away by the Holy Inquisitors. She looks down at him with a chilling, scary expression, asking if he has any idea what happens to people once the Inquisitors get their hands on them. The senior instantly sweats and apologizes. Ceres warns them never to repeat those rumors, especially since talk of the demon god church is already spreading like wildfire. Reinhardt watches her, deeply impressed by her protective nature. She might just be the vice president, but she carries the absolute authority of a boss. Suddenly, Reinhardt's eyes widen as a familiar sound rings in his ears. A system notification pops up, triggering a brand new quest. Find the truth behind the demon god church inside temple. Reward: 300 points. Reinhardt walks out of the clubroom with Adriana, who tells him he can visit whenever he's bored. She tells him the seniors are always happy to help him with his career or his studies. Reinhardt looks at her, realizing she really just wanted to introduce him to some good people who would look out for him. These people are genuinely willing to help anyone, even a cynical non-believer like him. He smiles, promising to hang out more often, which makes Adriana giggle with joy. But as they walk down the quiet hallway, Reinhardt pauses. He casually asks her what they meant by demon cultists inside temple. Adriana instantly flinches, her entire body going stiff. She turns her face toward him, her eyes completely dark, cold, and dead serious, warning him that some questions are better left unasked. And somewhere in the shadows, a massive storm is brewing. So, our guy Reinhardt asks the logical question: what is up with the demon cultists in our school? Adriana instantly turns her brain to safe mode and looks away. She claims it's probably not a big deal, blaming a senior for just being paranoid. But Reinhardt's author instincts are tingling. She's hiding something. He pivots to the club president. Adriana sweats, realizing she is terrible at dodging questions from a professional gaslighter. She looks like she's about to cry, which, honestly, is the ultimate defense against Reinhardt. Our guy doesn't even know who the president is, prompting Adriana to realize he has zero interest in his seniors. Enter Olivia Lanze. She's the daughter of the biggest holy military boss on the continent, which means she is basically fantasy world royalty, with built-in cheat codes. Her dad leads the Knights Templar, a group so powerful they answer only to the popes. Even the emperor has to ask for permission before breathing near them, and Olivia was supposed to be the shining star of this holy army. She's nicknamed the Saint of the Iridian district because she spent her free time doing elite-level charity work. Adriana admits she wanted to be exactly like her before she graduated. But recently, Olivia has stopped showing up to classes or club meetings. The entire faculty is panicking, but since she's a high-tier senior, nobody can force her to speak. Reinhardt is immediately suspicious. Did the perfect saint finally realize this holy empire is cooked? Adriana is visibly distressed, her sisterly worries eating her alive. Reinhardt, being the pragmatic guy he is, suggests the most obvious solution: go ask her. Adriana is horrified. You can't just walk up to a legendary senior and ask for their trauma history. Reinhardt looks at her like she's stupid. Stalling is just going to make things worse. So, just go. Adriana gets convinced, but you can tell she's deeply regretting her life choices. A few hours later, she returns with some absolute bombshell news. Olivia doesn't just want to quit the club. She wants to drop out of temple entirely. And the kicker? She has completely abandoned her faith in the gods. She refused to tell Adriana why, leaving her totally in the dark. Reinhardt is stunned. The poster child of the church dropping her faith is like a brand ambassador for Coke drinking a Pepsi on live TV. Adriana wonders if it would be rude to investigate further. Reinhardt's face goes blank. Yes, it would be extremely rude. But before Adriana can sink into despair, he offers to do it for her. His logic? Don't worry, I'm an absolute expert at being a rude piece of crap. Privately, Reinhardt knows there are no system points on the line for this yet, but Adriana has always looked out for him like a warm, supportive sister. She even introduced him to a peaceful club just so he could rest. He wants his cheerful running buddy back, not this depressed version. So he's stepping up. To get the details, he sets up a tea meeting with Prince Bertus and asks him directly about Olivia Lanze. Bertus, our resident political dictionary, instantly boots up his database. He remembers her nickname and asks why Reinhardt is suddenly interested. Reinhardt drops the bomb. She's dropping out and abandoning her faith. Even Bertus's angelic mask slips for a second. This is massive news. He calls her a celebrity and explains her history. She was too young to fight in the demon war, but her magic was already elite tier. So she took a gap year just to heal soldiers on the front lines. A literal angel. If she stayed, she was destined to become the next pope or commander of the Templars. So her throwing it all away is a massive political headache. Reinhardt asks why the prince looks so troubled by a random girl's crisis. Bertus admits he wanted her to take the top spot, because having a nice, naive puppet running a literal army is much safer for the crown. Reinhardt is sweating internally. Classic sociopath behavior. He knows the Knights Templar are a huge threat to the Empire if they get radicalized. They even tried to kidnap demon captives during Reinhardt's rescue mission. They are corrupt to the core. Bertus sips his tea, proposing two options for Olivia's sudden rebellion. First, she found out the Templars are dirty and got completely disillusioned. Second, she found a boyfriend. Reinhardt looks at him like he's lost his mind. Seriously, Prince? Bertus sighs, noting that honest idiots always cause the most trouble. Reinhardt decides he needs to meet this saint in person before her dad locks her up. Later, Bertus returns from his own meeting with Olivia, shaking his head. She's an absolute wall, completely uncommunicative. But she did say one thing. She found out the dark secrets of the Knights Templar. Reinhardt sneaks off to her dorm room, his heart beating. This is his first time meeting a true saint. He knocks, nervously announcing himself as a random first year. He slowly pushes the heavy door open, and his brain instantly flatlines. The girl standing by the window turns around. She is glowing with an almost blinding, pure angelic aura, smiling warmly at him. Oh great, she's gorgeous. Reinhardt's single brain cell is in critical danger. Reinhardt stands frozen, completely understanding why she's called a saint. He notes that her visual tier is high enough to bypass any regular logic. She mentions Bertus came by earlier, walking over to him. And then, she literally grabs our guy's cheeks like he's a cute puppy. Reinhardt blushes so hard his ears are probably boiling. His tough commoner defense is completely bypassed. She asks if they've met before, smiling like a goddess. Reinhardt stammers that he's just here because Adriana was too scared to ask. Olivia's face softens, touched that her junior is worrying about her. Reinhardt gets serious, telling her that many people idolize her, and asks if she would consider changing her mind. Olivia's smile vanishes. She asks if he wants her to just shut up and tolerate corruption. Reinhardt says no. He just thinks she shouldn't ruin her life. She could rise to the top and fix it from within. She looks at him, deadpan. You sound exactly like the prince. Reinhardt flinches. Ouch. Being compared to a sociopath is a massive L. Olivia explains her stance. Justice knows absolutely no compromise. If she compromises once, the scope will grow until she becomes the exact monster she hates. She's not acting on a whim. She's deeply thought this through. If she stays, she'll either become corrupt, or she'll have to start sacrificing innocent lives to win. She refuses both. Reinhardt realizes she has unmatched mental fortitude. This isn't a tantrum, it's a moral stand. He bows, apologizing for speaking out of turn. Suddenly, she pulls him into a tight hug, catching him off guard. She whispers for him to be happy, her voice soft and trembling. Reinhardt freezes. That didn't sound like a regular goodbye. That sounded like a final farewell before a tragedy. The next morning, the sun rises, but the atmosphere is heavy. He jogs silently with Adriana, both of them too stressed to speak. As they finish their loop, they spot a massive suitcase being rolled out. It's Olivia, and she's not alone. Adriana runs up, her voice cracking as she asks if she's leaving. Olivia stops, looking incredibly sad. Reinhardt's eyes narrow. He spots a massive red slap mark on her cheek. A cold, intimidating man glares down at them. Olivia quietly calls him father, her head bowed in absolute submission. It's Riverrier Lanze, the captain of the Knights Templar. He tells the kids to go back to studying, his voice like ice. They walk away, dragging Olivia along. Reinhardt watches them, noting that Olivia was definitely crying. While Temple Academy can block military interference, they can't prevent a father from taking his own child. Adriana is shaking, asking Reinhardt what is going on. Reinhardt sits her down on a bench, deciding it's time to explain his meeting from yesterday. He can't hide the truth from her anymore. They sit silently as the wind blows, the gravity of the situation sinking in. Adriana is completely lost, her worldview of the Holy Church shattering. Reinhardt's brain starts clicking. Wait, his daughter? He slapped her? Priests of Saint-Owan are strictly forbidden from marrying. How is she his biological daughter? Ah, she's his adopted daughter. Lanze adopted her solely because she possessed mythical levels of divine power. He raised her like a weapon, grooming her to be the next pope. And now she's throwing it away. Reinhardt thinks, a guy who raises a kid as a political tool isn't going to just let her walk away. He stands up, looking at Adriana. Let's follow them. Adriana panics. What if we get caught? Reinhardt shrugs. We'll just say we were sad fans who followed her because we love her so much. Flawless plan. Lanze wouldn't dare touch them openly anyway. Colliding with Temple is too risky for him. Adriana grips her fists, resolving to go. It's stealth mission time. They sneak onto the massive mana train, keeping their heads low. They find Lanze and Olivia sitting in a private cabin. Reinhardt and Adriana press their ears to the wall, listening to the muffled voices. Lanze is telling her she will give in sooner or later. Olivia begs to just be sent away, promising to keep their secrets. Lanze refuses. You can change your mindset, but you can't change your divine talent. You were born with everything. That's why I made you my daughter. He tells her no group is clean, and she is destined to be a leader, so she simply must accept it. Olivia is sobbing, calling herself wretched. Lanze tells her it is wiser to accept reality rather than getting hurt. Reinhardt's eyes go cold. Getting hurt? He's going to use coercive force. Olivia keeps crying, begging her father to let her go. Lanze coldly shuts her down, telling her he's done listening to her drivel. Back at the station, Reinhardt and Adriana retreat to process what they heard. Adriana is terrified, asking if he plans to literally torture his own daughter. Reinhardt looks grim. In a world with holy magic and inquisitors, torture is basically a Tuesday afternoon hobby. Adriana covers her face, weeping at the absolute cruelty of her beloved church. Reinhardt stands in silence. And then, his author memory banks trigger a massive realization. In his original novel draft, Olivia Lanze never played a role in the endgame. She didn't even show up during the massive gate apocalypse, which means, in the original plot, her father completely broke her mind, or straight up killed her. Suddenly, a golden screen manifests in front of his eyes. Special achievement quest, the inflection point of history, Laval. If she is rescued, the entire future will undergo dramatic changes. Just like Charlotte's survival, saving Olivia will make the story completely unpredictable. But if he does nothing, this beautiful saint is going to end up dead. Reinhardt grips his pendant. Our guy is officially pulling off a prison break. We pick up right by the fountain, where Adriana is completely falling apart. She is sobbing, because the church she dedicated her entire life to is turning out to be a den of monsters. And Reinhardt is sitting there, staring at the ground, making a silent promise. This isn't even about the system points anymore. He genuinely cannot stand by and let a good person get destroyed. But we have to look at the board logically. Lanze's headquarters is a literal fortress. Could he ask Bertus or Charlotte to step in? No, they have zero reason to help, and Imperial royals picking a fight with the church is a diplomatic disaster. Adriana suggests just spreading rumors to the public, but Reinhardt shut that down fast. The Templars have too much sway. They will just call it a smear campaign and lock Olivia up even tighter. Our guy realizes they need to fight fire with fire. They need a massive, institutional power. And then, the light bulb finally goes off. Adriana looks up, hoping he has a master plan. He looks at her deadpan and says, "Let's tell the teachers." She looks at him like he just suggested they defeat the Demon King by filing a noise complaint. But Reinhardt is cooking. He explains that they shouldn't fight as individuals. They should use Temple's authority. He holds up his student card. Temple is a massive imperial institution. If they flag a student being kidnapped and abused, the faculty cannot ignore it. and they can pull in the student council too. Specifically Ceres, who is the vice president of Grace and has ties to all the high-ranking noble families. Adriana is terrified, pointing out that if this backfires, the Holy Inquisitors will throw them in a dungeon. Reinhardt agrees. They need to be incredibly sneaky about this. So, he suggests the classic, high school drama tactic, an anonymous letter. Adriana is skeptical. Who is going to trust a random note left on a desk? Reinhardt smiles. They will. Because they will plant it in the club room and pretend they just stumbled upon it. Back at the dorms, our guy immediately drafts the letter, spelling out the entire situation. Adriana slips it into the Grace Club room, setting the trap. And now, we wait. It's the weekend, and Reinhardt is back in his room, pulling up the system console. He tries to use the revision function to just rewrite the reality. Olivia escapes safely. But the system immediately hits him with a giant red rejection screen. Abstract revisions are blocked, and it demands 10,000 points to make it happen. The console literally tells him to go write a novel instead. The system is straight up trolling its own creator. Reinhardt grinds his teeth, calling the screen a little piece of crap, but he spots another function he has never touched before. Preview. It's a cheat code that lets him see the outcomes of future choices. If he can see where the timeline fails, he can fix it before it happens. The system warns him that a full preview is insanely expensive, and mockingly asks if he can even afford it. He sees the price list. Since it's his first time, he gets a discount, but there are multiple tiers of info. Obviously, the more points he burns, the clearer the vision. He decides to play it safe and taps the cheap 100-point option. Slow down for the grim reveal. The screen flashes, and Reinhardt's breath hitches. He sees Olivia. She is standing in a pitch-black cell, her dress covered in blood, her eyes completely hollow. Scattered nails cover the floor. She was tortured relentlessly in the dark until her mind completely broke, leaving her to fade away without a trace. Reinhardt snaps out of the vision, sweating. The cheap option confirmed the bad ending is 100% real. He needs more details, so he slams down 200 points. The next vision shows Adriana trying to tell Ceres, but Captain Lanze is standing right there, completely silencing them. Adriana went to the teachers next, but they told her they needed a formal faculty meeting first. By the time the bureaucrats finished their paperwork, Olivia's dropout was already processed. Reinhardt realized the school and the students both failed because they ran out of time. He doesn't care about saving points anymore. He slams down 800 points for the complete, high-tier breakdown. The vision takes him to a heated faculty meeting on June 3rd at 5 p.m. Sabrina is screaming at the board. She argues that Olivia's refusal of visits proves she is being coerced and abused. But the head office shuts her down. They point out that since Olivia officially dropped out, the school has zero jurisdiction over internal church matters. Sabrina breaks down in tears, wishing she had just acted a single day earlier. The puzzle pieces finally click together in Reinhardt's head. Because she dropped out yesterday, Temple lost the legal right to interfere. His 800 points were worth every single penny. He knows the exact bottleneck. In the bad timeline, Ceres was too intimidated to speak, and the school delayed because they lacked solid evidence. And because the Templars failed to brainwash her cleanly, they decided to just break her completely. Reinhardt sits on his bed, his mind racing. He has to break the sequence. Suddenly, the door bursts open. Adriana runs in, out of breath. She tells him they need to go to the club room immediately, because Ceres van Owen has officially read the anonymous letter. Adriana is practically dragging him out, telling him that the student council president is waiting. We see Ceres staring at the paper, her face incredibly serious. After dinner, the entire Grace Club is gathered in the dimly lit room. Ceres glances at Reinhardt. Her expression is hard to read, but she knows he visited Olivia earlier, so she lets him stay without questioning his presence. She addresses the room, holding up the letter. She notes that while it could be a prank, multiple students saw Olivia being dragged away with visible facial injuries. And this letter explicitly states that her father is actively torturing her. Some club members panic, calling it nonsense and a dangerous insult to the Templars. Ceres slams her hand on the desk. She doesn't care about the insult. They must verify if their president is safe. She announces she will go visit the headquarters tomorrow to check on her. Reinhardt's eyes go wide. This is it. This is the exact path to the bad future. In the original timeline, nobody spoke up at this meeting, letting Ceres walk right into a trap. If she goes alone, she will get stonewalled, and they will lose their only window to save Olivia. Reinhardt raises his hand, interrupting the meeting. He tells Ceres they need to rethink this. He points out that Olivia is terrified of her father. If Ceres visits, Captain Lanze will stand right next to them, and Olivia will be forced to lie. Ceres hesitates, asking what he suggests they do. Reinhardt tells her she needs to take someone specific with her. Someone who can bypass Lanze's presence completely. He drops a name, Ibia, from Class B. She is a first year with powerful, quiet telepathic abilities. Cut to Sunday morning, outside the Grand Templar parlor. Poor Ibia is sitting on the couch, shaking like a leaf. Ceres pats her head, telling her to relax and just focus on her job. She instructs Ibia to use her telepathy the moment they bring Olivia in. The heavy doors slide open, and Captain Lanze walks in, with Olivia trailing silently behind him. Ceres stands up, greeting the captain with her perfect, polite, noble mask. She introduces herself formally as the student representative. Lanze welcomes them, his voice deep and practiced. He pours tea, asking why Temple is so worked up about a student taking a weekend trip. Ceres smiles, saying they were just worried about her sudden departure. Lanze notes that students are legally allowed to leave whenever they please. Ceres agrees, keeping her tone light and conversational. She engages Lanze, completely drawing his attention away from the kids. She keeps him talking, giving Ibia the perfect opening. Ibia locks eyes with Olivia, swallowing her fear. She tells herself it's her time to step up. She closes her eyes, sending a silent mental wave directly into Olivia's mind. She tells Olivia not to panic, explaining that she is a telepath and no one else can hear them. She asks, "Are you unable to talk freely? If yes, twist your hair around your finger." Olivia's hand slowly rises, wrapping a golden strand around her finger. Ibia's heart races. She asks the next question. "If you need help right now, put your hand on your shoulder." Olivia's pale hand slowly slides up, resting on her shoulder. Slow down to feel the horror. Ibia asks the final, terrifying question. "Are you being tortured?" Olivia slowly nods her head, her eyes welling with silent, desperate tears. Lanze suddenly stops talking, his cold eyes landing on the sweating, trembling Ibia. Ceres quickly covers for her, laughing and saying the junior is just intimidated by the legendary captain. Lanze accepts the excuse, sips his tea, and dismisses them, saying their misunderstandings should be resolved. The moment they get back to the Grace Club room, Ibia collapses. She confirms the absolute truth. Olivia is being tortured and begged for rescue. Ceres's polite mask completely shatters. She slams her hands on the table and roars, "We report this to everyone right now!" And just like that, the timeline is officially rewritten. On Sunday night, the beast awakens. Temple doesn't file paperwork this time. The faculty, backed by Temple's literal elite armed forces, march straight to the Templar headquarters, launching a massive, official siege. Reinhardt is sitting on a balcony, sipping tea, watching the massive magic flares in the distance. Suddenly, a shadow falls over his table. Prince Bertus sits down, smiling widely. "Reinhardt, you sure make things interesting." Reinhardt plays dumb, but Bertus is way too smart to be fooled. He notes that the entire Imperial Academy just mobilized on a scale never seen before, all because of a single first year's trick. Reinhardt sips his tea, maintaining his innocent commoner act. Bertus smiles, laying out the entire chessboard. He knows Reinhardt drafted the letter, and he knows Reinhardt was the one who suggested taking the telepath. Reinhardt sweats internally. The prince's deductive skills are absolutely terrifying, but Bertus tells him to relax. He's actually thrilled, because Reinhardt's little stunt has completely exposed the church's rot to the public. And with Temple's army backing the claim, the corrupt Knights Templar faction is about to be permanently disbanded. We start off with Prince Bertus and Reinhardt enjoying a casual cup of tea on a terrace. Bertus is smiling, because the political landscape of the entire human empire just got flipped upside down. The emperor now has the perfect excuse to completely dismantle the Knights Templar. Usually, the religious factions would fight back, and in a worst-case scenario, it could spark a civil war. But Bertus just casually looks at Reinhardt and congratulates him, because our guy literally started a massive geopolitical war just to save a single senior. Reinhardt's face completely drops. He is having a massive crisis of conscience right now. All he did was write a little anonymous letter and do a bit of spying. He did not expect the butterfly effect to burn down the entire power structure of the church. He is sweating bullets, wondering how his simple rescue mission spiraled into a national disaster. Bertus, being the absolute sociopath he is, calmly asks if Reinhardt wants him to stop the war. Reinhardt is stunned. "You can actually just stop a war on a whim?" He desperately nods, begging Bertus to put a lid on this before everything explodes. Bertus just smiles, takes a sip of his tea, and tells him to wait a bit. Now, here is how the Imperial family actually handled the cleanup. Technically, the Templars had not started physically torturing Olivia yet, but Olivia knew that if she kept refusing to cooperate, she would eventually be broken in a dark cell. Once the Academy mobilized its forces, Bertus stepped in so the Imperial family could take the reins. Instead of starting a full-blown religious war, the Empire played smart. They framed the entire kidnapping as a personal crime committed by the Templar captain. They demanded his immediate dismissal and replaced him with a new, pro-Empire captain. Because she was rescued before any physical torture took place, they kept the details quiet to avoid public panic. By Monday, Olivia safely returned to Temple. The system successfully bypassed her tragic bad ending, and the system rewards are absolutely massive. Reinhardt gets a special achievement notification, a clean 1,000 points, and a brand new trait, Sacred Spirit, which boosts his mental magic resistance to absolute god tier levels. But the real payoff happens late that night, when Reinhardt hears a knock on his door. He opens it, and there is Olivia, standing there with a gentle smile. She asks him to take a late-night walk with her. They stroll through the quiet campus streets, and Olivia mentions she knows he played a massive part in her rescue. Reinhardt tries to play it cool, deflecting and saying that Class B's telepath, Ibia, did all the heavy lifting. Olivia sighs, looking up at the sky. She confesses she just wanted to abandon her faith, leave the academy, and live a quiet life where she would not hurt anyone. She laughs softly, admitting she was incredibly naive to think the church would just let her walk away. Reinhardt looks at her, realizing she is carrying a massive amount of hidden trauma from her captivity. Even though she seems gentle and friendly, she is exuding this incredibly heavy, lonely atmosphere. Reinhardt points out that leaving the academy right now would be suicide because she knows far too many secrets the church wants buried. She quietly suggests they sit down on a nearby bench. Reinhardt sits next to her and asks if she is truly planning to abandon her faith in Towan, the god of purity. She looks at him and says yes, she is completely done with the church. But then she reaches out her hand and asks if he wants to see something interesting. She closes her eyes, and a soft, glowing light begins to manifest in her palm. It is the pure divine power of Tawan. Reinhardt is confused. If she abandoned her faith, why can she still use holy magic? Olivia explains the dark truth of their world system. The Knights Templar committed countless unspeakable atrocities, and yet their divine powers never faded. The heavens never punished them. Divine power is not proportional to faith, and you do not need to follow a moral doctrine to use it. The gods lend humans power, but they do not care how humans use it. That is why corrupt factions can exist for centuries. She looks at the glowing light, questioning the point of all the prayers and hymns if the gods simply do not care to listen. Then she whispers, maybe it is just those 5 gods, which instantly sets off alarm bells in Reinhardt's head. He asks her what she means, but she quickly covers it up, saying it was nothing. She shifts the conversation, asking Reinhardt why he went to such extreme lengths to save her when he barely knows her. And then, she suddenly leans in, putting her face right next to his cheek. Reinhardt's heart rate instantly spikes to dangerous levels. She is standing so incredibly close to him, looking absolutely dazzling in the moonlight. She smiles mischievously and asks, "Or did you fall in love with me at first sight?" Our guy completely loses his composure, stammering and backing away like a flustered middle schooler. Olivia giggles, watching him turn bright red. She leans back in, reminding him that since she abandoned her faith, she is no longer bound by a vow of celibacy. She whispers directly into his ear, saying that while he is still a bit too young, maybe when he reaches his 4th year, Reinhardt's brain completely short-circuits. He covers his face, screaming internally at how chaotic this situation has become. Olivia just tilts her head, rests her hands, and playfully asks, "Aren't I pretty, Reinhardt?" And Reinhardt is forced to admit it in his own mind. She is, without a doubt, the single most beautiful girl in the entire academy. He is panicking, wondering if her captivity somehow corrupted her mind, because she is exuding an absolute cheat-tier level of charm. She scoots closer, her shoulder pressing against his. She wraps her arms around him, pulling him into a soft hug, and quietly whispers, "Thank you." Reinhardt freezes like a stone statue, his eyes wide in sheer disbelief. She plants a soft kiss on his cheek, giggling and telling him they should do even more when he is grown up. Our guy's face is literally steaming. He looks like he just got hit by a high-voltage lightning spell. He remains completely frozen on the bench, smoke practically rising from his ears. The narrator notes that the once pure, tragic saintess of the Iridian district has officially transformed into a playful, teasing vixen, and Reinhardt is her favorite new toy. The next morning, Reinhardt is on his daily run, and Adriana is jogging right beside him. Adriana looks incredibly flustered, commenting on how Olivia seems to want to live a completely free life now. She nervously glances at Reinhardt, asking if he didn't secretly enjoy the situation. After all, the legendary saintess kissed him on the cheek, so any guy should be thrilled, right? Reinhardt sighs, saying he knows she was just teasing him because he is a first-year junior. Adriana suddenly remembers something and stops in her tracks. She mentions that Olivia wants to treat them both to a meal, to officially thank them for saving her. Reinhardt's face goes pale. He asks if he can please skip it, but Adriana hit him with a firm no. Cut to the town, and Olivia arrives wearing a stunning, elegant backless black dress that stops everyone on the street cold. Adriana greets her warmly, while Reinhardt stands there looking like he is preparing to face a boss raid. Before either of them can react, Olivia reaches out and grabs both of their hands. She beams, cheerfully dragging them down the street to find a restaurant. Reinhardt panics, asking why they have to hold hands in broad daylight. Olivia looks back with a beautiful smile, asking if he dislikes holding her hand, and that is when Reinhardt feels it. The absolute burning, murderous, jealous glares of every single guy walking past them. Olivia is absolutely glowing, completely ignoring the crowd. Reinhardt is screaming internally because she is definitely doing this on purpose to ruin his social life. They finally sit down inside a quiet cafe. Adriana mentions that after seeing what happened to Olivia, she does not want to join the Templars either. Olivia gently apologizes to Adriana, feeling guilty for causing her junior so much distress. She then turns her attention to Reinhardt, mentioning she heard he possesses a unique supernatural power. Reinhardt awkwardly explains his talent, self-suggestion. He describes it as a form of self-hypnosis, where if he strongly believes his body is strong or fast, it actually happens. He admits it is incredibly embarrassing to explain, because it basically sounds like he wins fights simply by having a winning mentality. Adriana chimed in, explaining that Reinhardt's use of his power on the train was actually the key to them figuring out Olivia was in trouble. Without his quick thinking, the rescue plan would have never started. Olivia rests her chin on her hand, looking thoughtful. She looks directly at him and offers another sincere thank you. She closes her eyes, crosses her arms, and dramatically sighs. Well, looks like I have no choice then. Reinhardt pauses mid-sip, wondering what kind of crazy thought is running through her head now. She smiles playfully and says, "You will just have to marry me after you graduate from Temple, okay?" And our duo instantly spits out their tea in absolute, synchronized shock. Reinhardt is coughing up a storm, shouting about how insane her proposal is, while Olivia just looks at him with those cheat tear eyes. She leans across the table, holding his hand, and argues that since he saved her life, she needs to repay him with something of equal value. Reinhardt blushes furiously, yelling that she will completely forget about a first year like him the moment she graduates. But Olivia drops a bomb. She plans on attending Temple's graduate school, meaning she is staying at the academy until he graduates. Reinhardt is struck by a mental lightning bolt. She was supposed to join the Templars after graduation, but now she is staying just to tease him. She tilts her head, asking if there is already someone else he likes. She looks over at Adriana, who instantly panics, waving her hands and screaming that she is still a devoted servant of Tawan. Olivia laughs heartily, telling Adriana she should just quit the church and enjoy a comfortable, free life like her. Adriana screams in terror, refusing to abandon her faith. Reinhardt sits there in absolute defeat, realizing both he and Adriana have officially become Olivia's favorite personal playthings. As they walk back through the city streets, Olivia cheerfully waves goodbye, telling them she will see them in the club room. Reinhardt and Adriana watch her leave, both of them sighing in unison, feeling completely exhausted. Reinhardt looks at the sunset, remembering how Harriet always reacts when he teases her. He shudders, realizing that if this is how Harriet feels every single day, he is surprised she hasn't tried to vaporize him yet. While the geopolitical conflict between the Knights Templar and the Imperial family slowly gets resolved behind the scenes, Olivia is safe for now. Reinhardt decided not to officially join the Grace Religious Club, but saving Olivia earned him the absolute trust of all its members. But this trust comes with a massive, daily penalty. Whenever Olivia sees him in the school hallways, she immediately runs up to him, wrapping her arms around his neck. She strokes his hair and treats him like a cute little puppy in front of everyone. She even makes giving him a daily cheek kiss a mandatory routine, completely ignoring the public eye. Reinhardt's social standing is currently in absolute shambles because she does this in front of the entire student body. The guys from Class A are officially starting to gossip, claiming Reinhardt is a dirty playboy who only hangs out with elite seniors. Reinhardt can only stare blankly, unable to refute any of it, because technically, they are not wrong. As he is sitting in his classroom, contemplating his ruined reputation, a shadow looms over his desk. He looks up and sees Kono Lint standing there, looking incredibly nervous and serious. Lint avoids eye contact, fidgeting before leaning in and asking, "Reinhardt, what is your secret?" Reinhardt just stares at him in sheer, unadulterated confusion as the chapter ends. The resident teleporting comedic relief wants the Riz secrets, and our guy has absolutely no idea how to explain that he is just surviving a legendary saintess's chaotic affection. So, we pick up right where we left off, with Kono Lint corners our guy Reinhardt in the hallway, demanding to know his secret. Because as far as the boys of Class A are concerned, Reinhardt is holding some kind of mythical cheat code for attracting women. Reinhardt has a look of absolute physical exhaustion on his face as he delivers the honest truth. He has absolutely no idea how this happened. In Harriet's case, he literally just teased her until she became a tsundere. With Ellen, they just happened to take classes together and bonded over late-night snacks. Charlotte threatened his life before he became her personal mail courier. Adriana thought he was a reckless idiot. And Olivia is just a completely chaotic anomaly he got dragged into saving. Reinhardt explains that he never actually intended to get close to any of them, but Lint is not buying it. He is begging for a single crumb of advice, so Reinhardt asks him who he is even trying to target. Lint stammers, admitting he doesn't have anyone in particular in mind, he just wants someone. Reinhardt realizes this man is down astronomically. He is literally asking a guy who died single in his past life for pickup advice. Reinhardt points out that he only sees the Class A girls as literal kids, which is why he never gets nervous around them, whereas an actual adult woman like Olivia completely short-circuits his brain. Lint is standing there trying to process this high-level logic. He is looking for a deep, psychological secret, and Reinhardt just tells him to stop overcomplicating things. Just empty your brain. Don't approach them with weird, thirsty intentions, and just talk. Say something simple, like asking them to grab a bite to eat. If it doesn't work out, who cares? Move on. Lint's eyes light up like he just received a divine revelation from a gigachad. He runs off to try it, and Reinhardt instantly gets that sinking feeling in his chest. Lint immediately marches over to Liana de Grant, unleashing the absolute peak of his new brain-empty strategy by asking her to eat after class. Reinhardt is watching from the back, cringing so hard his soul is leaving his body. Liana just looks at Lint with the most deadpan expression imaginable and asks, "Why should I?" She points out they have physical education next, and she is going to be too exhausted to move. Lint completely panics, laughing nervously, and immediately retracts his invite like a coward. He walks back to his seat, looking like a defeated NPC, while Reinhardt watches the tragic aftermath. Reinhardt is covering his face, feeling a massive wave of secondhand embarrassment. But Lint does not stop there. He goes on an absolute speedrun rejection spree, getting shot down by Ellen, Harriet, and Class A's Glasses Girl in record time. Achievement unlocked, rejected by every female classmate in a single afternoon. Lint is now in a state of deep, existential depression. He crawls back to Reinhardt, begging him to physically demonstrate how to do it. He grabs Reinhardt's clothes, weeping on the floor like a desperate puppy. Reinhardt is trying to kick him off, reminding him that the Class A boys already think he is a traitor. He delivers a solid shove to get some personal space. But Lint keeps begging, so Reinhardt finally snaps. "Fine, I'll show you that we are literally no different." Reinhardt's plan is simple. He is going to ask Liana out, get brutally rejected in front of Lint, and prove his point. He walks over to Liana, pointing out that she must be completely exhausted after PE class. He casually asks if she wants to grab something to eat. He is internally celebrating, waiting for the inevitable, brutal rejection that will cure Lint's delusions. Liana looks up, blinks, and casually says she isn't really hungry, but is down to get something cold. Reinhardt's brain completely breaks. The system has glitched. The universe is actively trolling him. He slowly walks back to Lint, looking like he just witnessed a murder. Lint is waiting for the report, and Reinhardt awkwardly mutters that Liana actually said yes to getting ice cream. Lint gets hit by a physical bolt of mental lightning. He grabs Reinhardt's shirt, screaming about how unfair the universe is. Suddenly, Prince Bertus walks up, laughing because he has been watching this absolute circus unfold. He tells both of them to follow him to the balcony. Bertus pours himself some tea, sits them down, and decides to address Lint's burning curiosity. Lint leans in, waiting for the secret, high-level political riz technique. Even Reinhardt is leaning in, wondering if Bertus has some deep psychological breakdown of his character. Bertus tells Lint to brace himself for the honest truth. He takes a sip of his tea, looks Lint dead in the eye, and says, "Reinhardt is handsome." Absolute, deafening silence fills the terrace. Bertus clarifies that he isn't calling Lint ugly, but Reinhardt is just objectively more handsome than anyone else in their year. Reinhardt is stunned. He didn't even think about that when he customized his appearance. Lint sits there, his entire reality crumbling around him. He slowly looks up, his eyes filled with the dark, vengeful energy of 1,000 single men. He screams at Reinhardt, declaring him the ultimate enemy of mankind who gets a free pass solely because of his face. Lint runs away crying, and Reinhardt notes that by the next day, the hostility of Class A's boys grew 10 times stronger. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit student council room, we see a group of seniors, looking incredibly salty. They are the staff of the Temple Newspaper Club, and they are absolutely furious about Reinhardt's sudden rise in popularity. The red-headed chief editor slams a photo of Reinhardt on the desk, declaring that everyone has a skeleton in their closet. He tells his staff to dig up any dirt they can find, promising to show Reinhardt the absolute power of the media. And so, the grand smear campaign begins. They corner Prince Bertus for an interview, asking him what he thinks of Reinhardt. Bertus, playing the perfect politician, just says the guy works hard. They ask Kono Lint, who is still nursing his broken ego, and he immediately unloads a wave of pure salt. They ask Ellen Artorius if she thinks Reinhardt is handsome. Ellen just blankly stares at them, walks away, and mutters that she has no idea. Next, they corner Harriet. She immediately goes on an absolute, red-faced rant about how awful, annoying, and bragging he is. The interviewer asks for specific examples of how Reinhardt is bothering her, and Harriet suddenly freezes. She realizes she is digging herself into a massive hole, and asks why they are even writing this. When they explain it's a special segment about Reinhardt, Harriet's protective instincts instantly override her anger. She looks down, blushing, and mutters that he actually isn't that bad, and has helped her a lot. The interviewer, sensing blood in the water, asks if she thinks Reinhardt is handsome. Harriet's face completely explodes in a bright red blush as she screams that there is no way that beggar is good-looking. They ask Liana, who casually states that Reinhardt is handsome and was the MVP of the last group mission. She admits his personality is weird, but respects how hard he works. They even interview other Class A boys, who grudgingly admit Reinhardt has guts, while Lint is in the background screaming about the newspaper. Eric de la Ferry, of course, gladly labels him an absolute bully, but Ludwig and Scarlet give him glowing reviews, calling him a hardworking, smart, and overall great guy. Back in the club room, the newspaper staff is looking over the compiled interviews. Even Princess Charlotte gave him massive compliments, calling him sweet and kind. The staff notes that Reinhardt's reputation actually seems incredibly positive, but the red-headed chief editor points out one common detail. Every single student mentioned his bad temper. One staff member tries to argue that most people actually liked him, but the chief editor slams his pen on the desk. Who cares about the truth? We are journalists. What we write is what the school will remember. He smiles maliciously, declaring the pen mightier than the sword. Meanwhile, Reinhardt is practicing with Ellen, and she casually mentions that some seniors were asking about his personality. Reinhardt is instantly annoyed, wondering why random seniors are trying to dig into his personal life. He asks Ellen what she told them, and she admits she couldn't answer. Reinhardt is surprised. They spend almost every single day together, eating and training. He looks at her, and she suddenly asks him directly, "Reinhardt, what kind of person are you?" Reinhardt scratches his head, realizing that when he actually thinks about it, he has no idea how to describe himself. He looks in the mirror, realizing he is carrying the soul of a dead author inside the body of a demon prince. He tells Ellen to just ignore it. If he meddles with those tabloid seniors, it will only make his life more annoying. And so, time passes, and the first weekend of June finally arrives. The Temple newspaper is officially published, featuring a massive, targeted hit piece on Reinhardt. The headline literally calls him a street beggar, a threat to his classmates, and a violent thug. Reinhardt is reading the article, his veins practically popping from his forehead. The article completely twists the interviews, painting him as a literal villain who terrorizes his peers. It even labels him a playboy who only talks to women. Reinhardt sneers, realizing they didn't mention Olivia, which means they are actually too afraid of her family to print her name. His classmates are staring at him nervously, and Reinhardt completely loses his temper, burning the paper and screaming at them. As he is standing in the hallway, venting his frustration, he hears the click of heels. Harriet walks up, posing proudly, and mocks him, saying she knew his bad attitude would catch up to him. Reinhardt immediately grabs her shoulder, demanding to know if she was the one who called him a thug. Harriet's smug expression instantly vanishes as she turns bright red. She stammers, tearing up, and screams that she was actually trying to help him. She tells him he doesn't know anything and stomps away in a huff. Reinhardt stands there, watching her walk off, realizing he completely misread the situation and needs to make a serious apology. He sits down with Harriet at a terrace table, offering a formal apology. Harriet is still pouting, and Reinhardt gently asks what she actually told the reporters. Harriet blushes, screaming that she didn't say anything, but Reinhardt realizes she must have actually defended him. She looks at him and asks what he plans to do about the newspaper staff. She asks if he is just going to let them slide, or if he is going to make a massive scene, like he usually does. Reinhardt crosses his arms, realizing that if he does nothing, the entire academy will think he is a pushover. He admits to Harriet that some parts of the article are actually true. Harriet blushes, asking if he is referring to the playboy part, and Reinhardt quickly screams that he meant his bad temper. but he internally notes that he literally has no male friends other than Bertus, so the only hanging out with women part is technically correct. He tries to explain that it was never his intention, but the damage is already done. Reinhardt leans back, clutching his head in frustration. He really wanted to avoid drawing attention to himself, but the newspaper club has officially crossed the line. He thinks of his past life as Prince Valier of the Demon Realm, who would have patiently put up with this petty high school drama. Harriet looks at him, sensing the sudden change in his aura, and Reinhardt's eye glows with a dangerous, dark blue demonic light, as he declares that Reinhardt the thug is about to completely demolish their entire careers. Reinhardt kicks the door to the newspaper club room open, with absolute black Air Force energy, ready to catch some hands. He screams, demanding to know which of these pretentious seniors wrote the slanderous article about him, but he instantly freezes when he notices someone else is already sitting at the table. It is Princess Charlotte, casually resting her head in her hand, looking completely done with the situation. She looks up and sighs, telling Reinhardt she came here specifically to stop him from causing a massive physical scene. It turns out, Charlotte is also here because she noticed the published article differed completely from what she said in her interview. She turns her terrifying golden gaze back to the seniors and points out she explicitly stated Reinhardt was a good person. The room instantly drops below freezing as Charlotte reads their speculative tabloid piece out loud. The red-headed senior stammers, sweating bullets, and laments that they were just trying to focus on the unspoken truth. Charlotte asks, with a sweet but lethal smile, if they are admitting they wrote a speculative piece to brand Reinhardt as a violent predator. Did I not explicitly state that he is a sincere and good student during my interview? The seniors bow their heads, apologizing in sheer, unadulterated terror. Reinhardt is watching from the back, realizing Charlotte is occasionally way more terrifying than Bertus. Charlotte notes that while Reinhardt is indeed a blunt, short-tempered problem child who gets into plenty of arguments, he is absolutely not a lecherous person, and only maintains completely healthy, normal friendships. Reinhardt is standing there like, is this the classic carrot after the stick routine? She defended him, but also roasted him in the process. Charlotte then demands to see their older publications, and the seniors look like they are about to throw up. She flips through the pages, noting this monthly paper is only distributed within the royal class, and asks if many people read it. The gray-haired senior quickly says that almost nobody reads their paper, as everyone prefers the official Temple Times. Charlotte sighs in relief, but her eyes suddenly narrow. She halts on a specific page, her expression turning completely cold. She is reading an article discussing the recent demon attack on the capital, questioning why the elite Knights Templar were outside their headquarters late at night. Charlotte's mind is racing. She realizes that while these seniors are just writing stupid conspiracy theories, their speculations are dangerously close to the classified imperial truth. She slams the papers on the desk, her anger completely shifting from defensive to genuinely dangerous. She screams at them, declaring their ridiculous conspiracy articles to be an absolute insult to the Knights Templar and the imperial family. Reinhardt is watching her, realizing she isn't angry because they insulted the Empire. She is angry because if the public actually starts investigating these rumors, these seniors will be executed by Imperial shadow agents. She is trying to scare them into shutting down their conspiracy segment to save their literal lives. She shouts that their articles are based purely on rumors and imagination, ordering them to stop immediately. But suddenly, Reinhardt's system console violently glitches. 3 massive quest notifications pop up in his vision. NI, 1I, and NI. Uncover the truth behind the rumors. Then a 4th notification pops up. 1I. Rumors that demon spies have infiltrated Temple. Oh, that's you! The system instantly deletes the quest, and Reinhardt is sweat-dropping. He quickly steps forward, telling Charlotte they should take a break, screaming internally, because the system is literally about to bury him in quests. Cut to a cafe on campus, where Reinhardt and Charlotte are sharing a quiet cup of tea. Charlotte takes a sip, asking Reinhardt if he is truly okay after being targeted by such a toxic article. Reinhardt shrugged, pointing out that nobody reads their paper anyway, and she already scared them half to death. He explains his strategic logic. If you leave all the idiots grouped together in one club, they are easier to manage. If you force them to disband, they'll just spread out and cause triple the trouble. Charlotte is impressed, admitting that actually makes a lot of sense. Reinhardt tells her he is genuinely grateful she stepped in to defend him. Charlotte mutters that if they publish another trash article next month, she will personally ensure their club is permanently erased from the school. But then, she leans in, pointing out that some of the rumors in those old articles might actually be worth looking into. She mentions the rumors about the demon god's church and the revolutionary forces secretly hiding inside the academy. Reinhardt is sweating, watching Charlotte casually sip her tea while discussing high-level conspiracies. He notes that both she and Bertus have completely stopped wearing their masks around him. She says it would actually be stranger if there weren't revolutionary forces hiding inside Temple, given how many different factions attend the school. She looks directly at him and asks a shocking question. Do you want to investigate these rumors with me, Reinhardt? Reinhardt is completely stunned. She asks because she knows Reinhardt is highly loyal to the Empire. Reinhardt's internal monologue is an absolute shambles. He remembers telling Bertus he liked the Empire, but he never expected to get drafted as a loyal Imperial detective. I am literally the Prince of the Demon Realm, the sworn enemy of mankind. Shouldn't I be helping the revolutionary forces cause complete chaos in the Empire? He slumps on the table, clutching his head, while Charlotte looks at him in confusion, asking why his face looks like that. He quickly covers, saying it's nothing, but then tells her he actually needs to ask her for a favor. Later that day, Reinhardt visits Eleris's quiet magic shop in the Aligar district. Eleris opens the door, her face lighting up with absolute joy as she welcomes her prince. She serves him some tea, noting that the Imperial spies who were snooping around her shop have finally left, meaning he can finally relax. Reinhardt takes a sip of his tea and asks her how Aerie and the other demon remnants are doing. Eleris blushes slightly, admitting that things are not going entirely as planned, but Aerie has successfully taken complete control of the Edina Islands. She explains that Aerie recruited several key government officials, captains, and local loan sharks to start running their own businesses. Reinhardt is sweating buckets, realizing his demon faction's scale is growing into a literal corporate empire while he is struggling with high school exams. Eleris cheerfully notes that even without using magic, it is incredibly easy for their succubi to manipulate and seduce the local officials. Reinhardt sighs, telling her to instruct Aerie to be extremely careful, as things can fall apart in an instant if the Empire notices. He then reaches into his pocket and pulls out a familiar pink envelope. It is the letter Princess Charlotte wrote to Valier, her hidden savior. Reinhardt came to Eleris's shop specifically to write his reply. He opens the letter, his eyes tracking her elegant handwriting. Charlotte writes to Valier, telling him how Reinhardt delivered her last letter. She notes that while Reinhardt's personality is incredibly rough, he is still a gentleman who would never read her private letters. She writes about her experience in the group survival mission, admitting how difficult it was to see her peers break down under pressure. She confesses her deep disappointment in herself, revealing she had to rely on her hidden, terrifying supernatural power at the very end. She closes by hoping they can see each other again soon. Reinhardt looks at the letter, his chest tightening with a deep, suffocating weight. He slowly takes out a blank piece of paper to write his reply, and we see a heartbreaking montage of Reinhardt's inner guilt. Lies begat lies. He knows he cannot keep up this dual identity forever. The moment the truth comes to light, all the relationships he built in Temple will be completely destroyed. He slowly writes his reply, masking his handwriting, playing the part of Valier. He finishes the letter and buries his face in his hands, completely overwhelmed by the emotional toll of his deception. Eleris slowly walks up behind him, wrapping her arms around his shoulders, gently whispering, "Your Highness." The narrator notes that this complex web of lies is a ticking time bomb, and it is slowly destroying both Reinhardt and Charlotte. Reinhardt sits at the table with Eleris, trying to clear his head, and asks her if she knows anything about the Demon God's Church. He explains that ever since their capital raid, rumors about the church's return have been spreading like wildfire. Eleris smiles softly, her eyes holding a deep, ancient wisdom. She tells him a shocking truth. "Your Highness, there is no such thing as demon gods." Reinhardt is stunned. Eleris explains that the demon gods are the exact same 5 gods that the humans believe in. Centuries ago, humans refused to accept that demons worshipped the same gods, so they changed the gods' names, distorted the scriptures, and taught that demons worshipped the opposite domains of purity and light. Over time, this fabricated lie became an absolute, holy fact for humanity, and because of that false belief, the human-led Demon God's Church was born. In reality, both humans and demons are simply praying to the exact same 5 deities. Reinhardt asks if that means believers of the Demon God's Church can also use divine holy magic. Eleris nods, saying that the gods grant power to anyone who holds absolute faith, regardless of their morality or dogma. Reinhardt's mind instantly flashes to Olivia Lanze's despair. This is the dark truth of their world. The gods are completely indifferent to how their power is used. They are completely irresponsible deities who grant miracles to saints and corrupt priests alike. Reinhardt sits in his chair, looking absolutely devastated, because he is the author who wrote this lazy, broken theological system. He realized he is the ultimate cause of all the tragedies and theological despair in this world. The next Sunday, Reinhardt meets Charlotte on campus and hands her Valier's reply letter. Charlotte repeatedly thanks him, running back to her dormitory while cradling the envelope against her chest like it is her most precious treasure. Seeing her pure joy, Reinhardt feels a sharp, painful sting in his chest. The guilt is a physical thorn that refuses to leave his heart. Time passes, and June arrives. A heavy, dark rainstorm pours over Temple Academy. Charlotte meets Reinhardt, looking completely pale and exhausted, and tells him she cannot do their investigation today. She is trembling, admitting that the school's mandatory swimming class was so brutal that she can barely stand. She stammers, trying to reschedule their meeting, and Reinhardt gently tells her to stop talking and go get some rest. Ludwig and Harriet are physically supporting her as she shivers in the rain, dragging her back to the dorms. Reinhardt watches them leave, his clothes getting soaked in the downpour. He looks up at the dark sky, wondering if he should just skip his daily training session and head back to his warm room. But then, he spots a familiar figure walking past him. It is Ellen Artorius, walking silently through the rain toward the training room. Reinhardt sighs, realizing that she is working incredibly hard as always, and he cannot afford to slack off. He turns and follows her. Inside the wooden training hall, the sound of rain is deafening. They spar, their wooden swords clashing in the dim light. But after a few rounds, Ellen stops, lowering her blade, and asks Reinhardt if he is feeling unwell. She notes he is letting almost all of her attacks through and isn't concentrating. Reinhardt awkward scratches his neck, unable to explain his cluttered thoughts. Ellen walks over to the window, silently staring out at the heavy rain. Reinhardt walks up behind her, asking if she always feels depressed when it rains. Ellen looks back at him, her eyes dark, and quietly says, "No, I actually like rainy days." Reinhardt is silent, watching her stoic profile. She turns her head and asks if he wants to take a break. They sit down at a terrace table under a stone roof, the rain pouring heavily around them. Reinhardt says he genuinely didn't know she liked the rain. Ellen takes a sip of her tea, her expression completely unreadable. She asks Reinhardt if he likes the rain, and he admits he actually dislikes it. Then, Ellen looks directly at him and asks a sudden, heavy question. "Are you close to Charlotte?" Reinhardt is caught off guard, stammering that they are pretty close because of some things that happen between them. Ellen quietly watches him, her gaze incredibly intense. She asks if they are truly just close friends, or if there is something deeper they are hiding. Reinhardt panics, claiming they are strictly friends. Ellen looks down at her hands, clenching them into tight fists on her lap. She looks up at Reinhardt and quietly says, "You remind me exactly of my brother." Reinhardt freezes. Ellen looks out at the rain, her voice filled with a quiet, heavy sorrow. She explains that before her brother, the hero Artorius, left on his final fatal mission, he told her he was just going on a long trip. She clutches her chest, remembering how he handed her his sacred holy sword, Lament, right before leaving. She whispers that her brother knew everything about her favorite foods, her habits, her thoughts, but she knew absolutely nothing about him. He never told her what he was thinking, what he was trying to do, or what he truly valued. He kept her completely in the dark, shielding her from his burdens, and then disappeared forever. She looks Reinhardt dead in the eye and says, "And I know absolutely nothing about you, Reinhardt." Reinhardt's heart completely stops. He remembers Ellen telling him recently she didn't know what kind of person he was. He realizes she wasn't being slow or dense. Because she is the closest person to him, she was the first to realize that the Reinhardt she knows is a complete, carefully constructed lie. She brought up the topic because she was desperately trying to understand him, to reach the real person behind the mask. She wasn't distracted by the rain during training, she was completely distracted by him. She quietly asks, "You never ask me anything, but if I ask you, will you actually answer?" Reinhardt is sweating, looking at her desperate, pleading eyes. Ellen lists her burning questions. Why does a commoner beggar know so much? Why does he look at Charlotte with such deep guilt? And why does he train every single day as if he is running for his literal life? She asks him once more, "Are you going to answer me, Reinhardt?" And we see Reinhardt's mind race through his elaborate, crumbling tower of lies. "I am Reinhardt, a commoner street kid. I am the successor of the Rotary Gang. I am Valier, the secret prince of the demon realm. I am the god author who built this tragic world, and I am the sole reason your brother died and Charlotte was tortured." That is the absolute, terrifying truth. Reinhardt is completely paralyzed, unable to say a single word. He knows that if he tells her the truth, she will look at him with hatred. The silence between them is deafening, the rain pouring heavily around their table. Reinhardt reflects on his guilt. Ellen noticed the weird, sorrowful looks he always gave Charlotte when she wasn't looking. She realized he was harboring a massive, suffocating secret. She reaches her hand out toward him, her mind screaming with the memory of her brother's back. She remembers how her brother cherished her, but hid everything important, leaving her behind in the dark. She whispers that she doesn't want to go through that crushing abandonment ever again. Reinhardt is drowning in his own silence. No matter what he says, it will only be another lie. Finally, he slowly looks up and mutters, "Actually, I really don't like rainy days." Ellen looks at him, her eyes completely vacant. She forced a lonely, heartbreakingly sad smile. She slowly stands up, looks down at him, and says, "And I don't like people like you, Reinhardt." She walks away into the pouring rain. Reinhardt notes that from the very next day, he never saw Ellen Artorius enter the training room ever again. The silence of the empty hall is absolute, and the viewer is left wondering if their bond is permanently shattered. The rainy season has officially arrived at Temple Academy, and the mood inside the training hall is about as gloomy as the weather. Ellen didn't show up for her morning workout, and she didn't show up for training either. Reinhardt stands alone, staring at the wooden dummy, her heavy words echoing in his mind. Someone who cherishes you, but doesn't tell you anything about themselves. He unleashes a frustrated slash, realizing he can't just act like nothing happened. He's stuck in a classic loop of main character guilt, but then he notices a brand new problem. With Ellen gone, the only people in the training hall are him and Cliffman is giving him the most intense, awkward look of silent pity. Even though they've never spoken a single word, Reinhardt feels like they are having a full-blown telepathic conversation about his relationship drama. Suddenly, Cliffman steps up and taps him on the shoulder. He looks Reinhardt dead in the eye and deadpans. "Do your best." He immediately turns and walks away, leaving Reinhardt absolutely flabbergasted. "Congratulations, Cliffman is officially your new silent bro." Later, Reinhardt spots Ellen in the hallway. He reaches out, trying to clear the air, asking if they can talk for a second. But Ellen just walks past him like he's a ghost, completely freezing him out. As he stands there taking emotional damage, Harriet walks up, crossing her arms. She asks if they got into a fight, pointing out they were annoyingly close before. She smiles, teasing him that Ellen probably got tired of hanging out with a weird commoner. But then she blushes, muttering that he looked pitiful, so she decided to hear him out. Reinhardt looks at her, realizing she's actually trying to comfort him in her own stubborn way. He thinks it's pretty cute, but he just sighs and says it's nothing like that. When he thanks her for caring, Harriet instantly goes full tsundere, screaming that she doesn't care about him at all. She quickly changes the subject, looking out the window at the pouring rain. She mentions that the Irene River might overflow, which ruined her weekend plans. Reinhardt's eyes go wide. "Wait, did you say the river is overflowing?" His brain instantly flashes to Loyar and the Rotary Gang, who live directly under the Bronzegate Bridge. Without explaining, he bolts out of the room, leaving a very confused Harriet behind. He sprints through the pouring rain, arriving at the riverside, and his worst fears are confirmed. The entire area under the bridge is completely submerged under rushing, violent water. He runs up to an Imperial Guard, frantically asking what happened to the beggars who lived down there. The guard casually replies that they probably ran away early, as they aren't stupid. He guesses they headed to the Wenster Market, but warns Reinhardt not to go there, as it's a lawless, highly dangerous slum. Reinhardt ignores the warning, marching directly into the dark, muddy streets of the market. The slums are filled with trash and sketchy alleys, the perfect setting for a low-level thug encounter. And right on cue, a shady thug blocks his path. He tells Reinhardt this isn't a place for kids, warning him to get out. Reinhardt thinks he's surprisingly polite for a gangster, preparing to turn around. But then the thug spots something. He stares at Reinhardt's umbrella. He asks if that's Temple's official sigil, engraved on the handle. A malicious smile spreads across his face as he realizes Temple students are loaded, demanding Reinhardt empty his pockets. Reinhardt slowly lowers his umbrella, and bam, he lands a devastating left hook right to the thug's jaw. The thug spits out blood, completely shocked, as Reinhardt glares down at him with pure street energy. "I do what I damn well please," Reinhardt sneers. The thug groans on the ground, weakly muttering, "Finish him." Suddenly, a massive shadow looms behind Reinhardt with a heavy wooden club. Reinhardt's eyes go wide as he realizes he walked right into a flank. Duhack. The club connects, sending him straight to the Shadow Realm. He wakes up tied to a wooden chair in a dark cellar, blood dripping down his face. He curses his own carelessness, realizing his overconfidence got him captured. To make matters worse, they took all his belongings, including his magical sword. The only saving grace is that Sarkagar's camouflaging ring is hidden by invisibility magic, so his demon identity is still safe. The thug from earlier walks in, casually tossing a card. It's Reinhardt's Temple student ID. Temple Royal Class. Names, Reinhardt. The thug grins, asking if he's the guy the Rotary Gang sent to Temple. Reinhardt's heart stops. The thug steps closer, enjoying the sheer shock on our guy's face. He grabs Reinhardt by his hair, revealing that the Thieves Guild knows exactly what the Rotary Gang is up to. He explains that the Rotary Gang has always been subordinate to the Thieves Guild, paying them a heavy tribute to survive. But recently, Loyar has been trying to break free, creating a massive, inevitable undercity war. The thug laughs, stating that if Loyar, the wild dog disappears, the Rotary Gang will fall apart. He leans in, his smile turning completely sinister. And you are going to be the perfect bait to lure that wild dog right into our hands. Meanwhile, back at Temple Academy, the rain continues to pour heavily. In Class A, Mr. Eppenhauser notes that Reinhardt failed to return over the weekend. He asks the class if anyone knows where he went, and Ellen sits silently at her desk, her dark eyes filled with sudden, suffocating panic. Reinhardt is officially declared missing, prompting a massive search by the temple guards. Harriet tries to help by telling them he headed to the river, but the search yields absolutely zero results. By Wednesday, Princess Charlotte, Prince Bertus, and the elite Imperial Guards join the hunt. Yet, Reinhardt is nowhere to be found, his empty desk serving as a grim reminder of his absence. Ellen walks through the rain on campus, her mind spiraling into a dark, painful memory. She remembers screaming at her brother Artorius before he left on his final mission. A young Ellen stands in a grand hallway, crying and begging him not to lie about his return. Artorius tries to comfort her, telling her he loves her, but Ellen clenches her fists, asking why he's leaving her behind again. She screams, demanding to know what's so important that he has to leave his family for years. Artorius looks down, whispering that he's sorry, but Ellen just erupts in rage. "I hate you!" she shrieks, tears streaming down her face. Suddenly, a harsh slap echoes through the hall as her father strikes her across the face to silence her. Artorius quickly stops him, giving Ellen one last sorrowful look before walking out the door. The young Ellen falls to the floor, sobbing that she hates everyone and hates her brother most of all. Back in the present, Ellen looks down, her heart aching with intense, suffocating regret. She always believed her brother would suddenly appear on their doorstep again, like nothing happened. But the next time she saw him, it was a cold stone grave. Standing before his tomb, she realized he went to his death knowing he would never return, and the last thing she ever did was scream curses at him. Their very last interaction was her telling him she hated him. To protect her fragile heart from that crushing pain, she decided to close herself off, pushing everyone away. But she realized she just made the exact same mistake with Reinhardt. Reinhardt is missing, and he might actually be dead. And the absolute last memory he has of her is her cold words. "I don't like people like you." She thought she would be fine alone, trying to push him away before he became too precious to lose. But as she walks through the empty, rainy streets, she has to admit the terrifying truth. She is absolutely not okay without him. She wonders if his disappearance is her ultimate punishment, a cruel twist of karma. Suddenly, Ellen spots a familiar figure sitting on a park bench. It's Harriet, completely drenched in the pouring rain, shivering and clutching her face. Ellen walks up, silently holding her umbrella over Harriet's head. Harriet looks up and instantly bursts into tears, sobbing that it's all her fault because she told Reinhardt about the river. Ellen quietly looks down at her, her own eyes filling with tears. "Let's go," Harriet sniffles, asking where they are going. Ellen wipes a tear from her face, her expression turning completely resolved. "Let's go find him." They start their investigation at the Bronzegate Bridge. Harriet points out the flooded river, saying the area is completely abandoned and nobody is under the bridge. Ellen deduces his exact path. "You said he rushed out after hearing the river might overflow, right? He must have been worried about the beggars living here, so he went to look for them." They realize they need to find out where the beggars went first, hoping they might have seen Reinhardt before he vanished. They spot a guard, politely asking him for information. Following his directions, they head straight into the gloomy, narrow alleys of Wenster Market. Harriet looks around nervously, mentioning her brothers warned her never to enter these slums because of the criminals. She notes that while most thugs avoid temple students, some back alley syndicates simply do not care. Ellen stops, her hand on her chin, as pieces of the puzzle begin to click. She deduces that Reinhardt must have wandered into these dangerous back alleys while searching for the beggars. Harriet sighs, muttering that knowing Reinhardt's terrible temper, it would have been stranger if he didn't get into a massive fight with the local criminals. They decide to keep pushing forward, heading deeper into the sketchy alleys. They spot several poor citizens huddled under covers, looking completely miserable. Ellen notes that the guards already searched this area, meaning they didn't find any clues here either. She reasons that if Reinhardt were dead, his body would have been found, meaning he is likely being held captive. But then, Ellen realizes something is incredibly off about the guards' search. She remembers the guards showed Reinhardt's photo to the local beggars, but none of them recognized him. If the beggars from the Bronzegate Bridge were actually here, they couldn't possibly not know Reinhardt, which means they never came to Wenster Market to begin with. Harriet looks at her, and Ellen declares they need to find the actual beggars who know Reinhardt. They turn around, marching back to the starting point to uncover where the Rotary Gang is hiding. The two girls are on a direct collision course with the Undercity gang war, and they won't stop until they drag Reinhardt back. So, Ellen and Harriet are out in a literal monsoon, and the local guards just dropped some highly confusing market logistics. Apparently, the local beggars aren't even working the flooded streets anymore. They upgraded their business model. They moved straight onto the high-speed mana trains. This guy is currently hustling spinning wooden tops to passengers like a seasoned pyramid scheme representative, until Ellen drops a name that completely kills his sales pitch. Reinhardt is missing. The salesman immediately gets that exact face you make when you realize your boss is going to murder you. He asks who they are, and Ellen doesn't blink. We're his classmates. He tries to tell them to head home, but these girls did not walk through a hurricane just to get dismissed by a toy vendor. They are tagging along, and there is zero room for negotiation. He warns them they might regret it. Bold words from a guy selling wooden tops. They arrive at the gang's temporary base, which they relocated because of the rain. Our guy warns Ellen to watch her mouth around his boss, because Big Sis does not have a customer service department. The local thugs are already whispering. Two pretty academy girls in a slum look like sports cars parked in a bad neighborhood. And right on cue, the boss enters the chat. Loyar, the silver-haired wolf girl who runs this entire underbelly. Ellen holds her ground and states her business immediately. Reinhardt went missing around the Wenster market while looking for them. Loyar's brain does the math, and the panic is instant. She tells them they'll take it from here and orders them back to school. But Ellen flatly refuses. Harriet is already questioning every life choice that brought her here. Loyar tries to physically dismiss them, warning Ellen she's out of her depth. She reaches out to shove her aside, but Ellen reacts. Solid block. No budget for weakness today. Loyar's eyes narrow. The vibe in this room just plummeted to sub-zero. She takes a slow, heavy breath, and then the gloves come off. Ellen says she doesn't want to fight, but Loyar is already past the talking phase. She tells Ellen that if her theory is right, Reinhardt is still fine, so she needs to go home. Ellen's response is just pure, unadulterated stubbornness. Loyar closes the distance like a flash of lightning. A straight punch, moving too fast to track. Ellen barely gets her guard up in time. The impact shakes her entire skeletal structure. Her arms are literally about to break. Loyar's golden eyes flare. You dare go easy on me? She unleashes a follow-up strike. Ellen ducks under it, countering with a clean, heavy punch straight to Loyar's chest, but it is like hitting solid granite. Loyar doesn't even budge. She retaliates with an upward strike that launches Ellen backward. The sheer force of the impact tears up the muddy ground. Loyar pursues her before she can even catch her breath. Another massive clash, steel-hard knuckles meeting desperation. The local beggars are watching in absolute horror. They know getting between these two is a one-way ticket to a casket. The entire courtyard is taking massive collateral damage. Ellen drops to her knees, spitting blood, completely exhausted. Loyar looks down at her. She's secretly stunned. This kid is far below her in raw power, but she protected her vitals perfectly. She's a monster in training. And that is exactly the problem. If she lets this girl live, she will inevitably become a massive obstacle to rebuilding the demon realm. Loyar's loyalty to the prince overrides her mercy. She decides to end her, right here. Blue mana explodes around her fist as she drives it downward. I'm sorry, your highness. Loyar lunges, committing to the kill. This is not a sparring match. This is an execution. Ellen can feel the overwhelming killing intent. She is completely out of options. Unless she pulls out her ultimate heirloom. The fist is inches from her face when a blinding celestial light splits the dark. The holy sword, Lament, summons itself directly into Ellen's grip. The blade swings, cutting through the rain. Loyar backs off, her hand covered in her own blood. Ellen is still breathing, but her body is at its absolute limit. Loyar is completely frozen. That kid just blocked a death blow with her bare hands using a legendary holy sword. She looks at her bleeding fingers in pure disbelief. She tried to seize the weapon, but it vanished instantly, returning straight to Ellen. It is soulbound. Loyar's internal monologue is doing some serious gymnastics right now. There is no way Reinhardt befriended a kid this terrifying without a master plan. She realizes that killing her would have ruined his entire strategy. She stands down. Go back. You'll only get in the way. Ellen and Harriet walk away into the pouring rain. The silence between them is deafening. Ellen is completely demoralized. She summoned her brother's sword, and she still got dominated by a slum boss. She thought she was strong, but the world just checked her reality, and it was brutal. The gap between her and the real powerhouses is a canyon. And the worst part? She realizes she knows absolutely nothing about Reinhardt or the circles he runs in. Harriet tries to gently urge her back to the dorms. Ellen collapses onto a wooden bench, soaked, shivering, and entirely defeated. Harriet tries to comfort her, telling her she fought incredibly well. She reaches out and firmly grabs Ellen's cold, trembling hand. "You're going to catch a cold." Ellen doesn't look up. It's not the cold she's worried about. It's the crushing weight of her own helplessness. "I just want to stay like this for a while." Harriet just stands there, holding her hand. That is what a real friend does when your entire ego gets shattered. Meanwhile, at Eleris's magic shop, Eleris is losing her mind. He was kidnapped? Loyar explains the situation. The gang was preparing to move their official base. Reinhardt got worried about them and went looking for them in the market. And now he's gone, and they cannot involve the school or the guards without exposing their demon physiology. Loyar is convinced the Thieves Guild is behind this. They couldn't touch Loyar directly, so they took the new successor as bait. Loyar wants to raid their headquarters immediately, but Eleris tells her to calm down. Something is off. The Imperial Guards already searched that area and found nothing. Loyar doesn't care about the details. She wants blood. She demands Eleris show her the coordinates of their base right now. Back at Temple Academy, Harriet finally sneaks back inside, completely drenched. Adelia is waiting for her, wrapping her in a towel and telling her to wash up. Harriet starts heading down the hallway, only to run straight into Prince Bertus. He asks if she was out looking for Reinhardt, wearing that friendly sociopathic smile. Harriet tries to deny it, but her heart is pounding. He is genuinely terrifying. His eyes are always so cold behind that angelic mask. He asks if she figured anything out. Not really. Bertus smiles warmly. Don't worry, Reinhardt is going to be back. The way he says it is chilling. He already knows exactly what is happening, doesn't he? Back in the Undercity sewers, Eleris and Loyar are tracking the guild. Eleris uses detection magic near the water reservoir gates. She sarcastically comments on how Loyar actually used her brain for once to find this place. Loyar gets defensive. I've just gotten used to this kind of work. Eleris notices Loyar's bandaged hand. By the way, how did you hurt your hand? Loyar admits she tried to kick out those worried classmates of his. Eleris stops cold. You got hurt fighting a kid? Loyar tries to explain she wasn't normal, but Eleris is absolutely fuming. She cannot believe the proud wild dog of Irene got checked by a high schooler. Loyar defends herself, explaining the kid summoned a legendary soulbound holy sword. Eleris snaps. You tried to kill a kid who was trying to save our prince? Loyar warns her to keep this quiet from Sarkagar, because he will literally turn into a black dragon and incinerate her. Eleris agrees to keep the secret, but the tension is high as they step into the dark tunnels to retrieve their. So, our guy is tied to a chair in a dark basement, and instead of begging for his life, he is actively negotiating a corporate buyout of the entire syndicate. The Thieves Guildmaster is currently realizing he did not kidnap a victim, he kidnapped a demonic hostile takeover specialist. Before the master can even process this terrifying career transition, the front door gets absolutely obliterated. Loyar storms in like an angry parent at a parent-teacher conference, ready to murder the entire room, until her eyes land on the hostage table, and she sees her precious, missing prince casually sipping a juice box like he's on a paid vacation. The guildmaster immediately pivots to damage control, grabbing his subordinate by the collar and shaking him like a broken vending machine. He is fully aware that kidnapping a temple student is basically a fast pass to an imperial death sentence. He unties Reinhardt with the most forced customer service smile in recorded history. Reinhardt flatly demands his stolen gear back, and the master scrambles to return every single item. Then our guy holds up his temple ID card and casually explains how to bypass the school's high-tier tracking magic. The master is completely bewildered. Why are you helping your kidnappers hide from the police? Because Reinhardt is a tactical menace. If the guild gets raided, his secret demon, Underbelly, gets exposed too. Cut to Wednesday evening, right in the middle of the Imperial search party's peak. The guild scouts run in screaming that the Solarian Knights are closing in. The master is sweating bullets, but Reinhardt is still just chilling. Don't worry, he says. They are just my friends. The absolute cheek of this man is actually giving the guildmaster high blood pressure. Right on cue, the Imperial Knight Commander marches into the cellar. He is shocked to find our guy in pristine, unkidnapped condition. He asks why Reinhardt isn't heading back to the academy yet. The commander looks at the cowering thugs, wondering if he should just execute them right now. Reinhardt stops him. Even pests have their uses. Tell Bertus what I said. He'll understand. He asks the commander to keep his status as missing for a little longer. The commander agrees and immediately orders his men to withdraw. Minutes later, Charlotte's private investigation squad arrives, and Reinhardt sends them away with the exact same script. This is when the realization hits him. The official guards couldn't find him, but the prince and princess bypassed the entire system instantly. They aren't just playing chess, they literally own the board. But that is perfectly fine. Because now, the Thieves Guild realizes they only exist because this random commoner decided to let them live. Loyar asks if he was actually scared. He laughs it off and drops his next big pitch. Since the old guildmaster is useless, how about we make you the next supreme boss of the syndicate? Loyar's brain completely short-circuits. Way chat. Nano, way! She screams that she would rather be executed than take on more administrative paperwork. She complains that managing 200 street beggars is already a full-time nightmare, so running a corporate crime syndicate is an absolute L. Reinhardt grumbles about her lack of ambition, leaves the headquarters, and tells the guild they owe him. The thugs wave goodbye like they just finished a pleasant business seminar. They are honestly just grateful they didn't get turned into wolf food. Later, Eleris and Loyar take turns giving him a massive lecture. He actually bows and sincerely apologizes. Reinhardt returns to temple and spends hours spinning a fabricated statement to the school's investigators. He just repeats that he was lost in the slums and didn't see anything. They let him go with a warning. He walks back into the rain, feeling the physical and mental exhaustion of the last few days. He survived. The guild is secured. But as he walks through the courtyard, he spots a solitary figure sitting on a bench in the pouring rain. It's Ellen. Her face is covered in bandages and bruises. She looks up, her eyes empty and glazed with fever. Reinhardt remembers what Harriet said. She fought a high-tier demon and sat in the storm for days waiting for his return. He runs over, his chest tightening with a massive wave of guilt. "I'm sorry. Because of me," he starts to explain. He wants to confess his secrets, to tell her the truth, but she doesn't let him finish. She lunges forward, her feet splashing in the puddles, and wraps her arms around him in a tight, desperate embrace. "I don't want to know," she whispers, tears finally spilling over her bruised cheeks. "As long as you are safe, that's enough." Reinhardt freezes. He can feel the warmth of her touch against the cold rain on his neck. For the first time, the weight of her sincere care completely paralyzes his calculating mind. Reinhardt is finally back in the warmth of the dorm lobby, getting immediately nagged by Olivia and Princess Charlotte, who both look like they want to hug him and expel him at the same time. He walks to his room, realized his social standing in this school is actually shockingly high. He stretches his sore muscles, ready to collapse into bed for 100 hours. But then, he remembers. There is still one more person he needs to check on. He stands outside Harriet's door and knocks gently. From inside, a quiet, shaky voice asks if they can talk tomorrow. He can hear the faint, muffled sound of her crying alone behind the wood. He tells her he'll come back tomorrow and turns to leave, but the door handles clicks. Harriet stands there, her face red, and grabs his sleeve with a desperate, trembling grip. Her eyes are swimming with fresh tears. Our guy is completely speechless. He thanks her and apologizes for making her worry so much. And Harriet just collapses against his chest, burying her face in his shirt. She is sobbing, whispering how terrified she was that he would never come back. Reinhardt wraps his arms around her, realizing his lazy, survival-first decisions are causing real emotional wreckage to the people who love him. The next day, Reinhardt is sitting in the dining hall, his mind still completely occupied by Ellen's condition. Harriet is sitting across from him, explaining that Ellen didn't just walk around in the rain. She literally sat on that bench, staring into the dark, refusing to move until he returned. And now, she is severely sick. Reinhardt immediately heads to Ellen's room and finds her standing by the door, looking completely feverish and pale. He tells her to go see the priest on duty, but she mutters that she is fine. What a predictable answer, he sighs, holding up a warm bowl of porridge he made himself. He guides her back to bed and tells her to lie down. And then, the legendary academy prodigy is reduced to being spoon-fed like a toddler. He nags her for sitting in the storm instead of getting her injuries treated. "I thought it was my fault," she whispers, staring at her blankets. She explains that she believed his kidnapping happened because of what she said to him during their argument in the rain. She wanted to save him, but she was completely helpless. She sits up, her face flushed with fever and emotion. "I didn't hate that you had secrets," she says. "I just hated the thought of helplessly losing someone precious to me again." She hates the feeling of being utterly useless. She quietly apologizes, but Reinhardt reaches out and takes her hand. "Don't be," he says, his voice quiet. "I'm the one who should be sorry." And with that, the massive kidnapping arc finally comes to a close, but the aftermath leaves some permanent shifts in Class A. Now that the rain has stopped, Harriet and Ellen are heading out to grab some food. Our guy watches them walk down the hall. They became incredibly close because of their shared rescue mission. They've formed a tight-knit circle with Adelia and Liana, naturally bonding over the trauma. Harriet shifted from a stuck-up noble lady into the actual emotional pillar of the entire group. But as for Reinhardt and Ellen, she immediately avoids eye contact the second their paths cross. She is clearly mortified about calling him precious and crying all over his shirt. and our guy is carrying too much guilt to easily approach her either. They are basically running a high-stakes speedrun of mutual awkwardness. Later, Reinhardt is training in the courtyard when Cliffman walks up and tells him, "Good work." Since Ellen is away, they are the only close-quarters training squad members left. Cliffman asks about her, noting that it feels like they made up, but they didn't. Our guy looks at Cliffman's blushing, overly dramatic expression and instantly gets creeped out. He looks like a nervous high school girl asking about her crush's relationship status. Cliffman clears his throat and asks, "Do you want to spar with me?" in the most shoujo manga frame imaginable. Reinhardt deadpans, telling him to change his face immediately. Meanwhile, back at the slum headquarters, the local beggars are whispering in confusion as a visitor walks through the gate. Loyar looks up from her seat, her eyes wide with shock. Ellen stands in the center of the muddy courtyard, holding her training sword, and says 4 words, "Teach me how to fight." We pick up right where we left off, with Ellen standing in the slums demanding that the silver-haired wolf girl teach her how to fight. Loyar's brain is currently running on dial-up internet trying to process this. She asks why she should bother, and Ellen deadpans, "Because you're good at it." Loyar's teeth grind so hard they might actually shatter. She remembers Reinhardt specifically warning her to stay in her lane. Our guy was ready to pull her ranks if she touched his classmates again. So she is incredibly uncomfortable having this kid loitering in her base. She sits down and points out that Temple is literally full of world-class master instructors. But Ellen explains that during their brief, terrifying clash, she realized the massive canyon between school sparring and actual lethal combat. Then she drops the ultimate conversational landmine. "You're different from the school teachers, Auntie." The entire slum goes dead silent as Loyar's eye violently twitches at being called Auntie. She demands to be called Big Sis, but Ellen has zero budget for social niceties. She just repeats Auntie with a completely straight face. That is it. Loyar's patience has officially left the building. "Let's do this then, kid." She stands up, and the boss music starts playing. Meanwhile, back at Temple, Reinhardt is limping down the hallway, rubbing his neck after his training sessions with Cliffman. Where Ellen fights with absolute elegance, Cliffman fights like a wild boar on energy drinks. He will batter you into the dirt and then immediately offer you a polite handshake. It is deeply unsettling. Reinhardt is just planning to get his sore muscles treated when he turns a corner and stops cold. Ellen is standing right there, and they both immediately pull the classic awkward hallway dodge maneuver. He sighs, ready to let her walk past, but then he actually looks at her face. She is covered in fresh bruises, cuts, and medical tape. He demands to know who did this, and she tries to pull the "it's nothing" card, but she breaks immediately. The gray-haired auntie. Reinhardt's soul nearly leaves his body. She actually went back to the wolf girl who almost executed her last week. He is internally screaming. He knows exactly how traumatized she was by his kidnapping. He warns her that Loyar is a lethal menace who could accidentally end her life. Ellen looks down, her voice dropping. "I just don't want to be helpless ever again." She tells him she won't ask about his secrets, or his lies, or his shady connections. She just wants him to let her do this. Reinhardt realizes that his capture has unlocked a terrifying, self-destructive grindset in her. He reluctantly relents, but before he can walk away, Ellen hesitates, looking incredibly small. "Do you not care about me anymore since you made new friends?" She is talking about Harriet and the other girls. She's actually jealous. Our guy is completely stunned by how much rent he is occupying in her head. He grabs her arm and tells her they are going straight to the clinic. She tries to argue, but her body immediately betrays her. She winces in pain, and Reinhardt catches her before she can hit the floor. "Don't show me your weak side so often," he grumbles, pulling her arm over his shoulder. And then his own back spasms, because Cliffman absolutely wrecked him earlier. So you have 2 battered martial artists limping down the corridor, holding each other up like a comedy act. After that, a new routine begins. Reinhardt accompanies her to the slums after classes. The training is a one-sided slaughter. Loyar treats her like a punching bag, but Ellen uses every single bruise to analyze her flaws. Afterward, she sits on the floor eating rice balls with the local beggars. The gang members are constantly glaring at Loyar like she's a cartoon villain beating up a child. And Reinhardt has to carry her unconscious body back to school on his back, while the beggars cheer him on. Time passes, July arrives, and the summer semester is finally wrapping up. The newly formed girl group is sitting in a cafe eating green matcha cake. Liana is deadpan jealous of Ellen's black hole metabolism, telling Adelia she should train all day too. Liana notices Reinhardt is just staring at his untouched plate. Ellen casually points out that Reinhardt hates sweets, and then grabs his plate. "So I'll just eat his share." Reinhardt grins. "How could someone be as twisted as you?" Adelia immediately spits her tea across the table from pure shipping embarrassment. Liana ignores the romance and asks what everyone is doing for summer vacation. Adelia is staying at Temple to grind her enchanter license. Liana is heading to a luxury villa in the Edina archipelago. Harriet is going home to research magic. Reinhardt says he has zero plans, probably just going to train. Then Harriet asks Ellen what her plans are. Ellen stabs her fork into her cake. I'm going to register as an adventurer. The girls freeze. That is a highly dangerous career path for a first-year student. And then she drops the real bomb. I'm going to the Darklands. The table is in complete shock. The Darklands are the ruined, monster-infested demon territories. Reinhardt is internally screaming, wondering if she has finally lost her mind. Liana points out that there are still surviving high-tier demons roaming those wastes. Harriet asks if she's going alone, and Ellen calmly confirms she is. She claims Temple gave her an emergency teleport scroll, so she can just warp out if things go sideways. It's a completely suicidal plan, and the girls are begging her to stop. Reinhardt leans forward, his expression dead serious. Don't go. Why do you even want to go there? Ellen blinks, looks down at her lap, and quietly says, okay, I won't go. The entire table just stares at her in absolute disbelief. They spent 10 minutes giving her logical arguments, and she ignored them, but Reinhardt says 2 words and she folds instantly. After they leave the cafe, Reinhardt stops her in the courtyard. Let's talk for a bit. He asks why she's been walking on eggshells and avoiding eye contact. He tells her that his kidnapping was just bad luck and had absolutely nothing to do with her. He is genuinely grateful she looked for him, so she needs to stop carrying this massive guilt. Ellen stares at her shoes. I don't know. What don't you know? She grips her hands tightly. I don't want to make the same mistake I did before, but I don't know how. She is terrified that if she makes one wrong move, she will lose him forever, just like her brother. Reinhardt looks at her and realizes the tragic truth. She immediately canceled her Darklands trip because she thought that if she insisted, Reinhardt would get angry or feel hurt. She is treating him like fragile glass, and he hates it. This isn't the fierce, independent Ellen he knows. He pulls her over to a park bench. You know I lied about the kidnapping details, right? She claimed she wasn't curious, but he knows she's suffocating under the weight of his secrets. If he keeps hiding everything, she will keep projecting her dead brother onto him until her mental state completely shatters. So he decides to tell her a version of the truth. I was actually kidnapped by the Thieves Guild. He explains that Loyar's gang is basically a subcontractor for them. Subcontracted? Ellen repeats, her head tilting. He realizes he can trust her. She's not a blabbermouth, and she literally fought a high-tier wolf girl to save his skin. She deserves some real answers. He takes a breath. All right, I'll tell you. He explains his underworld cover story. He is a member of the Rotary Gang, an organization of beggars, but because he is unusual, they wanted to raise him as their future successor. So they paid his astronomical Temple tuition so he could graduate and help them live like normal people. But when he got to Temple, his limitless aptitudes were discovered, and he got tossed into the elite royal class. He wanted to leave his criminal ties behind, but then he got surrounded by influential nobility. He was terrified of being caught, feeling like a tiny shrimp caught between massive whales. The Thieves Guild realized his gang was trying to break free from their influence, so they tried to get rid of them, and Reinhardt accidentally wandered into the wrong alley at the worst possible time and got captured. They tried to use him as bait to execute Loyar. Ellen is listening with absolute wide-eyed intensity. Reinhardt's sweat starts dripping. She looks at him like he's some legendary, high-ranking mafia don. She asks how he managed to stay safe if they tied him up. He explains he used his golden ticket. His classmates are the Imperial Prince and Princess. Bertus and Charlotte found his location almost immediately and threatened to level the entire guild. Ellen's brow furrows. They found you on Wednesday, but you didn't return until Saturday. I asked them to keep it quiet, Reinhardt explains. I tried to use the leverage to absorb the Thieves Guild, but I failed. He tells her the guild now owes them a massive debt. He smiles, preparing his final move. Actually, even that is just a cover. He leans in. I am the last remaining heir to the demon realm. Ellen's eyes go wide. Reinhardt's face is completely serious. And being the successor of the demon realm is also a cover. He grins. In reality, I am the literal god creator of this world. He explains, with a completely straight face, that he was punished for confusing readers, died of high blood pressure, and was reincarnated to atone for his sins. Ellen's expression slowly shifts from shock to absolute, deadpan annoyance. She immediately raises her fists and starts walloping his head. Reinhardt is yelping in pain, rubbing his skull while Ellen huffs, thinking he just spent 10 minutes spinning a massive troll yarn. Our guy chuckles to himself as he nurses his fresh bruises. It is the ultimate double bluff. If he told her the literal, actual truth, that he is both the demon prince and the author of her universe, she would have committed him to an asylum. But because he packaged the truth as a ridiculous joke, the heavy, suffocating atmosphere between them is completely gone. She walks ahead, turning her head back. Hurry up! Reinhardt smiles, adjusting his uniform. Yeah, I'm coming. The fragile, anxious distance is finally gone, and our guy is back to being her favorite idiot.